This guy is Wu Shi, a student at Jiangpu University of Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine. Standing at 1.5 meters tall with a face that even ghosts would shun, he decided to confess his love to the school belle. Just as he was filled with hope, she rejected him outright to choose a 1.8 meter tall handsome guy. The two of them teamed up to relentlessly mock Wu Shi. The pain of heartbreak left him wandering in despair. However, the trouble did not end there, as a truck lost control and hurtled toward him on his way back. And so, before he could achieve anything in life, Wu Shi went to meet his ancestors. Opening his eyes once more, he found that he had transmigrated into Wu Dalang from the water margin. From then on, Wu Shi's journey to change his destiny began. Let us follow this fascinating series with Kingdom Manhwa. In a dream, Wu Shi was riding a horse, and beside him was Guo Rong, the daughter of Guo Yueshi. The scene shifted to Sijin Prefecture in Liao Nanjing. Confused, he asked himself if that was not Beijing from about 900 years ago. The next day, Wu Shi went to Jiangpu University of Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine. He excitedly showed off. Zhao Yue, look, this is my trophy. Holding it out to her, he said, last time, you said if I won the Jiangnan Provincial Super Football League Championship, you would date me. I did it. Wu Yue coldly rejected him. I am sorry, Wu Shi, but I still prefer Zemen from the basketball team. As soon as she finished speaking, Zemen walked up beside her. You little midget, how dare you dream of my woman? Zhang Chao was just playing child's games. I am a genuine reserve player for the national team. He smiled mockingly. I was the one who told Wu Yue to say she would date you if you won the championship. I just love watching short monkeys try their hardest until they die. Hearing this, Wu Shi's expression suddenly changed. The hand holding the trophy began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing him approach, Seaman backed away. Don't come near me, my value is in the tens of millions. Can you afford to pay for the damages? While he was still cowering in fear, Wu Shi simply brushed past him. Whispers erupted around them. Isn't that Wu Shi, the top student from the acupuncture and massage department? Does he go to our school too? I thought he was a middle schooler. He is only 1.5 meters, so short. Coincidentally, the sky suddenly poured with rain. Wu Shi looked pathetic at that moment. Damn it, so Xiao Yue was just playing with me all along. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly looked up. An out-of-control truck accidentally plowed straight toward him. In the final moments of his life, Wu Shi whispered, I can't accept dying like this. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that everything had changed. A notification suddenly appeared. System reminder, body swap successful. Recalibrating everyone's memories of appearances in the water margin world to match Wu Shi and the original Wu Dalang. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wu Shi was met with a blush-inducing scene. A sweet voice rang out, Dalang. Seeing him wake up, Jinlian smiled happily. Dalang, you are awake. She hurriedly set the bowl of medicine aside. Dalang, you are finally awake. Jinlian rushed to Wu Shi's side. You have not eaten or drunk for 3 days. You have become so thin and pale, she thought to herself. After getting thinner and paler, Dalang actually looks a bit more handsome. She approached him anxiously. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Wu Shi felt something was off. Did I not get killed by the truck? What kind of hospital is this that does cosplay and makes nurses wear ancient clothes? His face suddenly turned red. And this nurse is way too beautiful. He quickly called out, Miss Nurse, may I ask your name? Have you been taking care of me these past few days? Her expression suddenly changed. Nurse. Dalang, I am your Jinlian. Too much was happening, leaving him speechless. Dalang, Wu Shi asked himself, have I transmigrated into the world of the water margin and become the infamous Wu Dalang? Before me is Jinlian, surrounded by an old house with ancient furniture, and I am wearing ancient clothes. He looked over his body. Where is my system father? Jinlian brought the bowl of medicine to his side. Dalang, it is time to take your medicine. Wu Shi's face turned pale. No way, I just started the game and I am already being forced to take medicine. He suddenly thought of the scene where Jinlian tries to harm him. Dalang, drink the medicine. Terrified by the thought, he hurriedly refused. Wu Shi pushed the bowl aside. You wicked woman. The bowl fell to the ground and shattered instantly. Jinlian could not take it anymore and burst into tears. She continuously reproached him. We just moved to Yanggu County and do not know anyone yet. You were beaten severely by thugs because you did not pay protection money while selling steamed buns. I have served you for 3 days and nights. Even if you are not grateful, how can you blame me? Wu Shi was startled. Just moved to Yanggu County. According to the records, Han Jinlian has not met Zimen Qing yet. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. That means she won't poison me for now. Thank goodness. Seeing Wu Shi knock the medicine away, Jinlian could only bend down to clean up the mess. He asked himself, Pan Jinlian is truly a peerless beauty. Should I run away or stay to change the plot? Looking at her from behind, he told himself, it would be unacceptable to let someone else steal a beauty like this. That is not my style. Wu Shi recalled his imaginary tactics. The best defense is a good offense. He moved with lightning speed, bypassing Pang Chunmei. He kicked the ball in front of him with great force. The ball immediately soared like an arrow. Li Pinger, acting as the goalkeeper, had no way to stop it. Successfully scoring, Wu Shi was incredibly smug. I must have it all. While he was still lost in thought, Jinlian's scream rang out. She fell to the ground in pain. It hurts. He hurriedly approached to check on her. My lady, are you uncomfortable somewhere? She replied tremblingly. I am just having menstrual cramps. Dalang, do not worry. Feeling confused, Jinlian turned to look at him, feeling as if Dalang had become a different person yet remained the same. A notification suddenly appeared. Transmigrator. Your system father has arrived. This is the beauty cultivation system. For every 10 points of affection, a Hongyan beauty has for the host, you will receive 1 attribute point. Furthermore, when affection reaches 100%, the soulmate will be absolutely loyal and never leave the host. Exclusive talents and resonance skills will also be unlocked. Main quest announced. Within 1 week, achieve 100% affection and complete dual cultivation with Pan Jinlian. Reward, Overlord Shang Yu's physique. Failure, the host will die and his soul will be annihilated. After reading the mission, Wu Shi's face changed completely. Damn it, 100% affection and dual cultivation in 1 week. Are you kidding me? I have never even successfully hit on a girl in my life. The system reminded him, shut up. If you are still a loser after being reborn, you do not deserve to exist. The system will erase you, and your soul will vanish. He had nothing left to say. They would not even give him a chance to reincarnate. The system responded, since you have been single since birth, the system is sending a beginner's guide mission. Random mission, your Pan Jinlian's menstrual cramps. Success, master Wu Shi's 48 techniques, the flower picking finger, and unlock the attribute panel. Failure, height reduced by 60 centimeters. Time limit. 5 minutes. Wu Shi was speechless. This damn system even set a time limit. He felt terrible. I am already only 1.5 meters. If I lose another 60 centimeters, I will turn into a midget. Thinking of this, he approached to support Jinlian. I have not changed. I am Wu Shi, and Wu Shi is me. My lady, I have a way to stop the pain. Lie down on the bed. She looked at him with suspicious eyes. Dalang, do you really have a way to make the pain go away? He nodded confidently. Of course, you will see in a moment. He thought to himself. I was a top student at a medical university, combining East and West. Massage and acupuncture are my specialties. Wu Shi began to show his skills. He massaged the Qihai point clockwise, then pressed the Guanyuan point to help warm the body, dispel cold, and provide instant pain relief. His hands gently massaged from top to bottom. Jinlian's face suddenly turned bright red. She suddenly commented, Dalang, my stomach really does feel better. I did not know you knew these things. She thought to herself. I thought I was destined for a hard life, marrying someone short and poor, but I did not expect Dalang to be so gentle. Since we married, I have not let him touch me. Am I being too harsh? Thinking of this, Jinlian felt even more guilty. Well, perhaps one day I will accept him. Let us just wait a bit longer. A smug smile appeared on Wu Shi's face. I am not done yet. Behold my ultimate technique. His hands continuously massaged various pressure points, his fingers pressed into a specific point on her body. Jinlian let out an embarrassed moan. Wu Shi quickly pulled his hand back. My lady, are you in pain again? She shook her head and explained. It is not pain. It is just that where you pressed, I felt itchy and strangely comfortable. I do not know how to describe it, she thought to herself. Suddenly, I really want it. But how can I say that? Besides, it is still my period, so I can't. A notification appeared. System countdown, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Wu Shi decided, there is only a little time left. I have to go for it. Jinlian's body became increasingly uncomfortable. Dalang, do not press anymore. I can't stand it. He increased the pressure from his hands. I do not believe that my 1 terabyte of theory plus 5 years of practice can't cure you. Touching a certain spot, she let out a shy cry. It felt as if something had exploded. Wu Shi further noted, a slight fishy smell, sticky. Indeed. It is cold coagulation and blood stasis type dysmenorrhea. Reward received. Congratulations to the host for mastering Wu Shi's 48 techniques and the flower picking finger. Effect, massage therapy efficiency x10. He looked down at his hands. Wu Shi's 48 techniques and the flower picking finger are mastered. A smug smile appeared on his face. With the system, why should I fear Zimen Qing? Later, I will even change the fate of Zhao Fujin and see what it is like to be a prince consort. While resting on the bed, a system notification suddenly popped up. It was the unlocked attribute panel: martial power, combat strength, swordsmanship, archery, intelligence, medicine, cuisine, commerce, strategy, invention, charm, persuasion, attracting the same opposite sex, physique, athleticism, stamina, poison resistance, disease resistance, luck, fortunate encounters, success rate. Current attribute points, 10. He thought, treating Pan Jinlian yesterday gave me 10 points. Wu Shi asked himself, should I increase martial power first or charm? Without martial power, I will get beaten up. Without charm, it will be hard to finish the mission with Pan Jinlian. While he was focused on his thoughts, a noise came from outside. Out of curiosity, he used a finger to poke a hole in the door. Immediately after, Wu Shi peered inside. The next sight took him by surprise. Jinlian was bathing comfortably without any reservation. The water flowed gently over every part of her body. After finishing her bath, Jinlian felt very relieved. She then shifted into another standing pose. This time, she became even more seductive. Water accidentally splashed through the hole, making Wu Shi jump back in surprise. Realizing he was peeking, her face instantly turned red. He smiled and suggested, Jinlian, it is almost noon, and we have not eaten. Let me make some egg fried rice for you. He thought to himself, I think this is the only dish I know. Notification, new random mission. Use your ultimate culinary skills to conquer Pan Jinlian's taste buds. Reward, plus nodding attribute points. Increase the length and size of the dual cultivation tool. Failure, your little brother will shrink for 1 year. Wu Shi was totally speechless. Shrink for a year, by then, the grass on my grave will be a foot tall. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take the mission. He dumped all 10 points into intelligence. His intelligence was now 10, and his cuisine skill went from beginner to proficient. He told himself, I must complete this mission. Wu Shi recalled the theory for egg fried rice. 2 bowls of leftover rice, 3 eggs, 2 pieces of lard, 2 stalks of green onion, half a spoonful of salt, and a little pickled vegetable. Wasting no time, he immediately set to work. Wu Shi poured the eggs into the pan, followed by the rice. He used his skills to mix the ingredients evenly. Finally, Wu Shi's egg fried rice was finished. Just then, Jinlian finished bathing and stepped out. He suddenly felt happy. She is truly a peerless beauty, no less than my childhood goddess Yang Mei. She approached in surprise. Dalang, this smells so good. He smiled and replied, my lady, please taste the egg fried rice I personally made for you. Looking at the dish, she was surprised. This dish glitters like gold. Wu Shi smiled back, that is right, I made sure every grain of rice is coated in egg. Naturally, Jinlian shyly looked away. She reminded him, why is Dalang being so extravagant? Our family is not wealthy, and you spent eggs on me. You have just recovered. You should eat it. He was suddenly moved. How could such a good wife be as wicked as the books say? It must be that old woman Wang, who ruins her. I definitely won't let that slide. Wu Shi remembered, old woman Wang, in this life, you will still have to ride the wooden donkey. In the book, old woman Wang, Zimen Qing, and Pan Jinlian conspired to kill Wu Dalang and were executed, with her suffering the punishment of the wooden donkey. Thinking of this, he grabbed Jinlian's hand. What are you saying, my lady? You have taken such good care of me these past few days. What is a little egg fried rice? Don't worry, soon I will make sure we live a prosperous life. She quickly cautioned him, husband, do not do anything wicked. I do not seek wealth, only peace. He smiled and replied, don't worry, my lady, I will certainly do honest business. Wu Shi thought secretly, I am a modern man with a system. Making money is not hard. And keeping it is. She suddenly felt warm. I used to think Dalang was weak and timid, but I did not expect him to be so dignified and spirited after recovering. Perhaps I did not marry the wrong man. Jinlian smiled and praised him. I believe in Dalang. Our future will surely be even more prosperous. He gently pressed her into a chair. My lady, please sit. Wu Shi even carefully fed her. My lady, open wide. Having no other choice, Jinlian could only obey him. She quickly swallowed the first bite. Her expression changed very quickly. Jinlian reacted immediately. What kind of divine rice is this? It was the first time she had eaten something so delicious. In an instant, as her tongue touched the outer layer of the rice, the egg melted and rushed down her throat, and the rice inside felt like an explosion of sunlight, carrying the warmth of life. She simply felt so warm. Notification, congratulations to the host for completing the mission to conquer Pan Jinlian's taste buds. Reward, plus nodding attribute points. Increase the length and size of the dual cultivation tool. Jinlian hugged Wu Shi tightly. Thank you, husband. It is truly delicious. Simultaneously, a reward appeared. Pan Jinlian's affection, led 20%. Reward, 2 attribute points. Total attribute points remaining 12. He quickly reminded her, if you hug me like this, I won't be able to hold back. His face turned red. My lady, my whole body is burning up, it is a bit uncomfortable. Jinlian asked worriedly, is Dalang sick again? He scratched his head and explained, it is not a sickness. It is just that your hug just now made the blood in my body surge. Wu Shi had another thought. My god, with a body like this, who would not be moved? Jinlian ran toward him in fear. Dalang, you are bleeding so much. He explained bashfully, my lady, no need to worry. This illness of mine is also because of you. She was surprised, because of me. Wu Shi continued, yes, only you can help me treat it. She stepped closer. Then what must I do? He did not know how to describe it. Let me think how to say it. He could not explain it in this era like he would in modern times. Jinlian became even more urgent. Dalang, please tell me how. She blamed herself. Dalang is the pillar of the family. Without him, how would I live? Initially, I was unwilling to be a concubine in the Zhang manor, so I humbled myself to marry here. If anything happens to Dalang, I might as well die. Back then, Jinlian's father had criticized her. If you do not listen to me, I will marry you off to that ugly, short Wu Dalang. She had stubbornly replied, even if I marry Wu Dalang, I won't be a concubine. Thinking of this, she looked at Wu Shi. Dalang. Tell me. No matter what it is, I will do it. A forced smile appeared on his face. It is just, but he decided to say it aloud. Can my lady help me with a blood-circulating massage? Understanding the meaning behind his words, Jinlian suddenly became very shy. He gripped her hand tightly. This. Only you can do it. I know you married me out of necessity, but making a man with surging blood like me restrain himself before a beautiful wife like you. I fear the blood will flow backward and kill me. Jinlian blushed and explained, but I have never done such a thing. After thinking for a bit, Wu Shi pulled her into the kitchen, and so, he began a lecture using only a cucumber. He continued to teach her thoroughly, first like this, then like this, and like this too. If needed, we can coordinate further. Hearing a series of new terms, Jinlian nodded. I understand now. Dalang, please return to the room for your treatment. Both of them returned to the bedroom. Wu Shi watched Jinlian's silhouette. Her body is too captivating. He bit into the cucumber in his mouth. I must seize the opportunity first. I can't let Zim and Qing have Pan Jinlian. Women of this era will give their whole hearts to the man who has them first. If Zim and Qing takes my wife first, I won't be able to avoid disaster. Inside the bedroom, Wu Shi whispered, I trouble my lady to help me with the massage. The next scene left Jinlian stunned. Her entire body began to tremble. The blood in her veins seemed to freeze. Wu Shi smiled at her. My lady, you may begin. She nodded understandingly. Yes. She thought to herself, I was lost in thought just now. It is truly so large. Is this really my Dalang's? System notification Pan Jinlian's affection plus Pan%. Reward 1 attribute point. Affection has reached 30% friendly. First round feedback reward. Placed 1 ton attribute points. Total attribute points remaining 23. Jinlian moved closer to Wu Shi. I am not used to this yet. Please guide me, Dalang. He nodded. All right. She looked at him skeptically. Will Dalang's illness really be cured after this massage? He nodded and replied, it can be delayed for now. Wu Shi was about to explain further, but to cure the root cause, we need to. Before he could finish, Jinlian directly took action. His entire body began to shake. He quickly shouted, Jinlian, I think I can't take much more of this. Right after that, she got a taste of the flavor. She immediately ran into another room. Jinlian quickly grabbed a basin of water and vomited everything out of her mouth. Wu Shi reminded himself, to avoid any more complications and complete the mission early, I must be ready to deploy the cannon for battle. On a morning in Yanggu County, great song. With 6 days left to complete Pan Jinlian's main quest, Wu Shi walked around and remarked, it is just a small Yanggu county, but I did not expect the great song to be so prosperous. He thought to himself, Jinlian ignored me all night yesterday. She must be angry. This way, I can't advance the main quest for now. He continued to calculate, since I am free, I will go out and see if there is a way to earn some money. To coax a girl, I need some capital. According to web novel tropes, I should probably go sell roasted sweet potatoes now. Wu Shi scratched his head in confusion. But I do not know how to do that, and the system did not give me any cooking manuals. On the way, he accidentally bumped into a woman. Chunmei's expression changed instantly. His entire body fell backward. In broad daylight, the two of them were at a very close distance. He stared at the unfamiliar face before him. Wu Shi could not help but blush and think, so beautiful. Chunmei quickly stood up and apologized. Sir, please forgive me. My elder sister is gravely ill, and I am in a hurry to find a doctor. He watched her back as she left. The great song is brilliant and magnificent, with beauties like flowers. It is a pity that in a few years, the Jin people will march south. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed. He recalled what would happen to them. By then, the mountains and rivers would be shattered, the people scattered, and our Han citizens oppressed by the Jin. System notification, new random mission. The girl you just bumped into is named Pang Chunmei. Save her sister to receive 10 attribute points. Failure, your little brother will shrink for 1 year. Wu Shi cursed in his head, shrinking again. Suddenly, an item falling from the sky caught his attention. Notification continued. The system detects that this mission is quite difficult. Considering the host has transmigrated for less than 7 days, a first aid kit is provided only for this time. If it is broken, it won't be replaced. The function to exchange attribute points for items will be opened later. Remember to complete missions to conquer many beautiful women to get points. Inside the first aid kit were a suture kit, scissors, a scalpel, and a chest decompression needle. Wu Shi chuckled with excitement. With this first aid kit, if he dumped all his points into intelligence, his medical skills would reach at least the proficiency level. Combined with his modern knowledge, he could surely handle basic surgeries. Inside the clinic, Chunmei hurriedly recounted, my sister suddenly had severe abdominal pain this morning and can't walk. Her head is burning with fever. Please, doctor, help her. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shi thought to himself, the symptoms sound like appendicitis. If it is left too long and ruptures, it will be life-threatening. Zhu Shan directly chased her away. Get out. How can you get an examination without money? She pleaded repeatedly. Please, doctor, have mercy. As long as you save my sister, I am willing to serve you as a slave. He burst out laughing upon hearing this. Is that so? But if the treatment fails and your sister dies, you still have to pay the fee. A smug smile appeared on his face. What a joke. An intestinal abscess is not a disease that can be cured in a small county like this, but I can't provide treatment for free either. Just then, Wu Yu stepped forward, making everyone shy away. It stinks, it is stinking to death. As soon as he saw her, Zhu Shan's expression changed. The lady has arrived. I will immediately call my younger sister, Hilaline, to perform acupuncture for you. She coldly announced. Dr. Zhu, I will pay the medical fee for this young lady. Suddenly, Wu Shi firmly grabbed Chunmei's hand. He stepped forward and announced, take me to see your sister. He thought to himself, you have got to be kidding. If she dies, I will shrink for a year. That is no different from a death sentence for me. She angrily reproached him, let go of me, I need to find a doctor. Wu Shi pointed to himself. I am a doctor right here. Obviously, Chunmei could not believe it. Don't talk nonsense. I know all the doctors in the city, and Dr. Zhu is the best in the county. He felt slightly annoyed. Trust me. Your sister also has symptoms of nausea and vomiting, does not she? Her face suddenly changed. He clearly had not said anything about her sister vomiting, so how did he know? Wu Shi continued to list the symptoms. Furthermore, your sister felt abdominal pain first, then had the urge to vomit. Right? Chunmei nodded helplessly in agreement. That is right. He gripped her hand tightly. Then hurry and take me to your sister. Only I can save her. I can sign a guarantee. If I can't save her, you can sue me at the county office. I will pay with my life. The government can have my head. Wu Yue, observing from a distance, was struck by the scene. How can there be a man in this world who risks his life to save someone like this? She asked herself, could he be a deity saving people from suffering? After thinking for a moment, Chunmei agreed. Then please follow me, sir. The two of them quickly made their way to Chunmei's house. Wu Shi pressed his ear to Xuanlan's abdomen. Bowel sounds are normal. Luckily, it has not ruptured yet. He placed 2 fingers on her abdomen and pressed the McBurney point. A smile appeared on his face. Good, no palpable mass yet. Wu Shi immediately put on gloves. Next, a rectal exam must be performed to ensure the inflammation has not spread to the peritoneum. He carefully turned her over, making Xuanlan realize something was wrong. Chunmei's expression grew increasingly worse. What are you doing? The following steps are for life-saving treatment. There are no indecent intentions, Wu Shi explained. I must insert a finger into the rectum for the examination. He analyzed seriously. I must determine whether the symptoms are truly caused by appendicitis or by the growth of pelvic organs. I also need to confirm if the infection has spread into the abdominal cavity. Chunmei angrily grabbed a stick and rushed at him. What nonsense are you talking? I can't understand a word of it. And what examination with a finger? You are clearly using an excuse to take liberties with her. I will beat you to death, you scoundrel. Wu Shi turned his head back angrily and reminded her, your sister does not have much time left. You must trust me. She remained stubborn. Trust you? I will trust you once you are in hell. After a moment of silence, Xuanlan called out, Chunmei. She gave a sad smile. Let him examine me. Having no other choice, Chunmei threw the stick to the ground. She helplessly hugged Duanlan tightly. Sister, it is my fault. Xuanlan gently comforted her. Silly sister, this body has already been seen by him, so just leave it to him. Wu Shi was speechless at the sight. Women of this era were far too naive. A consequence of the restrictive ancient ideologies. This is why in the original timeline, Pan Jinlian developed a submissive heart only after being forced by Simen Ching. The pain returned, leaving Xuanlan in utter despair. Chunmei quickly screamed, Sister, what is wrong? Without thinking twice, she moved to attack Wu Shi with a sword again. This time Chunmei threatened, Save my sister, if anything happens to her, I will take your life with mine. He angrily snapped back. If you want me to save her life, then get out of the way. He extended 2 fingers toward Xuanlan. Forgive my offense. As soon as his fingers entered, she screamed. Her face looked increasingly pained. Wu Shi quickly identified the location. It is right here. Unable to bear it any longer, she cried out. It hurts so much right there. Standing to the side watching, Chunmei was extremely anxious. Chunmei looked at Wu Shi with eyes full of hatred. What are you doing? He gave her a sharp, angry glare. Shut up. Do you want her to die? Your sister is just sensitive, and her vestibular glands are large near the rectum. She did not care and continued to raise the stick high. Wu Shi quickly pulled out the necessary tools. Luckily it was found in time. The inflammation has not spread. Prepare for surgery immediately. You come be my assistant. He held a lamp in front of Chunmei. In a moment, you must wear a mask like mine and hold the lamp to light the way clearly. He instructed her on how to use the lamp, which surprised her quite a bit. Chunmei fearfully threw the lamp aside. What kind of sorcery is this? Wu Shi was completely speechless. Communicating with ancient people was truly difficult. He patiently explained in more detail. This is a divine treasure from the immortals, the fireless god lamp. The medical skills I possess were taught by immortals in my dreams. Next is the immortal method of healing. You must stand still and not cry out. Just provide light for me. If you falter by half a point, your sister will immediately suffer a backlash to her soul and vanish. Immeasurable, celestial lord, Wu Shi prepared for surgery. With 20 attribute points dumped into intelligence, this surgery should be no problem. He continued to evaluate Xuanlan's condition. Anesthesia has taken effect. Alright, appendectomy begins. He picked up the scalpel and made a large incision. Chunmei's face turned increasingly pale. At this moment, Wu Shi focused solely on his professional skill. Stay calm. This is my first time performing surgery as the lead surgeon, but I have the attribute support. Missions and rewards, set them all aside. He told himself, no matter what world I transmigrate to, I will never forget that I am a doctor. Seeing the removed appendix, Chunmei trembled with fear. She hurriedly closed her eyes tight. Wu Shi moved to the next step. Very good, the surgery is in its final stage. Prepare to suture. He used the sutures to quickly close the wound. As soon as he finished, Wu Shi laughed out loud. Success. A notification appeared. Curing Chunmei's sister successful. Reward. 10 attribute points. Total attribute points remaining. 13. Chunmei fainted at this moment due to extreme fear. Seeing the situation was bad, he quickly bent down to check her condition. His expression grew grim. Sudden death. Outside Chunmei's house, Wu Yue found it hard to believe. Is he truly an immortal? Realizing something, she suddenly stood up. No, his life-saving technique just now was the surgical medicine recorded in the Taiping Shengui Fang. Wu Shi was still examining Chunmei. Is this condition caused by the intense stress earlier, leading to an acute pneumothorax? He immediately decided, I must perform a chest decompression for her right now. Without hesitation, he tore open the clothing on her body. Wu Shi did not forget to remind her, Chunmei, hang in there, you definitely must not die. Unable to restrain herself, Wu Yu stepped in to stop him. Stop, in broad daylight, tearing a woman's clothes. I wasted my breath thinking you were a good person. I did not expect you to take advantage of her while she is unconscious to do such a sick thing. You are just a fraud who knows a little medicine. He shot back directly. She has stopped breathing. If I delay any longer, she will certainly die. If you do not believe me, look closely. Only then did she realize. Wait, did this girl not just faint from stress? She really has stopped breathing. While Wu Yu stood there, not knowing what to do, Wu Shi shouted, hurry over here and help me hold her shoulders steady. He picked up the decompression needle. After identifying the direction, he quickly plunged it in. Air began to escape from inside Chunmei's body. Simultaneously, her breathing began to recover. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yue was stunned. She is alive again. Could this be the long-lost life-saving needle technique? Wu Shi looked her straight in the eye. Now, do you still think I am a fraud? She blushed and hurriedly apologized. This humble woman was blind and has offended the divine doctor. Please forgive me. A notification appeared. Shame, fear, and admiration intertwined. Wu Yujing's affection plus 10. Attribute points 130. Wu Shi was lost in his own thoughts. It turned out this young woman was Yi Menqing's first wife, Wu Yuanyang. Because of her shock and shame, the affection reward was doubled. Wu Yuanyang's affection plus 1 again, making it 20. Attribute points 130. Total attribute points remaining. 15. He chuckled as he recalled that, according to records, Wu Yuanyang was the daughter of the military official Wu Tianhu in Yanggu County. Zi Menqing married her to please her father. But because she had underarm odor, he always shunned her. Dealing with her might temporarily help him solve the problem of how to keep his wealth. Thinking of this, Wu Shi quickly approached Wu Yuanyang. My lady, please stand up. You acted out of goodwill and concern, but you were just too anxious. This illness is called pneumothorax, caused by air leaking from the lungs. What I just did was a chest decompression to release the trapped air in her chest. Her face suddenly turned bright red. He is holding my hand like this. Even my husband has never touched me this way. She quickly replied. This humble woman does not understand these matters, but the divine doctor's profound techniques fill me with admiration. Wu Shi moved closer to her. No, Wu, here sees your complexion. It seems you have an ailment in your body and often suffer. He immediately guessed, because of the body odor. Wu Yuanyang was startled. She instinctively pulled her hand back. He really did smell it after all. But Wu Shi's hand quickly tightened its grip on her. He nodded and continued. This illness is caused by the release of damp heat foul qi within the body. Where I come from, it is just a minor ailment. I have 3 combined secret methods that can completely cure you in 3 days. Her face carried a look of hope. Really? Wu Yuanyang's voice trembled. Divine doctor, are you serious? If I can truly be cured in 3 days, I am willing to give everything to repay you. Wu Shi smiled and instructed her. The first secret method, use Coptis, Scutellaria, Gardenia, Job's tears, and talcum, then add mint to make a clear mint brew. After taking it, the unpleasant odor will significantly decrease. That is not all. The second secret method, use menthol, gypsum powder, dried alum, and scented powder to make a body cooling powder to astringe the sweat glands, and keep the underarms dry. He continued his analysis. I will then apply my ultimate needle skill, the green sea-tied needle, in combination with these 3 secret methods. It will surely cure you immediately. Wu Yuanyang was so happy she was speechless. What kind of divine doctor's ultimate technique is this? And so, Wu Yuanyang gave him 100 taels. Wu Shi took it and prepared to leave. Thank you, he thought smugly to himself. I will use his own tricks against him. I will follow Simen Qing's path so that he has no path left to walk. He glanced toward Jinlian. After helping Xuan Lan take the antibiotics, he asked Wu Yuanyang to take care of her. He would stop by to check after a stroll. Why had not he received the affection point reward yet? Whispers echoed around them. Look, that young lady is so beautiful. I see it. I am dying of jealousy. Wu Shi thought to himself. Of course. Pan Jinlian is at least one of the top beauties in Yanggu County. The people around were curious. Could the man beside her be her husband? They laughed and judged. Looking at those intimate gestures, that short guy is indeed her husband. Truly a jasmine flower stuck in cow dung. What a waste. He had nothing to say. Perhaps I should put my attribute points into charisma next. Both of them walked inside the shop. Wu Shi pointed ahead. My lady. Let us check out this shop. Jinlian quickly tried to stop him. Husband, the jewelry at Baozhou Mansion is very expensive. He did not think much of it. Jewelry for a beauty like my lady must naturally be both expensive and beautiful. As soon as the shop owner saw Wu Shi enter, she looked on with disdain. One look, and you can tell he is a poor man just here to browse for fun. He quickly pulled out a piece of jewelry. My lady, I think this silver jade bracelet suits you well. Jinlian replied awkwardly. Dalang, let us just forget it. The woman thought angrily to herself. Truly a lowly poor man. Wu Shi immediately decided. Shopkeeper, I will buy this bracelet. Her inner thoughts screamed. He is actually buying it. She hurriedly wrapped the item. Yes, customer, that will be 2 taels of silver. Wu Shi placed the silver on the table. He gently took Jinlian's hand. My lady, you have worked hard lately. He put the bracelet on her hand. I, Wu Shi, swear that in the future, I will definitely let you live a very good life. Pan Jinlian's affection increased by another 10. She replied emotionally, as long as I can be with my husband, I am satisfied. Just then, Hua Zixu stepped forward from somewhere. From Hua Zixu's perspective, he noticed Jinlian. Since when did Yanggu County have such a peerless beauty? He immediately ordered his subordinates to quickly approach her. Zixu smiled and stepped up to speak. Little lady, this bracelet is mediocre and unworthy of you. Follow this young master back to my manor. And you can choose from all the gold and jewels you want. Wu Shi quickly stood in front of Jinlian. Beat it. He looked at Wu Shi with annoyance. In this Yanggu County, no one dares to not give me face. My taking an interest in you is your great fortune. The surrounding crowd whispered, as long as you take good care of me, you will have plenty of money. Yes, that is a great fortune for her. Remembering something, Wu Shi thought, Hua Zixu. His old uncle is eunuch Hua. Furthermore, that eunuch even married his private daughter, Li Pinger, to him. But Hua Zixu suspects Li Pinger has a shady relationship with eunuch Hua, so he spends all day drinking and shunning her. After eunuch Hua dies, his massive fortune is actually held by Li Pinger. A smug smile appeared on his face. One of my god of wealth candidates. Moreover, there is some kind of bond between Li Pinger and Pan Jinlian. Since you dared to eye my woman, do not blame me. Looking at his face, Zixu's subordinate laughed. Look, this kid is stunned speechless by our master Hua. Jinlian became flustered. Dalang was originally weak and not good at martial arts. Will he suffer for this? What should I do? She quickly spoke up. Maybe. Dalang. We should. He smiled to comfort her. It is fine, Jinlian, I am here. Seeing Wu Shi step forward, she was incredibly surprised. Dalang, he had used 30 points for martial proficiency. Total attribute points remaining. 21. His gaze became cold. I told you to beat it. Did you not hear me? Zixu ordered his subordinates. He refuses the toast and prefers the penalty. Get him. When the one with tied hair attacked, he ducked to dodge. He began his counterattack by kicking the man in the groin. A single blow sent the man to meet his ancestors immediately. The remaining fat one took advantage of Wu Shi not paying attention and tried to sneak attack. In an instant, he had disappeared from the man's sight. Wasting no time, he punched the man squarely in the face. After these two fell, Wu Shi calmly announced, handled. Jinlian was incredibly surprised. Is this still my weak Dalang? You truly are a good man. Notification, Jinlian's affection plus 10, fatal heart tremor plus 10. Received 2 attribute points. Current affection, 80. As soon as they got home, Jinlian called out, Dalang. She quickly moved even closer to him. Dalang, her face turned red. Could you? Give me another massage. Wu Shi immediately suggested. Before the massage, I want to check something, a checkup for Jinlian's wedding night. Matters. She nodded in agreement. All right, then Dalang, please be gentle. He smiled happily. Trust your husband's technique. And so he switched into doctor mode. Hemispherical, symmetrical, no depressions, skin normal. He quickly pressed to check. No discharge, very good. Jinlian blushed and cried out, Dalang, what kind of technique is this? Wu Shi was still examining. Both sides of the mammary glands feel like symmetrical nodes. He nodded with satisfaction. There is lobular hyperplasia, but it is not a big problem. She looked at him in confusion. Dalang, what is lobular hyperplasia? Wu Shi gave a forced smile. Even if I told you now, you would not understand. I will explain it slowly later. He thought to himself, medicine in this era is still very backward compared to modern times. In the future, I must open a medical school to train more medical talents, especially female physicians. This way, in an ancient era with strict moral codes, they can better serve women. He continued to reach toward Jinlian. Although I do not have a speculum, my fingers can also help you with a gynecological exam. She quickly cried out, Big brother Dalang, I am so itchy, hurry and help cure me. He quickly performed an examination on Jinlian's body. She suddenly reproached him, so you are checking directly, Dalang, you really are a sly one. Wu Shi replied, my ailment needs to use this acupuncture needle. Outside, old woman Wang was incredibly surprised. My goodness, the Wu Dalang next door is truly capable. They have been at it for 2 whole hours. Jinlian cried out tremblingly, Dalang, I can't go on anymore. She looked at Wu Shi with a red face. Dalang, I really can't take it anymore. Please spare me. He spoke gently to her, just a little more, and the affection will be 100%. He had done everything he needed to do. Jinlian, she quickly pleaded, Dalang, you should take in a few more sisters. I really can't handle you anymore. Notification, affection with Pan Jinlian has increased to 100%. Received 30 attribute points. Pan Jinlian's adoration gives 2 points. Affection attribute fixed. Total attribute points remaining, 55. Wu Shi smiled radiantly. Jinlian is truly a max affection mod. Once Chun Mei and Li Ping'er are done, even a villain could become a loyal subject. Their intimate sessions had reached 7 times. She whispered in his ear, Dalang, you are so naughty, you have made me tired to death. From today on, I am truly your woman. Dalang, you must not abandon me. His reward arrived. Congratulations to host Wu Shi for receiving the title, 7 times a Nightman. Received Peng Zhu's bedroom techniques. The spear strikes like a dragon, piercing the blue sky harder, stronger, and more energetic. He whispered in her ear, don't worry, Jinlian, I will definitely give you a good life. A knock at the door startled him. Who would be knocking so early in the morning? Let me go see. Jinlian quickly stood up. Dalang, do not go. It might be that Hua Zixu from yesterday coming for revenge. Let me handle it. I will say you are not home. She thought to herself, I can't let Dalang be hurt again. Even if I have to risk my life against them. I absolutely won't let them harm him. Wu Shi suddenly grabbed Jinlian's hand. How can I let my woman stand in the gap? I will be back in a moment. Her face suddenly turned red. Dalang has truly changed. After getting dressed, Wu Shi opened the door and stepped outside. Notifications flooded in. Xuan Lan and Chun Mei treated. Affection plus 30. Initial beauty effect 10. Attributes plus 3 and plus 10. As soon as Chun Mei saw him, she bowed her head. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. Madame Wu has told us the whole process of how you saved us sisters. He scratched his head and replied, as long as you are okay, it is fine. She stared at him. I have already said my thanks. Next, let us get to the main point. Although it was for medical treatment, we sisters were both seen completely by you. Her voice held a hint of anger. Tell us, what do you plan to do about it? Wu Shi was completely speechless. Holy crap, do ancient people also know how to set traps for compensation? How much does she want? Xuanlan turned her head and reminded her, Chun Mei, do not scare him. She continued, if sister is too shy to speak, then I will. She angrily declared, you must take responsibility for us and welcome us into your household. Just then, Jinlian stepped forward to assess the situation. She asked in surprise, Dalang, you. Wu Shi did not know how to explain this situation. What should I do? I have never encountered a scene like this before. She stepped up and hugged him. You two sisters must be joking. My Dalang has a kind heart. Saving people is just to accumulate merit and do good deeds. Her expression was extremely calm. If we discuss marriage because of this, would not it tarnish this noble deed? If word got out, people would think we were using a favor to demand repayment. Chun Mei was not to be outdone at all. She angrily shot back, sister, you can't say that. A favor is a favor, but status is status. We are daughters of a good family, and we have been seen completely by him. Who else can we marry in the future? Do you want us sisters to cut our hair and become nuns? Wu Shi could only weep in his heart. Last night you said I should take in a few more sisters. A woman's mouth is truly full of lies. Pan Jinlian suddenly stomped hard on his foot. She replied coldly, you sisters are young, and it is natural for your thoughts to be immature. My Dalang already has a wife. Marriage matters must obey parents and follow the matchmaker's word. She continued to remind them, I think your parents would not agree to let you marry as concubines either. Xuanlan's entire body began to tremble. Sister, you do not know, but our parents passed away 2 years ago. She felt utterly helpless. Now we sisters are people with no place to turn. Seeing her burst into tears, Wu Shi quickly explained. Lady Lan, please restrain your grief. We did not mean it that way. Xuanmai immediately hugged him tightly. Sir, look at us. We sisters are alone and abandoned, and now our purity has been given to you. If you do not want us, we truly have no way to live. Pan Jinlian angrily blamed herself. Damn it, I misspoke and gave those sisters an opportunity. She could only correct her words. Please forgive my heartless words. You two have truly suffered much. That being the case, you should all the more find a decent family to be first wives, so you have support for life. If you only become concubines, would not that be even more unfair to you? I am only thinking of your best interests. Xuanlan looked at her resentfully. Sister, we do not care about status. We only seek someone who treats us sincerely. Sir has a kind heart. He even signed a guarantee and was willing to give his life to save us. This proves he is a true gentleman, and we are willing. Pan Jinlian was not to be outdone. But outsiders will only say the Wu family took advantage of your danger to coerce you. Our Wu family truly cannot bear such a bad reputation. Xuanmai chuckled and shot back. Sister, what you say is unreasonable. We are willing, and Sir is taking responsibility. Clearly, this is a beautiful thing. How can it be turned into a bad reputation of taking advantage? Or is sister afraid that once we enter the house, we will steal your favor and seize your power? Pan Jinlian was about to curse in anger. You. Pan Jinlian glared at the two of them. Fine, if you want to set foot in this door. Our Wu house may be small, but it has rules. I am the properly wedded first wife. If I let you enter in such an ambiguous way today, would not this house fall into chaos? Immediately, Xuanlan knelt on the ground. Xuanlan pleaded with a pitiful appearance. Sister, we do not dare compete with you. We only ask for a place to stay. We know how to work and can take care of the household. We are also willing to honor you as the head mistress and obey all your arrangements. Please, give us a path to live. Pan Jinlian was so angry she trembled. This Pan Jinlian is too overbearing. I have no choice but to yield for now. She turned her head to look at Wu Shi. A notification appeared. Pan Jinlian's affection. 10th. Pan Jinlian's exclusive talent, initial beauty, is no longer effective. The next affection increase will no longer grant attribute points. His expression suddenly changed. Damn it, turns out affection can actually decrease. Pan Jinlian stepped forward to help Xuanlan up. Sister, what are you doing? Get up quickly, you are making my heart ache. Fine, seeing how pitiful you are, if I keep refusing, I will become the villain. She gripped Xuanlan's hand. Let us do this. You can enter the household, but you must obey 2 conditions. First, you must earn money to help the family. As you know, my Dalang only does small business and truly cannot support 2 more of you. Second, I am in charge of all household matters. You must not overstep your authority. Wu Shi quickly stepped forward. Jinlian, leave the matter of earning money to me. Xuanlan responded, I agree. She helplessly closed her eyes. If we cannot help the household, we will volunteer to be punished. Notifications kept coming. Xuanlan's affection. 10. Xuanmai's affection 10. He was in total despair. Why are you all lowering my affection points just by talking? I can't let them continue. Thinking of this, Wu Shi let out a soft sigh. He declared coldly, stop arguing. In this house, what I say goes. I am the head of the family. He looked anxiously at Pan Jinlian, seeing her look so aggrieved. Is the affection point going to drop again? She smiled and replied, Dalang is right. This humble woman will obey you. She thought to herself, my man was so masculine just now. This is how the head of the family should look. Notification appeared. Pan Jinlian's affection plus. Initial beauty, talent reactivated. Not only that, Xuanlan and Xuanmai's affection plus 15, including the talent bonus. Wu Shi was speechless. Just like that, one shout and the affection goes back up, and it is a buy one get 2 deal. Are the queens of ancient girls really this unique? He continued to speak to the 2 of them. I saved you in such a rush that my thoughts were not thorough, and it is true I tarnished your reputations. But not many people know about this. Have you 2 thought it over? Do you really want to marry me? Both stammered. I do. Wu Shi felt very awkward. Perhaps Pan Jinlian making it hard for them just now made them hesitate, or maybe it is because of me. After all, I am currently both short and poor. A new mission appeared, triggered main quest, the sister's ambition. Mission requirement, help Xuanlan and Xuanmai successfully start a business. Achieve a daily income of 10 strings of cash equivalent to 10 taels of silver within 1 week. Reward, 20 attribute points and a rare recipe for the ancient world. Wu Shi was quite surprised. This time the penalty finally was not shrinking. He continued his calculations. 10 strings of cash is equal to 10 taels of silver, more than a normal family spends in a year. Wait, there is another thing that is the darling of the heavens when it comes to marketing. An idea immediately struck him. Recipes can be standardized, perfect for a chain. The creative space is large, and later when I successfully make glass by hand, the visual effect will be. Then it must be milk tea. Back when I was obsessed with Wu Yo, I researched how to make all kinds of milk tea. Wu Shi decided immediately, fine. Since you are willing, Wu Dalang will absolutely not fail you. From now on, I will teach you a trade that can earn money. In less than a week, you can earn 10 strings a day. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Xuan Mai found it hard to believe. 10 strings is enough for us to eat for a whole year. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Pan Jinlian added. 10 strings? Isn't that like 10,000 baked buns? Wu Shi said to his wives, you stay here and wait for a moment. You will believe it soon. And so, he went on a shopping spree for necessary supplies. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he started cooking. This time he decided to make taro green milk tea. Unable to buy tapioca starch, he had to use glutinous rice balls to replace the pearls. He ran back and forth in the kitchen. Next was refining brown sugar. Ancient brown sugar needed refining because of too many impurities, making potato balls, brewing tea, and boiling goat milk. After completing all preparations, he used reed stalks to make straws while waiting. Wu Shi carefully brewed the milk tea using bamboo cups. The green tea steeping time should not be too long, or it would become bitter. When the cup of tea was successfully made, he concluded, small tip, once the potato balls float, they must be immediately soaked in cold water. That is the secret to their chewiness. Pan Jinlian looked at Wu Shi's result in surprise. What is this? He said to everyone, each of you try a cup. Use this straw made from a reed to drink it. The three of them picked up the cups to taste the flavor. Pan Jinlian's face changed instantly. What an interesting way to drink tea. It feels like hundreds of transparent sugar butterflies are soaring from deep within my throat. The tea turns into a flowing Milky Way. The aroma of taro, milk, and tea combine into a whirlwind sweeping through my whole body. Dalang. I want more. Even Xuan Mai and Xuan Lan were surprised. The round pearls dancing on the tongue feel like riding the clouds and gliding on the wind. To think tea could harmonize so perfectly with goat milk, with the powerful impact of taro and pearls added in, both of them seemed very excited. So chewy, it is divine tea. After finishing a cup, Pan Jinlian fell into thought. She felt very surprised. Dalang milk tea is indeed delicious, but can we really earn 10 strings a day? He turned his head to look at them. You think so too? The two of them nodded. Wu Shi smiled and suggested, then let me explain how to earn 10 strings a day. But before that, let us do some math. Everyone listened in silence to his analysis. The cost for 1 cup of taro milk, tea, goat milk, 5 wen, tea 3 wen, taro and glutinous rice 2 wen, refined brown sugar 5 wen, specially made small bamboo cup 2 wen, reed straw 1 wen, firewood and labor 1 wen. Total, 19 wen. Pan Jinlian's face became worried. The cost is already 19 wen, while a regular bowl of tea only sells for 3 wen. Xuan Mai quickly asked, can this actually sell? Wu Shi's face became certain again. That is why we will price it at 100 wen. Xuan Lan could not believe her ears. 100 wen. Will anyone buy it? He laughed and replied, that is exactly what I am about to explain. He continued his analysis. First, the method of drinking. Others drink tea from bowls, while we use bamboo cups and straws. This was the way ancient literati drank, called sip and savor. Drinking is to appreciate elegance, to show grace and status. He thought to himself, this is knowledge I happened to read in the university library. Wu Shi's face became smug. Second, the flavor. The refined brown sugar has a taste like silk gliding over the tongue, adding to the elegance. Combined with my unique recipe, it is simply delicious. Not only that, third, promotion. I will use the celebrity effect to expand the product's popularity, combined with a scarcity marketing strategy. Doing this, success is guaranteed. Pan Jinlian seemed to ponder for a long time. Sir, what is this celebrity effect and scarcity marketing? Where is the celebrity, and what does selling have to do with hunger? I do not understand at all. Wu Shi pulled the three of them closer. Let me keep it a secret for now. In 3 days, you will know what celebrity effect and scarcity marketing are. I will give you the method for refining brown sugar, the floor plan for the shop, and 50 taels of silver. You help me get everything ready. We open in 3 days. Pan Jinlian's face looked a bit shy. Dalang, you are so naughty. The sisters are still here. He quickly gave each of them a kiss. It is fine. Second wife, third wife, everyone gets a kiss. If this succeeds, our good days are coming. When he left, everyone's faces were flushed with embarrassment. She suddenly asked a question. Dalang is truly becoming less serious by the day. Now there is only 1 bed in the house. How will 4 people sleep? Should we buy another bed first? Wu Shi quickly made his way to the Seaman Manor. Currently, wanting to open a chain of milk tea shops is beyond his financial and physical capabilities. First, he must try to build a flagship store to serve as a foundation for the future. He already had a plan in mind. To sell at 100 wen, the celebrity effect is indispensable, and that celebrity is right here, the famous noble lady of Yanggu County, Wu Yuanyang. He did not hesitate to reach out and knock on the door. Wu Yuanyang's maid, Xiao Yu, opened the door. May I ask who you are looking for, sir? Wu Shi replied. Please pass word that I am Wu Shi, the doctor invited by Madame Wu. Hearing this, she nodded in understanding. I heard the first mistress mention it. Since you are Madame's guest, please follow me. While passing through the Zeman Manor's vineyard, Wu Shi suddenly noticed the eldest daughter. As soon as he saw her, he chuckled and called out a greeting. Xiao Yu quickly warned, don't call out randomly, this is our eldest miss. He reacted with a start. So, it is Zimen Qing's daughter, Zimen Daje. She looks so much like Xiao Yue. A notification suddenly appeared, epic adventure mission refreshed, rewrite the Zeman Manor. Raise the affection of Wu Yuanyang, Li Qiaoer, Meng Yulu, Sun Shui, Pan Jinlian, Li Ping'er, and Zimen Daje to 100. Reward 100 attribute points. Incentive task, after successfully rewriting the original work, discuss the origin of life, with Pan Jinlian, Li Ping'er, and Pang Chunmei in the vineyard. Completion will unlock the item shop. His eyes lit up. 100 points, and it unlocks the shop. I must do this mission, Xiao Yu reminded him with annoyance. Dr. Wu, why are you just standing there in a daze? Hurry up. Madam must be anxious. She thought irritably to herself, men are all the same. They can't stand straight when they see a beauty. Wu Shi could only leave, still looking back lingeringly at the eldest miss. Her face looked a bit shy as she avoided his gaze. Xiao Yu called out, Madam is inside burning incense and praying. Doctor, please wait here while I go inform her. Wu Shi thought to himself. Perhaps Zimen Qing's coldness makes her feel insecure. He placed his hope in the deities. Good, this is my best breakthrough point. She called out, Dr. Wu is here. I know, let him in. A voice rang from inside. Madam, Wu Shi stepped inside. Wu Yuanyang was surprised. Dr. Wu has arrived. He calmly reminded her, Madam, please remove all your clothing. Wu Shi will perform acupuncture for you. She turned her head to look at him in surprise. He continued to hold up the needle in his hand for her to see. Wu Yuanyang looked at him angrily. How dare you be so rude? Wu Shi pulled out a black blindfold. Acupuncture naturally requires removing clothes to insert the needles, but please rest assured, Madam, I will blindfold myself. After a moment's thought, she agreed. Very well. I know the Mr.'s medical methods are very special and require sincere interaction for treatment. But I am a married woman after all. I cannot be like the two sisters Chunmei and Xuanlan. He suddenly held the blindfold toward Wu Yuanyang, making her startled. The pitch-black darkness made her even more anxious. Wu Shi chuckled and announced, the eyes are covered. Madam may remove her clothes. She was a bit confused. But why blindfold me? System notification appeared, charisma plus 30 points. Skill, eloquence. Martial power combat, swordsmanship, archery, intelligence medicine, cuisine, commerce, strategy, mechanical invention, charisma persuasion, attraction to same opposite sex, physique athleticism, stamina, resistance, luck chance, success rate. Remaining attribute points 55, smiled smugly. By covering Madam's eyes, you will not have to face the doctor directly. You can temporarily forget your status and the shackles of traditional codes. Only then can the mind fully relax. This is the blindfold spirit soothe method. Hearing this, Wu Yuanyang wanted to say more. This is not proper etiquette. He asked a question. The way of the doctor lies in harmonizing yin and yang and dispelling evil illness. Etiquette is merely a worldly shackle. Does Madame Wu think I am a lecherous man? She quickly explained. The divine doctor did not hesitate to bet his life to save people. I naturally trust your character. However, she was very conflicted. Last time when he saved someone, facing the naked body of a young girl in her prime, he did not have even half a thought of improper behavior. Furthermore, such medical skills are rare in this world. Perhaps he truly is an immortal descended to earth, transcending worldly passions. In his eyes, there is no longer a distinction between male and female. She nodded and agreed. Very well then, Wu Yuanyang slowly removed her clothes. Right now, although I am the first wife, because Zimen Qing shuns me, my status in the house is increasingly threatened. I must quickly cure this strange odor and consummate the marriage soon. If I have a son and a daughter, I will have someone to rely on. She became even more fearful. If something happens to my father, Zimen Qing will surely abandon me and marry someone else. And so, Wu Yuanyang lay still on the bed with a red face. Wu Shi slowly informed her. My needle is a bit large. Madam, please bear with it for a bit. He held the needle high in the air. Green seed tied needle Zhongwen point. He inserted the needle into a point, making Wu Yuanyang extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, Wu Shi announced, it is not over yet. He thought, Guoji point, Tianshu point. The needle quickly dove deep into Wu Yuanyang's body. While she was still uncomfortable, Wu Shi explained, the whole body's meridians are now cleared. She nodded in understanding. It hurts so much, yet it feels so pleasant. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Hey, is anyone in there? Wu Yuanyang was terrified and quickly pulled the blanket over herself. Zimen Qing. He angrily opened the door. Why are you so slow today? It is so hot. Why are you wrapped in a blanket? Her whole body began to tremble. I I have a fever. Wu Shi crawled inside the blanket, unable to breathe. He suddenly noticed something, a faint scent of musk. He hurriedly raised his head. I am going to die. Let me breathe for a bit. His actions made Wu Yuanying even more embarrassed. Zimen Qing looked at her with disgust. What is it now? She tremblingly covered her mouth. Suddenly, a slight stomachache. He sighed softly and turned to leave. Fine. I will be brief. I have to go out recently to import a batch of medicinal materials. I will be gone for half a month. Household matters have been handed over to Dai Jie and the second wife Li Chaoer. You just stay quietly in the house and do not meet that nun surnamed Xie again. After speaking, he turned and left. This face like a bronze basin is even more foul today. Just standing there makes one want to vomit. Sooner or later, I will dump her. Seeing him gone, Wu Yuanyang finally relaxed. She quickly pushed the blanket off her body. Wu Shi saw the clear blue sky before his eyes. Wu Yuanyang suddenly slapped his face. Her tone became aggrieved. What should I do? What am I doing? She was still struggling when Wu Shi stopped her. Don't hit me anymore, he reminded her coldly. Zimen Qing is not a kind man. You will not find happiness with him. Sooner or later, he will abandon you. She angrily reproached him. Divine Dr. Wu, please speak carefully. How my husband treats me is for me to judge. Do not try to drive a wedge between us, he asked her in surprise. How does he treat you? Yuanyang, you are a smart person. Why deceive yourself? Can you really not see it? Wu Shi spoke even more eloquently. The whole Yanggu County knows him. Zimen Qing spends all day embracing Li Guijie, showing off arrogantly in the streets. Zimen Qing even bragged, that wife of mine knows nothing but burning incense and worshipping gods useless. In her past life, she must have been a fox spirit reincarnated. Her whole body reeks of fox odor. Just getting close makes me want to puke. Li Guijie laughed teasingly. No wonder Master Zimen stays overnight at Lexuan Pavilion every day. Seeing her whole body tremble, Wu Shi felt a bit of regret. Has she been shocked into a daze? Just then, Wu Yuanyang suddenly sat up. He was startled and reminded her, Madam Wu, stay calm. System notification, Wu Yuanyang's affection for Wu Shi plus 15 including talent bonus. Current affection. 65. Received 20 trust attribute points, and 1 fixed affection point. Total attribute points remaining. 76. Wu Yuanyang looked at him in despair. Divine Doctor, do you see me as a fox? He smiled and remarked, Madam is even more beautiful than Daji. He thought to himself, girls need to be coaxed a bit, especially in ancient times. This trick should be very effective. She suddenly rushed forward and kissed him. Thank you, but tears of helplessness fell from her face. She recalled Zimen Qing's words, face like a silver platter, eyes like almonds, yet the whole body stinks beyond endurance. If it were not for her having a good father, why would I marry her? I will definitely abandon her later. Wu Shi was a bit flustered. This time I am really going to suffocate. Wu Yuanyang quickly pinned him down. Master Wu, Yuanyang will help you massage. She looked at him tremblingly. I only want to be your fox vixen. He did not think much and agreed. Since little Yuanyang has made up her mind, I, Wu Shi, am not one to fear trouble. He knew clearly, in his heart, Zimen Qing, the offensive and defensive positions have flipped. This time, Wu Shi was the one to attack first. He used the spear out like a dragon to attack. Inside the room, the two were still engaged in their intimate play. Wu Shi used the medical method, a total of 3 times. System notification, Wu Yuanyang's affection, plus 15. Including talent bonus. Wu Yuanyang's affection has reached 100. He lay down on the bed tiredly. Halftime break. He thought, last night I interacted with Jinlian 7 times, and today I have treated Yuanyang 3 more times. I am about to die. Wu Yuanyang moved closer and whispered. Yuanyang still wants to continue learning massage with Dalang. Wu Shi nodded and replied, no rush. We will continue the next round later. He whispered in her ear, now that you are my woman, I do not want you to stay in the Zimen manor anymore. Why not use illness as an excuse to go back to your father's house? He had calculated everything. He originally intended to convince her to go back to her father's after curing her, then find a way to bring down Zimen Qing and take her back. She nodded and replied, Master Wu loves Yuanyang, and Yuanyang understands. But Yuanyang wants to completely sever ties with that Zimen Qing. She continued to explain, right now Zimen Qing has to go out for half a month. During this time, I will find the black ledgers of his bribery of officials, tax evasion, and silver fraud. After that, even if I divorce him, he won't dare to stop me. He might even have to give me a large sum of money. Wu Shi understood. Zimen Qing was not that easy to deal with. But finding the black ledgers would benefit him too. He could use this evidence of crimes to make Zimen Qing wary, and lure him into his trap. He felt worried. Will you be in danger doing that? Wu Yuanyang shook her head. No. I brought several confidants from my home, and just now that little maid also knows some martial arts. I also followed my father and learned a bit of martial arts, since I was young. It was only because of this scent that it was inconvenient to practice much. Wu Shi gently kissed her. I did not expect Yuanyang to know martial arts. In a few days, I will make some small self-defense items for you. Oh right, there is one more thing I want to ask of you. He stated his intention. I plan to open a tea house with the grand opening in 3 days. When the time comes, you just need to bring the prestigious and influential noble ladies of the county to support our shop. Wu Yuanying obediently complied. All right, in 3 days. I understand. She blushed as she looked at him. Sir, for now, you do not need to continue curing my ailment. This scent has actually become my protection. Later, when I am by your side, we can cure it slowly. Wu Shi nodded understandingly. Fine, but regardless of whether it works or not, you must return to your father's house before Simen Ching comes back. Wu Yuanyang hugged Wu Shi tightly. I will follow your every command, sir. Wu Shi quickly checked Wu Yuanyang's info panel. 4 sessions of drizzling rain. Estate protection, unlocked when affection reaches 100, allows the host to sense in advance any schemes by external forces attempting to seize Wu Shi's property. Inner court iron triangle unlocked when the affection of Wu Yuanyang, Meng Yulu, and Sun Shui all reach above 90. During a family business crisis, it can successfully protect 50% of assets. For example, if a merchant caravan is robbed, half of the goods will be preserved. He seemed to understand. These are all business-related skills. I must store grain and train soldiers first to be well prepared for the eventual southern invasion. The scene shifted to the Wu family tea house. Wu Shi was inside the kitchen brewing milk tea. Whispers broke out among the crowd. What is that smell? It is so fragrant. Stop pushing. Let me see, he announced to everyone. Our shop is newly opened. You can try the drinks. Free samples. Everyone was surprised. Is this a scam? A man did not forget to warn others. Don't drink it, they will probably force us to pay later. Wu Shi thought to himself. It seems the concept of free samples is not common in ancient times. Another person commented, a cup of milk tea for 100 wen, that is a total rip-off. They continued to criticize, are you robbing us? 100 WN for a cup of milk tea, you are crazy. Wu Dalang, you should just stick to selling baked buns properly. You can't handle this kind of fraudulent business. Everyone left. No one was willing to buy Wu Shi's milk tea. Pang Chunmei felt extremely worried. Sister, I told you it was too expensive. Xuanlan suggested helplessly. It has been so long and we have not sold a single cup. Perhaps the only way is to lower the price. After a moment of thought, Pan Jinlian stepped forward and said to him, Dalang, I also think what Sister Xuanlan said makes sense, but Wu Shi comforted them. Don't worry, the best part of the show is yet to come. Just then, a luxurious sedan chair caught everyone's attention. As soon as she stepped out, Wu Yuanyang announced, Dalang, we have arrived. Whispers erupted. Look, is not that the style of Master Zimen's household? Could the one who just got out be the first lady of the Zimen manor? Wu Yuanyang, didn't you hear the maid call her first lady? It must be her. Another person suddenly remembered. I heard her father is a Qianhu, a rank 5 official. She is a lady from a legitimate official family. Wu Yuanyang walked to Wu Shi's shop front. Shopkeeper, give me a cup. She leaned close to him. Wu Yuanying usually wore a veiled hat whenever she went out, so most people did not recognize her face. He handed her a cup of milk tea. Alright, taro milk tea number 1. Please enjoy it slowly, customer. She quickly tasted the flavor. This is sip and savor. Such an elegant way to drink. Her expression suddenly turned to one of delight. This flavor. The tea aroma is deep, and the creamy milk tea taste lingers. Especially these taro pearls. They are so chewy and interesting. Wu Yuanying felt very surprised. This. Could it be the jade dew dumplings of the immortals? This was the first time she had tasted such a delicacy. The surrounding crowd was captivated by the scene. Even the first lady of the Zeman household, who has tasted everything, is praising it to that extent. Just how good is this tea? Quickly, go report to our madam. She loves gourmet food most. If we are late, we will surely be punished. I must also go tell our eldest miss. Less than a stick of incense. Later, everyone rushed to Wu Shi's milk tea shop. Shopkeeper, give me a cup of that Nailu thing too. Upon the first taste, the young ladies were incredibly surprised. It is so delicious. They vied to buy it. I want another cup. Me too. Pang Chunmei laughed and chatted. Luckily we listened to sister. Our good days are coming. Xuanlan replied. A man who can make a lamp without fire and cure stomach pain. How could he be an ordinary person? Our husband must be an immortal star reincarnated on earth. Wu Shi brought milk tea to everyone. Everyone line up properly, row by row, so more people can taste our milk tea. Today, each person can only buy a maximum of 2 cups. He thought smugly to himself. Today's mission is to expand popularity and let more people enjoy our milk tea. Seeing the commotion, Hua Zixu quickly stepped forward. Move aside. What kind of tea costs 100 won? Let this young master have a taste. He quickly offered a price. I will pay 500 wen. Let this young master taste it first. Wu Shi gave him a nudge. Gentlemen, please wait in line. He suddenly recognized him. It is you. You little midget. Ow, that hurts. Wu Shi warned Hua Zixu, if you dare cause trouble, I do not mind giving you another lesson. Seeing this, Wu Yuanyang unexpectedly spoke up. Young Master Hua, everyone present is a person of standing in Yanggu County. Do not make a fool of yourself and tarnish the reputation of the Hua family. The crowd around them also criticized him. That is right, your Hua family has money, but our families are not lacking either. I heard the one who truly holds power in your Hua house is Li Ping'er. Do not stand here and be a laughingstock. Hua Zixu had no choice but to obey Wu Shi. Fine, if I have to line up, I will. If it is not good, I will immediately report you to the county office for fraud and smash this pathetic shop of yours. While standing in line, he was still calculating. Just wait, you little midget. Even if it is good, I will say it tastes like dog crap. I am definitely smashing this shop. Hua Zixu held the cup and gulped it all down in one breath. Wu Shi appeared behind him out of nowhere and asked, is it good? Hua Zixu's face turned pale as he replied, it is good. Suddenly, he covered his mouth, telling himself, I should not have said that. Hua Zixu gradually fell into a state of bliss. I can't help it. The chewiness and elasticity of these pearls combined with this elegant, otherworldly tea is truly superb. He began to enjoy and praise it. So delicious. After blurting out the praise, he suddenly realized where he was as everyone around him burst into laughter. Ashamed, he immediately left as fast as he could. That evening Pang Chunmei and Xuanlan happily counted the money. We made 4 strings today. Pan Jinlian also smiled with happiness. Dalang, this is much more profitable than selling buns. He held a sign that said only 200 cups sold daily. He walked in and chuckled, this is just the beginning. Wu Shi mounted the sign onto the shop stall. With a determined mindset, he said sternly, just wait until tomorrow. When I say a daily income of 10 strings, it will be 10 strings. Pan Jinlian coquettishly pulled his arm. Now our Wu family is about to become wealthy. Tonight Dalang must be a bit more diligent so that the Wu family will have many descendants and prosper for a long time. Hearing this, Pang Chunmei and Xuanlan also crowded in, shyly adding, we also want the Wu family to flourish. Wu Shi sweated and dodged, everyone worked hard today. We still have to open the shop tomorrow. They would not let go, crowding in and pleading. No, sir, I want you. A burning killing intent appeared between the three. The eldest son of the Wu family must be mine. He finally agreed to avoid trouble. All right, I understand. But there is only one chance tonight. He groaned in his heart, 11 times already this week. If I do not get some supplements, I will be dead before the Jin people even march south. They turned away excitedly. Then we will go prepare first and wait for you, sir. Wu Shi helplessly scratched his head in admiration. No wonder emperors in the past had short lives. I must find a way to research medicine for kidney nourishment and essence consolidation. Depletion level, 80%. Inside the bedroom, the atmosphere was thick with affection. The 3 beauties had dressed seductively and were waiting for him. Xuanlan invited. Come here quickly, sir. Wu Shi pulled out a spear from somewhere and attacked. Peng Zhu's spearplay strike. The spear was quickly clamped tight by Pan Jinlian's legs. He was not discouraged at all, swinging the spear and praising her. Well done, today Jinlian is getting more and more intense. Wu Shi thrust the spear forward again. Xuanlan enjoyed it thoroughly. Affection plus 30. Attributes plus 3 and plus 20. Pang Chunmei was also delighted. Affection plus 30. Outside, the rain began to fall. They were still playing happily. Pan Jinlian urged, my, Xuanlan was startled and quickly replied, oh, all right. The next second she performed a handstand. Wu Shi was speechless and asked, Xuanlan, what are you doing? She replied boldly to make sure nothing goes to waste. On the other side, Pan Jinlian seemed unhappy and let out a cold snort. Seeing this, Wu Shi suddenly understood. So that is how it is. Ancient women had to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. A concubine without an heir had an even more precarious status and could even be sold. No wonder Xuanlan was so anxious. In this era, perhaps he could not change grand history, but he could improve their lives and elevate their medical, entertainment, and welfare conditions. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. As soon as Xuanlan opened the door, she cried out in shock, sir, come here and look. The scene before them was a long line of people waiting in front of the shop. It was so long it stretched to the city gates, people everywhere. Wu Shi was smug. Just as I predicted. Remember what I told you. The 3 of them replied in unison, scarcity marketing. At that moment, in a small corner of the city, a figure peeked out with jealousy. That damn midget. I will definitely steal all your women for myself. Hua Zixu clenched his fists in hateful determination. Somewhere else, the wind blew a small bell, making it tinkle. A beautiful girl was panting heavily with exhaustion. Li Ping'er lay on the bed wondering, my whole body is burning. Is it typhoid fever? Her face was flushed, and she kept moaning. It is so hot. Her whole body felt as if it were being struck by electricity. Li Ping'er hugged herself and cried out in satisfaction. Hearing the cry, Hua Zixu called out from outside, Li Ping'er, I have something to ask of you. He whispered his conditions. Just help me finish this task, and I will immediately divorce you and give you half the estate. Li Ping'er only gave a slight laugh and did not respond. Outside, Hua Zixu knelt at the door, constantly plotting. Once I get the recipe and the business of that 3-inch midget, the beauties in his shop will all be mine. As for Leipinger, you can just take the divorce letter and get lost. She walked out of the room with her arms crossed. You and I have nothing between us, but we are husband and wife in name after all. Why are you kneeling like this? Stand up and talk. He replied excitedly, all right. Hua Zixu presented seriously, I told you, a new Wu family tea house has opened in the city, and their business is booming to a bizarre degree. He whispered. In Yanggu County, anyone with even a little money, even people from neighboring counties are flocking there to line up. She gradually became interested and asked further, that is quite interesting. And then, Hua Zixu took the opportunity to continue, with business that crowded, they will surely need to hire more people. With your intelligence, you can infiltrate and steal the recipe. Then, using the Hua family's resources, we will open an even better tea shop and crush them so they have to go back to hard labor. Leipinger snorted coldly, of course. Later, she turned around. I will handle this myself. Once it is done, do not forget your promise. He was cordial, of course. Hua Zixu's heart blossomed with joy. My uncle always said I was stupid. How could a stupid person come up with such a brilliant plan? The clever scheme of young Master Hua will settle the world in a single move. Suddenly he paused, his head filled with question marks. How did that next line go again? At that moment, on Wu Shi's side, he cupped his hands respectfully. All 200 cups are sold out. Thank you all for your support. We will open new shops and release new products in the future. Wu Shi launched a perfect campaign. Today, everyone present can receive this card. From now on, every time you buy a cup, you will get a red dot. Collect 4 red dots, and you will get a cup for free. The crowd below responded in unison. Dalang is so good, so generous, I just came for a drink. Who knew there'd be such a surprise? From now on, I am only drinking tea from your shop. Xuanlan quickly handed out cards. Madam Li, here is your card. Madam Gongsun, here is yours. They asked in bewilderment, how do you know us? She replied gently, at the Lantern Festival. You 2 ladies once brought your sons to buy lanterns from me. The 2 ladies laughed in surprise. You remember us, after meeting only once, you have quite a good memory, young lady. Nearby, old woman Wang sat with her chin in her hand, eating melon seeds and snorting coldly. Is Wu Dalang's tea really that good, or did he put some sleeping potion in it? Pang Chunmei and Pan Jinlian politely received the guests. Thank you all. Thank you all. When it came time to total the money, they gasped in shock. 200 cups means 20,000 wen. 1 cup costs 19 wen, so the total cost is 3,800 wen. Then calculating the profit, subtracting 3,800 wen, we earned 16,200 wen today. Pang Chunmei was beyond shock. She joyfully hugged Xuanlan beside her. Sister, we made 16 strings today. 16 strings, Xuanlan replied softly. Wu Shi was also happy, thinking to himself, this Pang Chunmei is quite good at mental math. She calculated the profit instantly. I must train her well in the future. He felt like jumping for joy. So strong, one glance and she remembers. She calculates like a machine. Suddenly, Pan Jinlian came over and leaned against him. Dalang, tonight, I want to learn Pang Zu's spearplay. Hearing this, Pang Chunmei and Xuanlan immediately looked over in anger. They quickly rushed toward Wu Shi. Sir, we want to as well. Pan Jinlian immediately stood in front of them. By what right do you compete with me? Only the child born of me can be called the legitimate son. Even if you give birth first, they will only be sons of a concubine. Pang Chunmei stepped up, face to face with her. Not necessarily. What if someone has a bad stomach? Pan Jinlian began to get angry. She rolled up her sleeves. You little brat, today I must give you a taste of the household rules. 668. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Master Wu's house is quite lively. A familiar figure walked straight in with ease. Leipinger looked at the scene and evaluated silently. This 3-inch midget actually has 3 beautiful wives. No wonder Hua Zixu is pleading with me. These 3 women all want to get pregnant. I fear the 3-inch man has the will but not the stamina. Pang Chunmei stuck her head out the door and asked, who are you looking for, miss? The milk tea in our shop is all sold out. If you want to buy some, come back tomorrow. Leipinger continued, we did not come here to drink tea. She acted shyly, pretending to sob. My name is Li Shiner. Actually, I was kicked out by my husband's family because I offended my mother-in-law. I have no one to turn to. I heard Master Wu's tea house just opened and thought you might need help, so I came to try my luck. Leipinger acted convincingly. I have admired Master Wu for a long time. Please, have mercy and take me in. I am very quick with my hands and feet. Wu Shi had seen through it all and could not help but praise her silently. You are really making it hard for yourself. With an affection score of 20, you still act so well. The system appeared, current affection, 20, he smirked with a scheme. Since you have delivered yourself to my door, do not even think about leaving. Wu Shi leaned close to Pan Jinlian and instructed business in the shop is indeed too busy. We need another helper. So, you can stay. Jinlian, you go arrange her tasks. She approached and warmly guided her. Sister, do not cry anymore. Since you are in a desperate situation with no one to turn to, just stay here for now. I will clean up the empty room downstairs and have someone bring over a bed and bedding. Li Ping'er was polite. I trouble Madame Wu then. Soon it was late at night. Ambiguous sounds from upstairs woke Li Ping'er. The continuous sounds echoed in her ears. Li Ping'er irritably pulled the blanket over her head and covered her ears. It has been 2 hours already, are they going to let people sleep or not? She complained helplessly. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Upstairs at that moment was a passionate scene. While practicing, Wu Shi reflected on his scheme. The books say that Li Ping'er was lonely for many years and her desires were never satisfied. If I show off a bit of strength appropriately, perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Soon it was the next morning. Wu Shi took a stroll around the market. I have many milk tea recipes here. If Li Ping'er wants to steal the taro green milk tea, let her. When she thinks she can surpass me, I will release even more new products and slap her right in the face. Maybe I can even harvest more affection points. Suddenly, he reconsidered. But as the business grows larger, I must have the government as a backer. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. Wu Shi was now standing before the main gate of the Yanggu County office. He nimbly bribed the guard at the door with 2 taels of silver. Trouble you, little brother, to pass word that Wu Shi from the Wu family tea house seeks an audience with Magistrate Gong Sun. The boy smiled warmly as he took it. Manager Wu is too kind. Please wait a moment. I will go right away. Wu Shi was smug. In ancient times, everything required silver to clear the path. That was the unwritten rule. Song Jiang could do both legal and illegal work without obstacles, not because of his nickname Timely Rain, but because of his thorough and practical spending of money. While waiting, he calculated. Magistrate Gongsun Yuan, after hearing that Wu Song killed Zi Menqing, was deeply sympathetic to Wu Song's situation and, under pressure, commuted Wu Song's death sentence to exile. This might be a person worth befriending closely. The guard from earlier came out and said politely, Manager Wu, Master Gongsun invites you. Follow me through the back door. Upon entering, Wu Shi bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master Gongsun. Gongsun Yuan, who was reading a report, replied briefly, at ease. He praised him. Well done, Wu Shi. Your tea house is crowded every day, forcing me to arrange guards to keep order. We are practically working for you. Tell me, what should I do about it? Hearing this, Wu Shi stated his plan. I would not dare trouble the masters. Currently, my small business profit is not much, so I cannot repay you yet, but I have a plan that can make Yanggu County wealthy. Gongsun Yung became interested and asked. Oh, what plan? Speak up. He replied briefly, that would be the Yanggu Big Three. Wu Shi introduced his best sellers, milk tea, pastries, and stewed pot. He stroked his beard and thought. Milk tea, pastries, stewed pot. Sounds ordinary. Tell me more. He presented seriously. Master, our Yanggu lies at a key triangular position between the great capital Dongjing and Qingzhou. Merchants only stop to rest their feet, but their silver does not stay in the county. Gongsun Yuan snorted. Who does not know that? I have been in office here for 3 years, and taxes have only increased by 1/10. Wu Shi held up 3 fingers as a metaphor. Don't worry, master. Listen to my analysis of 3 reasons why Yanggu is not sticking. First, it does not stick to the wealth transportation gambling. Second, it does not stick to official routes. Third, it does not stick to famous specialties. He pointed out clearly, targeting these 3, I have established the Big 3 strategy. First, sky-high priced milk tea to attract interest and spark curiosity among merchants, so they come to our Yanggu. Wu Shi placed a very attractive tray of pastries on the table. Second, pastries. This is the walnut cake I made. Please taste it. Master. Gongsun Yuan looked at the plate of pastries in shock. Walnut cake. He took a bite of the cake. Suddenly, Gongsun Yuan's pupils dilated. He jumped up with joy. At this moment, it is as if I am standing in a walnut forest in autumn. The crunchiness explodes between my teeth, and the rich walnut aroma blends with the sweet, buttery taste, turning into a stream of warmth straight to the brain. Gongsun Yuan could not help but marvel. The walnut scent, the crunchiness of the cake. Those 2 things could actually combine so perfectly. Such a delicious taste can only be found in heaven. He hugged the cake to his chest, inhaling its aroma. Seeing his expression, Wu Shi asked curiously, does master think this cake can be considered a specialty of our Yanggu? Gongsun Yuan slammed the table with a thud. Approved. Excellent. It is a perfect fit. Quickly, tell me the last item of the 3. The stewed pot. He smiled brightly. Then I must borrow master's kitchen for a bit. Suddenly, a young lady walked in gracefully and asked in a cold voice, Manager Wu wants to use our kitchen. Have you asked this young lady yet? Seeing this, Gongsun Yuan introduced her. This is my daughter, Gongsun Wan. Since she was young, she has loved reading the Kuemen Shu and is quite knowledgeable about cooking. Wu Shi greeted politely, greetings, Miss Gongsun. She added, Father often praises Manager Wu's milk tea as the finest product of Yanggu. Gongsun Wan asked curiously, I just do not know just how far Manager Wu's cooking skills actually go. Do you dare to have a match with me? He thought happily to himself. It is here, just in time to test the entire recipe notebook gifted by the system. Gongsun Yuan reminded her unhappily. Wan stop playing. I have official business. She complained. Father, I heard you say I decide all household cooking matters. Why are you changing your word? Wu Shi invited her, as a guest follows the host. Since Miss Gongsun wants to compete, it would be impolite for me to refuse. They officially declared war. Gongsun Wan crossed her arms. What a coincidence. Manager Wu wants to make a stewed pot. Right, a few days ago, a farmer brought 2 fat, healthy fresh carps. After a few days, they are less fresh. How about you and I use Haofu stewed fish head as the topic for our competition? He accepted the challenge. Alright, as the lady says, stepping into the kitchen, Wu Shi marveled in surprise. Today is truly eye-opening. To see the lady arrange the kitchen so thoroughly even a tavern would find it hard to match. Gongsun Wan was smug. Of course. Managing a kitchen is like managing a field. Sharp tools and exquisite ingredients are merely the foundation. He smirked and thought to himself, managing a kitchen is like managing a field. How true. But sorry, the final winner of this match is destined to be me. Wu Shi was feeling smug as the match began. Gongsun Wan gave a slight smile and started. She began chopping the fish decisively, the process already mapped out in her mind. Take 2 pieces of soft tofu, prep and clean the fish head, and remove any traces of blood. Gongsun Wan added the ingredients, using ginger, cornelian cherry, and rice wine to neutralize the fishy smell. Then she took a jar of wine, poured it in to blend the flavors, and added precious peppercorns to enhance the aroma. Manager Wu, you are bound to lose. Seeing her working so hard, he chuckled softly. Not bad. Then Wu Shi began his main task. I must also show my full skill. Deodorizing in 3 steps. Step 1. Soak in salt water. The blood and slime of the fish head are major sources of the fishy smell. Soaking in diluted salt water extracts them better than just washing. This method is called physical deodorization. The fish head was soaked for a period, allowing the blood and fluids to seep out. Suddenly, Gongsun Wan ran over from the other side. What is this? Wu Shi continued processing. Step 2. Marinate with ginger and scallion water. Using the essence gives it stronger permeability, flavoring the ingredients from the start. Then he brought out a jar of cloudy wine. Rice wine may be expensive, but in cooking, the most expensive ingredient is not always the best. Wu Shi turned to tease her. I saw that the young lady just secretly used rare white pepper. He began to show off some flashy moves. You must also know how to coordinate. The principle of using alcohol to remove fishy smells relies on ethanol and acids. Cloudy wine contains more organic acids. Combined with the characteristic aroma of perilla leaves, the effect of deodorizing and flavor enhancement doubles while the cost is lower. This is step 3, chemical deodorization. These 3 consecutive strikes officially overwhelmed Gongsun Wan, physics, ingredient essence, and chemistry. Wu Shi heated the wok, added lard, and simultaneously patted the fish head dry. Holding the fish head in his hand, he smiled slightly. There is a saying, if the water is not dry before it hits the pan, it will definitely splatter. Gongsun Wan hurriedly stopped him. Wait, lard is greasy and heavy flavored. It conflicts with the fresh, light taste of the fish. Aren't you ruining the ingredients? The fish head was now dry. Wu Shi explained with a smile. Usually, that is true, but today I will use lard to turn a disaster into a miracle. He placed the fish into the hot lard. She could not stand it and jumped up. What are you doing? Shouldn't you just put it in the pot with tofu to stew? You are wasting ingredients. Gongsun Wan's favorability 10, current favorability 5. Gongsun Yuan, who was watching, also hurried to intervene. Manager Wu, lard is fine for frying cakes, but for frying fish, the fishy smell won't be covered at all. Wu Shi was extremely smug. Then you have underestimated my 3-step deodorizing process. The moment to witness a miracle is coming. He moved to the next step. The fish head was fried golden brown, then he poured in boiling water. The water and fish blended together, creating an irresistibly attractive color. Gongsun Wan felt like she was struck by lightning. The soup actually turned ivory white, like milk curd. Wu Shi stood proudly at the peak. If I call your name, Gongsun Wan, do you dare to answer me? The aroma gradually wafted everywhere, and she could only surrender to it. It felt like she was sinking into a pot of fish soup. Next, he poured oil into the pan and added the tofu. Then he used high heat until the fish was tender. Once finished, Wu Shi covered the lid. Gongsun Wan was unwilling to give up. My cooking follows ancient methods, integrating the strengths of my predecessors. I cannot be bewitched by him. I must believe in myself. On this side, Wu Shi's dish began to boil, the fragrance spreading in all directions. She looked over in shock. What is this? This scent is just too fragrant. Gongsun Wan could not help but turn her head, reciting the recipe in her mind, soaking in salt water, frying with lard, rinsing with boiling water, then simmering slowly. Every step went against common logic. After a while, the dish was finally ready. He lifted the lid. Done. A pot of tempting fish head and tofu stew, golden, bright, and incredibly aromatic. On Gongsun Wan's side, she also finished. I am also done. The 2 dishes were brought up. The main judge was Gong Sun Yuan. He tasted each one. Then let me be the judge. The first bowl was Gong Sun Wan's. He evaluated it honestly. This bowl of soup by Wanner was prepared according to ancient methods. The taste is fresh and elegant. The heat control is precise. Very delicious. Then came the second bowl. Let me taste Manager Wu's. With just one sip, Gong Sun Yuan's whole body jolted in surprise. He felt as if he were one with the soup, praising it incessantly, and even composing a poem. I am like a small fish, swimming in your lotus pond, just to keep watch over that pure white moon with you. Gong Sun Yuan did not want to put down the spoon. A delicacy of the mortal world. He slammed the table in excitement. Brother Wu, this fish head and tofu stew of yours has perfectly integrated the essence of the fish head. Everything melts into this snow-white soup. Divine skill, truly a skill of the gods. Gong Sun Wan looked at the dish in bewilderment, wondering how could it be praised so highly by father. She closed her eyes and took a bite. Its exquisite flavor made Gong Sun Wan feel like she was floating. So delicious. Once again, she was immersed in the pure white soup. A monster of a soup. Gong Sun Wan cried out in panic, "Don't come over here." Her whole body felt as if it were being enveloped by water droplets. Those droplets seeped into her body. The dish was so delicious that Gong Sun Wan automatically surrendered. The rich fish broth has enveloped my entire body. I have lost. It is incredibly tasty. She knelt, accepting the truth. I have lost. Mr. Wu used only 3 steps to completely remove the fishy smell, and boiling water turned the broth as white as milk. The greatest truths are actually very simple. Gong Sun Wan admitted helplessly. Wanner loses wholeheartedly. Seeing this, Wu Shi hurriedly explained, "Winning today was a stroke of luck, not because my cooking skills are superior to yours, young lady. It is simply because I understand that lard and fish head undergo the Maillard reaction under high heat. The combination of the 2 enhances emulsification efficiency, which is why the soup is so fragrant and rich." She asked blankly, Maillard reaction, emulsification efficiency. The system popped up. She does not understand but thinks it is very impressive. Due to admiration for your profound knowledge, favorability, and disparity a 40%. Remaining attribute points, 254. Gong Sun Yuan stepped forward and cleared his throat. I have let Brother Wu see something embarrassing. Next, let us return to continue discussing the matter of the Yanggu trio. He replied loudly, "Understood." Back in the study, Wu Shi continued his presentation. As you have seen, my lord, my method of cooking this stew is extremely simple. Most people can learn 70 to 80% of it. If the county magistrate could open a training center for Yanggu stew where I teach some basic stewing methods, anyone who masters it will be given a plaque by the Yamen to open a Yanggu stew shop. Gong Sun Yuan stroked his beard and thought. Brother Wu, you can just call me Big Brother from now on. I can handle the training center, but how can we make our Yanggu rich? He smiled and explained further. Once they finish learning the stew, we will create a street dedicated to it. Naming it Ying Chun Street. It implies Yanggu is welcoming a new spring in terms of commerce. Merchants attracted by the tea soup will drink tea and buy peach cakes. Won't they also stop by Ying Chun Street to try our stew? He burst into laughter. You little rascal. Wu Shi chuckled. Once the Yanggu fish head and tofu stew gains a reputation, we will start building a narrative. For example, that Yanggu fish are selected from Yellow River fingerlings, with firm meat and a fresh taste, and that everyday people are assigned to massage the fish and play the flute for them. His scheme was fully revealed as he argued persuasively, and as for why the Yanggu stew is so delicious, naturally, it is because of the Yanggu tofu, lard, and Yanggu wine. Everything is top quality. That way, the local fishing industry, handicraft, livestock farming, and the entire industrial chain of Yanggu will be revitalized. Our Yanggu could not be poor even if it wanted to, right? He clapped in praise. Excellent, truly a stew street, a comprehensive industrial chain for Yanggu. Gong Sun Yuan immediately finalized it. This Yanggu trio, I will do it, but there is one thing I must say, we must also consider our own personal interests. Listen, many friends might misunderstand, but it is not that County Magistrate Gong Sun is greedy or corrupt. It is just that in the Northern Song officialdom, you need silver to get anything done. Wu Shi replied without hesitation, as for our personal interests, first is the supply of ingredients. For instance, I will release a 7-flavor deodorizing packet, specially made for the stew, and chewy fish balls ingredients that can elevate the flavor of the stew to another level. Second, I will also open a tavern later. In my tavern, there will be special pots like ants climbing a tree, and Mao She Wang. I believe business will be very prosperous. Not stopping there, he added, in addition, my tea soup and cake shops will open branches and franchise stores, charging franchise fees and a percentage of revenue. I am willing to share all these profits with Big Brother on a 50-50 basis. Mao She Wang uses a spicy blend of cornelian cherry, ginger, and Sichuan pepper. The 7-flavor packet is mixed from Sichuan pepper, cornelian, cherry, ginger, cinnamon, star anise, dried tangerine peel, and green peppercorns. Gong Sun Yuan's eyes lit up as he stood. In that case, you take 70 and I will take 30. To cause such a stir, I also need to manage things and nurture my superiors a bit. He bowed respectfully. I understand. After the discussion, Wu Shi left. As he walked, he thought, the plan is clear. With the protection of the government and Zimen Qing eliminated, Yanggu County will become my springboard and base. Once I have money, I will secure an official post, preferably a military position like a garrison commander, so I can recruit soldiers and build the prototype of my 3 great camps. I must recover the Yanyun territories before the Jin people move south, so the children of the Han people won't suffer a massacre. Suddenly, a familiar call rang out. This is bad, master, something has happened. Chun Mai panted in exhaustion. It is bad, Li Shinner is not Li Shinner. She is actually Hua Zixu's wife, Li Pinger. She stole our recipe and ran away, and she even opened a larger tea shop right across from ours. Wu Shi curled his lips into a faint smile. What was bound to come has finally arrived, on a new day at Pinger. Handmade. Down the main street, a long line of people stood in a bustling queue. In front of the shop, a girl with a curvaceous figure was radiantly shouting, "Grand opening, half-price tastings." Not only that, there was also a muscular guy standing there to attract the attention of young ladies. For only 50,000 one could enjoy osmanthus. Purple rice. Milk tea personally brewed by the owner, Li Pinger. Standing nearby, Li Pinger showed off her skills, demonstrating a masterful milk tea pouring performance. Just the scent wafting out made everyone drool. The atmosphere became more and more lively as passers-by crowded in, shouting, "Good, good, good, give me a cup, me too." After taking the first sip of milk tea, someone even burst into tears of appreciation. So delicious, compared to Wu Daling's milk tea, this has an added gentle scent of osmanthus and a hint of glutinous rice wine. It is so fragrant. The girl poured the wine graciously and explained, "Our house uses premium Shanmu glutinous rice wine." They exclaimed, "No wonder it is so fragrant." Across the street, Wu Shi observed for a while and thought, but after Li Pinger stole the recipe, she improved it in such a short time. Song Dynasty scholars love osmanthus and the commoners love rice wine. I actually forgot about this. Thinking of the curvaceous girl and that muscular guy, he had to praise her. Moreover, Li Pinger understands marketing tricks quite well. She is truly a talent. Just as he thought this, a pair of swaying peaches approached him. Li Pinger, as beautiful as ever, lightly brushed her hair and asked, "Why is the Wu family tea shop so deserted today?" It was true. Not a single soul was passing by Wu Shi's shop. Hearing this, Jinlian was so furious she could explode, pointing and shouting, "I did not expect you to be a thief. I was kind enough to teach you how to brew tea, yet you stole the recipe and opened a shop right across from us." Li Pinger smiled and retorted, "You say the recipe belongs to your family. Besides, people have tasted my milk tea. The osmanthus scent, the rice wine, aroma. Does your family have that?" Before she could finish, Wu Shi asked directly, "Speak plainly. What is your purpose in coming to find me?" She leaned in close. As expected, Manager Wu is a straightforward talker. "Then I won't beat around the bush. I came today mainly to challenge you to a milk tea duel." Li Pinger continued, "If you lose, you must transfer your shop to me, and guarantee that you will never do business in milk tea again for the rest of your life." Chun Mai could not hold back, hands on her hips. "You say we duel, and we just have to." Chunlin also looked worried. "Master, do not duel with her." He reassured them. "Don't worry, ladies." Wu Shi's eyes were full of confidence as he smirked and asked, "And what if you lose?" Hearing that, Li Pinger replied, "If I lose, I will transfer this shop to you and give you an additional 1,000 taels of silver." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Random quest appeared. Punish Li Pinger for her theft of the recipe. Make Li Pinger lose this match and force her to admit her guilt in a crawling position. Success, Li Pinger's favorability plus 20, receive 30 attribute points. Failure. Face the risk of bankruptcy. He continued to point down and set terms. That is not enough. You must also do 50 squats, while saying, "Manager Wu, I was wrong." In Li Pinger's mind, that humiliating image appeared vividly. "Great Master Wu, I was wrong." But knowing there was no other way, she blushed and replied with a trembling voice, "Fine." Before leaving, she left an appointment. The duel will be tomorrow morning at the Chen hour 7 a.m. at the square in front of Lion Restaurant. Li Pinger regained her confidence and smiled to herself. "I definitely won't lose. I have that recipe in the palm of my hand." The old recipe was nothing special. Furthermore, the premium honey, brown sugar, osmanthus, and glutinous rice wine in Yanggu are all in my hands. I will surely win this milk tea duel. In a dark corner, Wu Zixu was peeking and listening to everything. "Wu Shi, I will give you a surprise tonight to ensure we win tomorrow." Time passed quickly until nightfall. Wu Shi stood there lost in thought, researching. Li Pinger thinks using yam to create foam for modern milk tea is creative and diverse. So, what I will make is green tea foam milk tea. Thinking this, he got to work. Step 1. Use the mucilage from yam as a stabilizer. Step 2. Without a nitrogen tank, let it ferment naturally to create bubbles. Use strong tea as the base, goat milk as the soul, and yeast as the spirit. Next was making butter, then melting the butter and mixing it with the above ingredients. Thus, the milk foam layer was complete. Since there was no centrifuge, the only way was to use manual labor. Physical strength plus 100, Wu Shi put it into a jar. Before I traveled through time, I saw others on social media heating milk to get high-fat milk, then putting it in a jar to shake out butter. He happily followed what he remembered, shaking it steadily. Today I will squeeze out even more butter. Everything went quite smoothly, but it was exhausting to keep shaking continuously. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared, making Wu Shi pause. Asset protection activated. Detected someone attempting to sabotage your milk tea. Martial power 30 plus 70 transcendental. Remaining attribute points, 104 pain. At the same time, on the rafters, a female figure with a rounded bottom peered down. This 3-inch fellow has been shaking his hands for a full stick of incense's time. She was Xi Chao, a junior of Xi Qian. A stick of incense is about half an hour. After being warned by the system, Wu Shi realized her presence. He glanced up. A swallow on the rafters. However, he was in no hurry to expose her, moving slowly. Damn, I definitely have to get a hand crank machine later. Hearing those nonsensical words, Xi Chao blushed in embarrassment. His mouth is full of such filthy words. Could he be practicing that kind of martial art? Truly terrifying. Just as she thought this, a faint aroma wafted up. What is this smell? It is so fragrant. I really want to try a bite. Before Xi Chao could figure it out, the jar lid flew up as fast as lightning. Such speed. In a moment of distraction, she unfortunately slipped. Her whole body lost balance and fell straight down. Wu Shi did not stay idle, applying all his knowledge. Chunmai's transdimensional talent, precise calculation, activate. Determining landing point. Estimating girl's weight. 50 kilograms. Rafter height 2 meters. Free fall time to ground 0.64 seconds. Landing point 1.8 meters from me. So I need to move at a speed of 2.8 meters per second to reach the drop point. Finally, he rolled right to where Xi Chao fell. Oh no, his face ended up buried in an embarrassing place. He could not breathe at all. Wu Shi quickly stood up and pushed her away. Her whole body fell back as she gasped. Such strong force. Before she hit the ground, he caught her again. Don't move. She screamed, let go of me. Seeing herself in an awkward position, Xi Chao was even more embarrassed. If you do not let go, I will call for help. He was not afraid at all, instead threatening her. Good, go ahead and scream. As long as you disturb the neighbors, we will drag you to the officials. By then, the government will strip off all your clothes and parade you through the streets. These words were like a thunderclap to her ears. Her face was full of fear as she repeated, strip off everything and parade through the streets. Seeing her like that, Wu Shi asked blankly, what is wrong with you? Xi Chao pleaded shyly, can you not report me to the officials? I did not come to steal. I was just commissioned by someone else to put a little salt in your tea. He had a sudden realization and thought with a smile, salt. Why did not I think of that? A salty taste can effectively highlight, stimulate, and balance the milk flavor, making the taste more complex and multi-layered without being cloying. Thank you, kind person, for giving me inspiration. But regular salt is not enough. I can simmer ham to extract the saltiness of ham broth and add it to the milk tea. Though he had no ill intent, in Xi Chao's eyes, Wu Shi turned into a strange pervert. He is definitely not up to any good. Just look at that wicked smile and you know what he is thinking. In the scene Xi Chao imagined, she was tied up tightly while he approached and said, little thief, if you do not serve this young master well today, I will strip you and drag you to the officials. Thinking of this, she grit her teeth and shouted. As expected, your nature is revealed. Even if I have to bite my tongue and commit suicide, I will not yield to you. You lecher. Opposite her, Wu Shi still did not quite understand. With a speechless face, he reminded her, keep it down, don't wake the others. I just want you to taste the new cake dangao I researched. Now, I must first solve the trouble at hand, use the remaining ingredients from the milk cream research to make a delicacy to win over Xi Chao. Suddenly, she cried out, what spring drug? Chunyao, did you just research? You are truly shameless, truly despicable. The more he heard, the more confused he became. His eyes widened as he repeated, what nonsense are you talking about? I said, cake dangao, not spring drug. Chunyao, Xi Chao pushed her luck. See? I was right, it really is spring drug. Fine, I should just bite my tongue and die. He held his face in frustration. You are making me go crazy too. With no other way, Wu Shi reassured her. Don't scream. Once you finish eating the cake I made, I will let you go. She interrupted, you damn lecher. I do not believe you would be so kind. Before she could finish, a piece of cloth was stuffed directly into her mouth. This lecher actually dared to use. Xi Chao's throat was blocked and she could no longer scream, only sit helplessly. Stuffing my mouth. Meanwhile, Wu Shi went back to the kitchen and started making the cake, separating the egg yolks. He steadily beat the egg whites. Below the table was the bowl of yolks. Since I already made butter, I will use sponge cake to win over Xi Chao. After all, with so many beautiful wives at home, I need someone to guard the courtyard. The recipes were all memorized. 2 branches of butter development. Branch 1, fermentation, plus, foam stabilizer. Equals milk cream. Branch 2, force plus flour, equals sheet molding, equals ing, take. After a while, the foam was whipped up by Wu Shi. As expected, these physical points were not added in vain. The air bubbles are even better than those from an electric mixer. Behind him, while he was not paying attention, Shi Chao secretly stood up. Her eyes were resentful as she thought, "You damn lecher, I would rather bash my head and kill you." Wu Shi was still steadily processing the egg whites. When she saw that scene, Shi Chao froze in disbelief. The eggs from earlier have turned into white snow. Finally finished mixing, he satisfactorily put down the tools and said, "The protein in the egg whites was vigorously whisked by me, forcing air to mix inside. The more air, the finer the foam, the whiter the color and the better the shape." Shi Chao's voice trembled in confusion. "What are you talking about? I do not understand anything at all." He answered confidently, "You will know in a bit." Wu Shi quickly moved to step 2, processing the yolks. Next, process the egg yolks, add sugar, flour, goat milk, and oil. Use a spoon to whisk in a Z shape. Then he took the whipped egg whites and mixed them evenly with the yolk mixture. Finally, he poured it into a ceramic dish and steamed it. After a while, the egg cake was finally ready. A steamed egg cake that did not exist in the Song dynasty. Wu Shi exclaimed. Done. Not far away by the pillar, Shi Chao had fallen asleep from waiting too long. While she was in a deep sleep, suddenly, a faint aroma wafted straight into her nose. He approached and removed the gag from her mouth, whispering, "All right. Once you have tasted this cake, you can go." But Shi Chao was still in high alert mode, jumping back and shouting, "You damn lecher, I." Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Shi directly stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth to block it. As the cake melted on her tongue, Shi Chao stopped resisting. She felt the sweetness and richness of the egg cake melting in her mouth. "What kind of cake is this? It is so soft, and my whole mouth is filled with the scent of eggs." She even tried to lick up the remaining crumbs. Shi Chao's face turned as red as a ripe gak fruit as she praised him. "It is so delicious." An old memory resurfaced in her mind, a ragged, pitiful little girl saying, Big brother, I am so hungry," and a boy replying, "Just wait, little sister. Big brother will find food for you." Finally, the boy returned, his body covered in bruises, holding 2 eggs in his hands. "Little sister, there is food. Eat quickly." Just remembering this made Shi Chao unable to contain her emotions. Her eyes filled with tears. "It is the taste of that winter," she exclaimed. "No, it is even better than back then." The system notification appeared. Shi Chao's mission is completed. Reward. The 100 Variations of Divine Steps Lightness Skill Manual. Can be learned using attribute points. Reading this, Wu Shi thought contentedly, level 1 only costs 10 points. I must add it. So cool, this lightness skill will be very useful for escaping or scouting. Just as he thought this, Shi Chao leaned forward coquettishly and said, "I still want more." However, the plate of cake was empty. He laughed and replied, "It is all gone." She angrily pointed her foot toward the table where the cake had been and shouted, "You are lying, there was clearly a lot left." Wu Shi replied, "The tasting portion is finished. The rest cannot be eaten for free. Besides, my cakes are very expensive." Hearing this, Shi Chao recoiled in fear. Could it be that he wants? He wants. In Shi Chao's imagination, she would have to use something else to trade for the cake. Moreover, my egg cakes are very expensive. She shook her head and struggled anxiously. "No, I can't use that to trade for egg cakes," he asked himself speechlessly. What on earth is she thinking? While reassuring her, Wu Shi untied Shi Chao. "What kind of person do you think I am? When I said it is not for free, I meant I want you to become one of my people from now on." She stared at him and retorted, "Becoming one of your people, and you say you do not want to do anything bad." He held his head in frustration. "When I say, become mine, I mean become my family's estate guard. I will provide you with all kinds of delicacies every month, none inferior to today's egg cake. In addition, I will give you 10 strings of cash per month." As soon as he finished, Shi Chao refused. Cower would rather die than be a slave. He wondered, did the recruitment fail? Suddenly, she grabbed Wu Shi's hand and set a condition. "Unless I get to eat egg cake every day." She asked impatiently, "Lord Wu, when do we sign the contract of service?" She cheered inwardly, he is truly giving far too much. Time passed quickly to the day of the milk tea duel. Shi Chao nimbly carried a pot of water and spoke up. "Master, the ham bone broth is ready." Hearing this, Wu Shi smiled and replied, "Good." He thought of a maid outfit for Shi Chao. The costume design feels a bit monotonous. It seems designing stockings should also be included in the plan. With that thought, Wu Shi waved his hand and instructed, "Jinlian, mix the tea, the ham broth, and the milk together. Simmer it over a low flame until it just begins to bubble. Remember, do not let it boil." She smiled and replied, "I know." While fanning the fire, Jinlian snorted coldly and whispered, "There are more and more women in this house. I wonder when my belly will finally become pregnant." She glanced back with an emphasis that gave Wu Shi goosebumps. Tonight, Dalang must definitely work a little harder. The 2 sisters, Chunmai and Chunlin, also lamented, "Sister, look, another one has arrived. Sister, look, another one has arrived. We have to think of a new way too. Sister, do not be so hasty," Chunlin continued. I see that girl does not exactly have romantic feelings for Dalang. Her eyes, when they land on delicious food, are even more full of affection than when she looks at Dalang. Back outside, everyone was flocking in one direction. Today was the day of the duel between Pinger Handmaid and the Wu family tea shop. Interested townspeople came to the Lion restaurant in the county seat to watch. Wu Shi thought to himself. Lion restaurant, that is the place where Wu Song kills Amen Qing. Today, I will also take down Li Pinger here, so she knows what true milk tea innovation looks like. In front of Lion restaurant, the entire area was packed, leaving no path. Cries of shock rang out. What is going on? Why is it so crowded with people? Hua Zixu was being squeezed helplessly amidst the sea of people. My lord Hua is about to be squeezed until I crap my pants. I want to see you, Wu Shi, fail and go bankrupt. I even want to force you to sell all your wives and concubines to me. After a period of struggling, he managed to break free. I am out. Sitting above, Sun Erniang looked down. Zhang Qing, the vegetable gardener, invited me to open a tavern at Shizi Slope. Passing through Yanggu, I did not expect to encounter this. Then I will also see what kind of tea soup is being sold so expensively. This commotion threw everything into chaos. Someone came in to report, Lord County Magistrate, several hundred people have gathered on the street for the tea soup competition. Should we send men to disperse them? Gongsun Yuan replied. This is an elegant folk pastime. Let them be free, he added. Just send men to maintain order. Do not let anything happen. As he finished, Gongsun Wan entered and called out. Father, I heard that this time you also invited Su Guo, the son of layman Dongpo, to be a judge. He is also known as Little Dongpo and has deep knowledge of culinary arts. He took a sip of tea and replied. Wonder's news is indeed well informed. Mr. Su Guo was passing through our county, and happened upon this occasion. This was not an invitation, but fate. This time, I also want to use Brother Wu's celebrity effect to make our Yanggu County famous. With that, Gongsun Yuan looked down expectantly. I wonder if my little brother can win. Gongsun Wan reassured him. His cooking techniques are as unpredictable as ghosts and gods. He will surely win a great victory this time. Quickly, the crowd also realized the presence of a major figure. Whispers erupted. Look quickly. It is little Dongpo, Lord Su Guo. How incredible. Even Su Dongpo's son has come to drink our Yanggu tea. The man approaching with a majestic bearing was indeed Su Guo. At the same time, at Lion Restaurant, Wu Shi and Li Pinger were both present and ready. Su Guo observed them and spoke with satisfaction. If both parties are ready, then let us begin. As the words fell, Li Pinger began to show off her skills. Lifting one leg, the milk tea dance. Her movements were graceful and light, holding a prepared bamboo cup in her hand. Then she continued to skillfully pour the tea in a winding curve without spilling a single drop. Witnessing this, everyone present gasped in admiration. So beautiful. Su Guo smiled and thought, the pot spins like a roaming dragon, the tea pours like a silk ribbon. This dance is not just for show. The essence is to make the hot water surge, blending with the air to remove bitterness and create harmony. Suddenly, his eyes froze and shifted to the side. Seeing Wu Shi still acting leisurely, he asked in confusion, what is this kid doing? What Su Guo was interested in was the object Wu Shi had carefully wrapped that jar. At this moment, he broke the seal on the lid and said with a smile, the fermentation level is perfectly timed. The system announced, an invention spanning 1,000 years. The milk foam layer achievement has been completed. The crowd was startled and cried out, this blinding light, this is not good, Su Guo urged. Daughter, cover your nose. Su Guo's daughter was Sumoto. However, contrary to that precaution, everyone was frozen by the fragrance wafting out, their eyes sparkling. The girls felt as if they were falling straight into a sea of white milk. Fragrance, that scent triggered an inescapable infatuation in them. Varied, they could only describe it with one word, explosive. Sun Enyang on the roof was also immersed in that sweet flavor. This is bad. The fragrance of this tea. Her entire body lost control, twitching repeatedly. Resonance, Sumoto asked in uncomfortable itchiness. Father, what is going on? Su Guo replied. This is the ultimate realm of milk fragrance. Even the tributes sent to the northern frontier's royal tents in the past would not equal a tenth of this. Everyone who was lost in the dream now finally snapped out of it. They asked excitedly, a strange fragrance, rising straight to heaven. Could an immortal have descended? Immortal Qi. This is immortal Qi. Li Pinger tried to maintain her composure and interrupted. It is just a scent. In the end, it is the taste that counts. Time quickly ran out, and the bell rang. Time is up. Please present your milk tea. Carrying the confidence of victory, Li Pinger stepped forward and thought, today's osmanthus rice wine milk tea has an abundance of toppings. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. I am afraid after Lord Su drinks my tea soup, drinking that shorty's tea will be as bland as plain water. Behind her, Wu Shi was about to bring his tea up but was stopped. Manager Wu, Lady Pinger finished first. It is only right to let Mr. Su taste Lady Pinger's dish first. The master of ceremonies had been bribed by Hua Zixu and Li Pinger. By now, she had reached the top. Lord Su, please enjoy the osmanthus rice wine milk tea made by this humble woman. Hearing this, Su Guo quickly took a sip. The color and scent are both complete. Let me take a taste. As soon as the liquid touched his tongue, he felt like he was floating in a lush green tea garden. A delicacy, Su Guo praised it endlessly. The osmanthus blends with the rice wine and milk tea. The fragrance lingers on the lips and teeth. Delicious. Delicious. Receiving this praise, Li Ping'er turned back triumphantly. That shorty is bound to lose. Everyone had heard the praise as well. Listen, Lord Su Guo said. Delicious. Twice. I heard that little Dongpo has a habit as a judge. Saying delicious once means it is tasty. Saying delicious twice means it is exceptionally good. Chunmai asked worriedly. Saying it twice means it is extraordinary. Then is not our master in danger? Chunlin reassured her. It won't be. Master is an immortal descended to earth. He definitely won't lose. They regained their confidence and shouted together in support. Well said. How could Dalang lose? Chunmai. Chunlin. Let us cheer for Dalang together. Dalang. Master, keep it up. Wu Shi did not have a shred of worry. He excitedly gave everyone a V sign. Not far away, hiding behind a large wall, Hua Zixu smiled cunningly and thought, wait until you lose. I will take over your shop and kick you out. Unless you are willing to follow this young master, you will have nowhere to sleep later. This time, Wu Shi finally presented the new milk tea he had just created. Lord Su, this is the cheese ham tea I made. Su Guo observed it carefully and said softly, there is a layer like white clouds on top. He explained, my lord, this is called the milk foam layer. Hearing this, he used a spoon to taste the milk foam. As the flavor melted in his mouth, his eyes snapped open, bloodshot veins appearing. The flavor is so rich. Then, without hesitation, Su Guo grabbed the cup and drank it all in one go. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a different place. He asked in a daze, where am I? Beside him, a boy laughed and replied, this is Shanghai. You are this old, and you do not even know this. Where Su Guo stood was inside an elevator rising straight into the night sky. He exclaimed in shock, is that bright place below all Wuxia? The boy replied, yes. We have mastered nuclear fusion and have endless electricity. That brightest spot is the capital, Beijing, formerly called Yanjing. Before long, we can take a short-range shuttle to the moon. Looking at the vast universe and modern technology, Su Guo realized, I have seen the future of Wuxia. He was so happy that tears streamed down as he cried out, all our lives, we seek nothing but national peace and the survival of civilization. Father, do you see? Yan Yun has returned. Wuxia has reached the heavens. Returning to the present, he slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, Wu Shi wins. Everyone present was in an uproar. 10 goods, Lord Su Guo said. Good. 10 times in a row. This is unprecedented. Thus, the result was decided. Wu Family Tea Shop's tea soup is number 1 in the great song. Those words were like a thunderclap to Li Ping'er's ears. Her whole body collapsed to the ground, asking herself, how can this be? Chunmai ran over like a happy child and shouted, sister, this is great. Opposite her Chunlin was equally happy, and replied, The two of them hugged Wu Shi tightly and said in unison, Master, we won. She blushed bashfully and continued, Master, I want a child as talented as you. Chunlin also wanted attention. Master, tonight, Jinlian added, Dalang, you must continue plowing the fields tonight. Regarding this result, Lord Gongsun was extremely satisfied and praised. Good, truly Mr. Wu's culinary skills are world-class. Wanner, it is no disgrace to lose to you. However, Li Ping'er did not think so. My tea was top tier from the selection of materials to the heat control. I was confident my osmanthus rice wine milk tea could be unrivaled. Your tea simply has an unknown layer floating on top. How could it defeat me? Wazixu was so angry he saw stars and rushed up to question him. You played dirty. This shorty must have given a bribe beforehand. My uncle, Eunuch Hua, once served in the palace. Do you believe I? Before he could finish, Su Guo's face darkened, his eyes sharp as knives as he interrupted. Insolent, even if my Su family has declined, it is not the turn of a eunuch's descendant like you to bark slanders here. I, the Su family, will surely report this matter directly to the imperial court. Everyone agreed and began shouting insults. Lord Su is a descendant of Dongpo, a Wenk star descended to earth. Would he covet a few of your dirty coins? A eunuch's descendant dares to bark. With that, they swarmed and beat Hua Zixu severely. I trust Lord Su. Beat this rootless bastard to death. Beat him. On Li Ping'er's side, to make her lose wholeheartedly, Wu Shi brought another cup over. He smiled, handed it to her, and said, please, have some tea. With no other choice, Li Ping'er took a sip. The flavor melting in her mouth made her feel as if she were soaring. Her body felt light, her eyes welled up with emotion. In that moment, a piece of memory flooded Li Ping'er's mind. Back then, her circumstances were still poor. Father and daughter sat on a pile of dry straw. Daughter, eat. Father, there is meat. It is meat. As soon as she took a bite, she smiled radiantly in surprise. Li Ping'er happily exclaimed, it is smoked meat and minced mutton. Father, you eat too. But before her happiness could last, her father beat his chest and sobbed in self-reproach. This is the money from selling you, Pinger. Father has failed you." Just like that she was taken away by eunuch Hua amidst her bitter cries. Father. He reached out and instructed, "Pinger, you must live on." Back in the present, everything was still vivid in Li Pinger's mind, impossible to forget. In front of her, the silhouette of her beloved father reappeared on Wu Shi. "Father." Li Pinger's emotions burst as she rushed forward and cried out, "Father, I finally found you, father." Witnessing this scene, Hua Zixu, while being beaten, still tried to curse, Li Pinger, you truly are a cheap woman." As soon as he finished, his eyes spun like windmills, and he passed out on the spot. Wu Shi gently patted her shoulder and reminded her, "Li Pinger, I acknowledge your ability to think of adding ingredients to my existing recipe. But if you want true innovation, that is not enough." As he spoke, he pointed toward the brilliant sun. "True innovation is not adding new ingredients to an old formula," he said firmly. "It is about total change, creating something even greater." After hearing this, Sun Erniang also had to praise him. "Well said." Su Guo and Gongsun Yuan were also jolted awake by those words. Creating something even greater, he thought to himself, only today do I understand. Father's defeat was never because he lost to an individual or a specific technique. It was because the system he spent his whole life repairing was itself a rotten cage beyond salvation. Gongsun Yuan shouted, "It is not adding new ingredients to an old formula, but total change to create something greater. It seems this great song is about to have another Mr. Linchuan, another Wang Anqi." Gongsun Wan saw this and asked curiously, "Father, what is wrong?" He replied, "Nothing." "Wanner, what do you think of brother Wu?" Hearing this, she shouted embarrassedly, "Father, what are you saying? Your daughter won't pay attention to you anymore." With that, she stuttered. "Mr. Wu is indeed a man of extraordinary talent." As she spoke, Gongsun Wan looked down at where Wu Shi was surrounded by women. But there are too many women around him. System notification, Gongsun Wan's favorability +15. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Li Pinger leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Master Wu has won, and Pinger loses wholeheartedly. Pinger is willing to accept the bet. I only hope the master won't make me expose my spring colors in front of everyone." The notification rang out, Li Pinger's favorability +30, current favorability 55. She continued, "Pinger only wants to dedicate her performance to the master alone. Come to Pinger's bedchamber tonight. There will be a surprise." Before leaving, she reminded him again, "Be there, or be square." Naturally Wu Shi understood the implication, but had to remain silent because he was surrounded by a wave of killing intent. Jinlian and Chunmai ran up and asked, "What did that little brat say, master? Tonight let me and sister serve you together." However, that night, he still went as scheduled. It had been quite difficult to soothe Jinlian and the others before he could slip out. "Tomorrow night, I am afraid another chaotic battle with them is unavoidable. A grain debt must eventually be paid." With that, Wu Shi used his movement skill and appeared above. He landed on the roof and thought, "I must quickly win over Li Pinger." System notification, executing 100 variations of divine steps, lightness skill, level 1. I heard that the Song and Jin are about to ally against the Liao, so this year should be 1120 AD. There are only exactly 7 years left until the Jingkang incident and the fall of the Northern Song. I must quickly complete missions and perfect the beauties system. I absolutely cannot let the tragedy of the fallen nation repeat itself. Note, the alliance conducted over the sea between Song and Jin was officially signed in 1120 AD, the second year of the Xuanhe era. Our protagonist is somewhat vague about the exact AD year, but he has a general understanding of the alliance timeline and the Jingkang incident. After thinking for a while, Wu Shi landed below. He quickly entered Li Pinger's bedchamber. He did not even bother to knock. He just opened the door and called out, "Li Pinger." And then, the scene inside caught his eye, making him feel hot. She was performing the punishment exactly as the bet required. Hearing his voice, she turned her head to look and asked, "Master, why did not I hear a knock?" Li Pinger urged, "You arrived just in time. My legs are a bit tired. Help me up." He gently took her waist and asked, "Help you like this?" Her voice became more and more hurried. "Thank you, master. In a moment, please lie down and help Pinger see if there is anything wrong with my posture." He replied, "Sure, correct squatting posture can train all muscle groups. It is very beneficial for health." As the words fell, her hand uncontrollably reached down. That touch made Wu Shi jump, his face turning bright red. Li Pinger looked at him suggestively. "This is a bit of interest Pinger has for the master. Master can lie on the bed first. Pinger will perform for the master to see." Without hesitation, he agreed and climbed onto the bed. "All right." She slowly approached. I am coming." Her body was provocative, every curve in place. "Dalang, remember to look closely. I am starting my exercise." With that, Li Pinger's snowy white feet began to move gently. She crouched over Wu Shi in a squatting position. As for him, he just lay there still and enjoyed it without moving. The sight made his face as hot as fire. He swallowed repeatedly. Li Pinger showed off everything she had and asked breathlessly, "Dalang, is my movement correct?" In her heart, she thought, "Wuda has an ordinary appearance and a short stature. Won't he be easily grasped in my hand?" She began the up and down squatting motion. Dalang, look closely. However, everything was completely contrary to her imagination when the weapon was drawn from its scabbard. What is this? Li Pinger's eyes rolled back. Her body felt like an electric current was running through it, making her numb. Her eyes snapped open as she gasped. How could there be? Her expression suddenly changed into a satisfied smile. Isn't this the man I wanted? System notification, Li Pinger's favorability plus 15. Li Pinger's favorability reached 70. Wu Shi said with satisfaction, launched into mid-air, watch me perform a triple aerial strike. As he finished, the first strike was launched. First hit, her clothes were shredded, her mouth hanging open, but he had no intention of stopping, rushing forward again, as fast as lightning. This hit landed a critical blow, perfectly on target. Li Pinger jolted in a trance, her whole body arching in enjoyment. Li Pinger's favorability plus 30. Intelligence reached 100%. Just like that, the two exchanged martial arts frantically, performing movements from easy to difficult, the sounds of their exertion echoing. Suddenly, Wu Shi's eyes widened as he looked up. He saw himself standing in another dimension. The system said, congratulations, you have successfully won over Pan Jinlian, Li Pinger, and Pang Chunmai. Achievement Jin Ping Mei unlocked. The system continued, the home protection link has been activated. The loyalty growth rate of all subordinates is increased by 15%. In addition, a loyalty data panel has been opened. Hearing this, he thought with satisfaction. With this investigation function, I can use people without doubt. Whether it is high officials or Liangshan heroes, I can use them all with confidence. Back to the main matter, Li Pinger had been worked to the point of exhaustion. Drenched in sweat and panting, she said. Dalang, your servant truly cannot take it anymore, Wu Shi asked helplessly. So you can't handle it already? I have not even. Dalang had forgotten that his physique had been boosted by 100 points, so now taking on 5 Li Pingers at once was no problem at all. Hearing those words made her feel ashamed. Dalang, your skills are exquisite. Your servant admits inferiority. To think that I, the great Li Pinger, whether in tea arts or the art of the bedchamber, would lose to this short fellow. With no other choice, he had to suppress his lingering desire. Fine, I will let you off for today. Suffering this humiliation, Li Pinger was so angry that tears welled up. I am not resigned. Why did I even lose to a short man in this? Thinking of this, she took a risk and blurted out, continue. Her gaze was full of determination. In this matter alone, only this matter I absolutely cannot lose to you. And naturally, Wu Shi was looking forward to that. Her competitive streak is truly strong. Next, I won't accept a surrender. After a night of passion, time passed until the next morning. Li Pinger snuggled into Wu Shi's arms and said with a smile, Master, you nearly tormented your servant to death. In this life, your servant can never leave you again. Just as she finished, a maid ran to the door outside, knocking and reporting, Madam, this is bad, something has happened to the master. Suddenly, seeing a trail of water flowing all the way to the door, the maid gasped in horror. Oh my, the rain leaked in last night. Wu Shi whispered, Pinger, someone is calling outside. As she was about to stand up, Li Pinger felt a sharp pain hit her waist. She collapsed weakly to the floor, not forgetting to give him a resentful glare. Contrary to her miserable state, Wu Shi laughed with great satisfaction. A moment later, Li Pinger pushed the door open and asked, What are you shouting for so early in the morning? The maid replied, The master. Last night his heart was troubled, so he went to drink with flower girls. Who knew? Who knew? She urged impatiently, keep talking. The maid dared to recount. The master took a fall on his way back and fell unconscious. The divine doctor said he won't make it. Hearing this, Li Pinger's face darkened, and she turned back inside. Understood. I will go visit in a moment. She locked the door tight and said to Wu Shi, Master, this is bad. Hua Zixu is dying. He cannot die yet. He asked, Are you worried that if Hua Zixu dies, his 2 other cousins will divide eunuch Hua's assets and steal your money? At this time, Li Pinger did not yet know Seimen Qing, so she had no one to transfer the assets to beforehand. If Hua Zixu died now, his estate would be split among his cousins. Her whole body trembled as she replied, Exactly. She absolutely could not accept that. That is my money. Li Pinger's tears flowed uncontrollably. That is all my money. She recalled the days of torture in the past. If you do not finish practicing this piece of music, you do not get to eat. That was money exchanged for her sweat and tears. I spent my youth and my dignity in that living tomb, accompanying a piece of rotten wood. Every penny and every cent is blood that I grit my teeth to endure. With that, Li Pinger rushed to embrace him. Seeing her so miserable, Wu Shi did not know what else to do. You have suffered. The two shared a passionate kiss to comfort each other's spirits. Li Pinger asked, I heard rumors that you once saved someone whose intestines were so painful, they nearly died. Do you have a way to save Hua Zixu? He replied, I do, but, before he could finish, she kissed him again. Li Pinger pleaded earnestly, Please, master, save him. I do not care if he lives or dies, but the 300,000 taels of property left by eunuch Hua must bear the Wu surname. It must belong to you, master. Wu Shi was startled and asked, How much? She replied, About 300,000 taels. This figure truly dazed him. He thought. The original novel did not specify exactly how much eunuch Hua left Li Pinger, only calling it a massive inheritance. It turns out to be 300,000 taels. Li Pinger continued, there are 1,000 bars of official silver, each 50 taels, totaling 50,000. Hidden in the cellar are also silver scraps and silverware which, after melting, amount to about 10,000. There are 200 gold ingots, each 10 taels, totaling 2,000. Pearls and gemstones are valued at around 44,000. Unable to wait any longer, Wu Shi clenched his fists, his eyes glowing. Let us go, save the man, a physician's foundation is benevolence. How can I see someone dying and not help? He thought happily, 300,000 taels, enough to organize an elite force of 1,000 men, or even an ocean-going fleet. Scene change, Hua Zixu's bedroom. Many of his cousins were already present. Zhang Zhushan put on a grave expression and shook his head in disappointment. Gentlemen, it is not that I am not dedicated. Master Huo was unfortunate to fall, sustaining a head injury. There is clotted blood and necrosis in his skull. Medicine can hardly reach it. Prepare for the funeral. He was Zhang Zhushan. Upon hearing this, Hua Zixu's elder cousin, Hua Da, wailed pathetically, could it be? Could it be my brother truly cannot be saved? Zixu. Beside him, another elder cousin, Hua Er, also banged his head against a pillar in grief. My brother, let me go with you then. Although they appeared so on the outside, in their hearts, they were laughing with joy. Right then, Li Pinger and Wu Shi entered. Seeing this, the two men, Hua Da and Hua Er, turned pale and grit their teeth. Zhang Zhushan also recognized him immediately. The one who ruined my good business last time. The beautiful woman nearby watched silently without saying a word. She was Zhang Huilian. Li Pinger finally spoke. Gentlemen, stop the act. This is the Master Wu I invited. Perhaps he has a way to save Hua Zixu. As soon as the words left her mouth, Hua Da stepped forward aggressively and interrupted. Divine Dr. Zhang is a famous physician here, and he even served as an imperial physician before. He has already judged that Hua Zixu is beyond help. He forced a smile and continued, Divine Dr. Zhang has declared that my beloved brother Wu Zixu will die, so there is no need for more blind torment. With that, Hua Da approached the bed and knelt, wailing loudly. Just let my unfortunate brother go in peace. Hua Er asked, is this the Master Wu? Your face is very unfamiliar. I wonder which master of the Imperial Academy of Medicine you studied under. Sister-in-law, do not blindly seek any doctor just because the illness is grave, lest you prevent Zixu from resting in peace. Taking this chance to settle the old grudge, Zhang Zhushan stroked his beard and mocked. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the short Wu Dalang who sells toasted cakes, the one rumored on every street corner to have cured a stomachache. Ah, that is right, now you have switched to selling tea. Master Hua suffers from an internal cranial ailment. It cannot be compared to a common stomachache or diarrhea. Does your excellency intend to use your cake-making skills to cure this? Hearing this, Wu Shi replied irritably, Divine Dr. Zhang, I think calling you Zhang the Quack is more accurate. Hua Er turned to Li Pinger and questioned. Li Pinger, do you really want to let that man treat him haphazardly? If he ruins Zixu's body, he won't find peace even in the 9 springs. Before he could finish, her face darkened and she interrupted. Body. 9 springs. Clearly. Hua Zixu is still lying here. You are in such a hurry to confirm his death, just so you can split the assets, are not you? She shouted, today, I will save him. Li Pinger will bear all consequences alone. But if anyone interferes now, they are intentionally wishing for Hua Zixu's death to satisfy their greed for the estate. Even if I have to take this to Kaifeng Mansion, or before the emperor himself, I am prepared to follow through to the end. The group was quickly intimidated by this overwhelming momentum and dared not interfere further. You, Zhang Zhushan threatened, you brat, if you dare act recklessly, I will report you to the officials immediately. However, Wu Shi was not afraid. He glanced at him and asked, report to the officials. For what? You have already pronounced the death sentence for Brother Hua, and told them to prepare for a funeral. Are you going to sue me for desecrating a corpse, you idiot? He was speechless and stuttered, this. Before Zhang Zhushan could say another word, he reminded him coldly, get out and cool off, you quack. What you call an incurable disease is nothing more than a minor itch to me. Uninvolved persons are not allowed inside. Pinger, help me kick them all out. Li Pinger obeyed and ordered everyone, men, drag them all out. However, the scene before her eyes was unbelievable, making her eyebrows furrow. Not a single servant in the mansion obeyed her command. They all stood still like statues. Only now did Hua Da reveal his true face, laying all cards on the table. No more pretending. Once Hua Zixu dies, this house, this estate, and even that beauty will belong to us 2 brothers. If they still want to stay at the Hua residence, they must listen to us. Witnessing that shamelessness, Li Pinger was boiling with rage but could do nothing. You people. Wu Shi maintained a faint smile and asked, listen to them, fine. But think carefully. If Hua Zixu truly dies, will they immediately share the deeds, the gold, silver, and jewels with you, or will they first fight among themselves until their heads bleed? He declared. Besides, open your eyes and look closely, this man is not dead yet. Exactly as he said. Upon closer inspection, Hua Zixu's chest was still heaving with weak breaths. Wu Shi turned back to the crowd and reminded them, Li Ping'er is still your mistress. I can report to the officials immediately. You disobeyed your mistress's orders and hindered medical treatment while the master was dying. According to the Great Song laws, servants who betray their master, collude with outsiders, and plot for the estate shall be executed by strangulation. Immediately, the servants knelt in terror, pleading, Master Wu, spare us, mistress, spare us. The Song Penal Code and laws on thieves and robbers stipulated that servants who murdered their masters would be beheaded, and those who conspired to rebel would be hanged. To better integrate into the Song dynasty life, Wu Shi had used Chunlin's skill to memorize all the laws. Witnessing this scene, Li Ping'er thought emotionally. He is actually so proficient in the law. Every word strikes the heart. This courage and resourcefulness are truly not those of an ordinary person. Just thinking that, her desire rose again. No, I want it again. The two brothers, Hua Da and Hua Er, were furious and shouted at the servants. Get up, all of you, don't listen to this man's lies. Exactly. What does he know about the law? Once brother Zixu is dead, who will recognize her as the mistress? She ordered. Whether I remain your mistress in the future is unknown, but as long as I am the mistress now, anyone who disobeys me is a traitorous servant. The maid replied, yes, mistress. With no other choice, Zhang Zhushen and the Hua brothers were kicked out. Fine, very well, Wu Shi, Li Ping'er, if anything happens to Hua Zixu, I, Zhang Zhushen, will surely sue you for malpractice and murder. Yes, I will also report to the officials that you conspired together to murder my brother Zixu. Once things quieted down, Zhang Hulian stepped forward and said, that. Master Wu, she continued, this humble girl is Zhang Hulian. I apologize on behalf of my elder brother. I have heard a little about Master Wu saving Sister Chunlin. Though I am poorly educated, I understand some medical principles. Perhaps I can offer some assistance. Wu Shi replied, Miss Hulian, you can stay as an assistant, but first, change into a set of clean clothes. Hearing that, she looked at her clothes and wondered. I just changed into these this morning. They are free of dust. Could he be intentionally making things difficult? There was no more time to wait. He sat down and instructed Ping'er, help us get a set of new clothes, then boil some water. Miss Hulian, lock the door and spray vinegar throughout the room. A moment later, Hua Zixu's hair had been shaved clean. Prepping before surgery. Guidance and grains into the Aufdesnage. System notification, intelligence, 30+, 70, proficient. Wu Shi put on gloves and thought, brain surgery is extremely difficult. First, boost intelligence to 100. The antibiotics in the medical kit are almost gone. There won't be much left after saving Hua Zixu. He carefully heated the tools over a hot coal stove. For antibiotics, I can only think of a way to self-produce penicillin. The system has not provided a high-frequency electrosurgical unit, so I can only use a heated rod as a substitute. A high-frequency electrosurgical unit uses high-frequency, high-voltage current from an electrode to heat body tissue upon contact, achieving tissue separation and coagulation to cut tissue and stop bleeding. When finished, Wu Shi glanced back and asked, Miss Hulian, are you ready? Zhang Hulian was standing there in an odd outfit with her hair tied up. Seeing this, he asked blankly, why have not you changed? She replied. Just this. It is an ancient swimsuit. Normal styling contains no harmful content. She thought to herself, I would rather wear nothing than wear those other clothes. It turned out that in Zhang Hulian's imagination, that other outfit did not suit her style at all. Wu Shi let it be. Forget it then. No time to get other clothes. The surgery cannot be delayed. Acute epidural hematoma. The earlier the surgery, the higher the survival rate. Acute epidural hematoma is a type of intracranial hemorrhage usually occurring after head trauma, which can lead to increased intracranial pressure, causing symptoms like headache, vomiting, and loss of consciousness. It is extremely dangerous, he continued. Li Ping'er, are the tools sterilized? Some common tools were sterilized using high temperatures. Unexpectedly, she also followed suit, wearing an extremely provocative outfit. Your servant is ready. He helplessly held his head and reminded them. Don't play around, you are increasing the difficulty of my surgery. Wu Shi then urged, stand over here, away from the coal fire. I will help you with the sterilization spray. During sterilization, the two ladies still managed to strike a few poses. Zhang Huilian spoke up, Master Wu, your treatment method is somewhat similar to the surgical techniques of Hua Tuo. Could it be that you are a descendant of Hua Tuo? Not knowing how to explain, he just decided to claim it. I have been seen through. He tried to put on the most credible expression, pulled down his mask, and said clearly, that is right. I am indeed the 20th generation descendant of Hua Tuo, and yet, Zhang Huilian actually believed it. She grabbed his hand and exclaimed, as I thought, no wonder you could save the dying Chunlin. Brother Wu, Huilian has many medical questions to ask you. Amidst the sudden joy, Li Ping'er cleared her throat to remind them, hey, just save the man. If you do not save him now, he will die. Hearing that, Wu Shi returned to the main task and put his mask back on. Right? Save him first. That is 300,000 taels. Suddenly, her hand reached out and gave him a painful pinch. Ow! 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 Li Ping'er thought jealously, still has the energy to flirt. Once Hua Zixu is saved, let us see what I do to you later. Back on Wu Xi's side, he closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Then he snapped his eyes open with determination. Alright. Let us begin. He carefully followed exactly what he was thinking. First, scalp incision. Scalp incision. Pull back the scalp. Use scalp clips to stop bleeding. Sterile gauze, plastic film. After cutting, the scalp clips are attached to the subcutaneous tissue layer at the edge of the incision. Their pressure directly compresses small blood vessels in the scalp, especially arteries, thus achieving rapid hemostasis and ensuring a clear surgical field. Wu Shi proceeded carefully, then used a cranial drill. Behind him, Li Ping'er stood as still as a stone statue holding the light. He encouraged her, Ping'er, hold on for a bit longer. Finally, the crucial step arrived. He exclaimed, the skull flap is sawn, the hematoma has been found. Beside him, Zhang Huilian watched intently. Is this the divine treasure left by ancestor Hua Tuo? What kind of celestial medicine is this? She became more and more filled with admiration for Wu Shi. He truly is the direct disciple of ancestor Hua Tuo. System notification, favorability +15. Wu Shi glanced at Zhang Huilian and said, help me wipe the sweat. She dared not delay and quickly used a towel to dab the sweat from his forehead. When finished, she thought, I always believed that ancestor Hua Tuo's surgical techniques were just legends. But seeing Master Wu today, I know this medicine truly exists. I was truly ignorant before. From now on, I will surely follow Master Wu to improve my medical skills. The complex surgery continued carefully. Wu Shi tried to gently wipe away the external blood. His gaze was as focused as possible because no mistakes could be made here. Standing by his side, Zhang Huilian and Li Ping'er, one holding a towel, one a light, were all so anxious they held their breath. The white bowl on the table was already filled with bloodied gauze. A moment later, Wu Shi let out a sigh of relief. The hematoma has been removed. The skull has been reassembled. Fortunately, the surgery went smoothly. With his experience, he carefully sutured the incision, the stitches neat and aligned. Finally, everything was complete. He exclaimed, done. Wu Shi continued, in a moment, I will give him another injection of antibiotics. In 3 days, there will definitely be improvement. He clasped his hands together in secret thanks. At school, I received basic anatomical training, learning about the three-dimensional structure of the skull, meninges, cerebral lobes, blood vessels, and nerves with incredible accuracy through practice. Without these silent good teachers, even with a hack, the surgery would not have been so successful. Suddenly, Li Ping'er leaned in and asked, is my money saved? He replied, there should not be any problem. Next, we just need to monitor the progress for 2 or 3 days. While she was still clinging to his back, he carefully wrapped the bandage around Hua Zixu's head. The way Wu Shi tied the knot was smooth and masterful. To check the condition, Zhang Huilian leaned down to examine the pulse on Hua Zixu's arm. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. She could not believe it. Although the pulse was weak, the signs of terminal exhaustion were fading, recovering a spark of life. He has truly come back to life. Zhang Huilian turned to Wu Shi and shouted, Master Wu, Hua Zixu is truly saved. He was startled and quickly explained. Don't misunderstand, we are innocent. It is just the patient's family is too excited. Hearing this, she whispered bashfully, Huilian understands. This matter involves a great estate, so it is only natural. Suddenly remembering something, he instructed, right, Hili? Please send word to my family, tell them I will return in 3 days. Right now I need to stay by the patient's side. I cannot leave for a single moment. Hearing this, Zhang Huilian was so moved, she nearly cried. Never leaving the patient's side. What a great spirit. Without hesitation, she agreed and headed for the door. Fine, then I will go. In her heart, she thought with admiration, Master Wu is truly a benevolent healer, treating even someone like Hua Zixu so thoroughly. I need to learn much more from Master Wu, not just medicine. Contrary to those thoughts, Wu Shi had a different mind. This is 300,000 taels of silver. My army, my fleet, the progress of reclaiming Yanyun. At the very least, it is ahead of schedule by a year. He pondered his next moves. The first step, the official rank does not need to be high, but I need actual military power. Ideally, a position that suppresses bandits year-round. It seems like a small post, but one that can lead troops. Right, a Jizhai. Li Ping'er approached and whispered, Master, I want. A Jizhai was an unofficial post in the Song dynasty, mainly responsible for local security and military affairs. Wu Shi blushed and reminded her, don't touch me, I am thinking about something, ideally Qingfeng Fort. Isn't that divine archer Huarong currently serving as the vice Jizhai? I can bribe my way into his superior's position. Wu Shi smiled and nodded. By then, I will not only take Hua Rong as my subordinate, but also take his younger sister as my personal bodyguard. Thinking of this, he was suddenly startled, his face contorting. Then a feeling of immense pleasure rushed over him. His eyes rolled back in enjoyment. Below him, Li Pinger was like a snake that had found delicious prey. She gently used her mouth to help Wu Shi relieve the stress after the long surgery. He did not refuse but stood still and endured it, his whole body trembling. Li Pinger had no intention of stopping, becoming even more aggressive as she pressed forward. The atmosphere in the room turned ambiguous, completely ignoring the existence of the still unconscious Hua Zixu lying there. Back outside, several maids clustered together whispering, "Do you think Master Hua can truly be saved? Didn't you hear the female doctor just say he is fine now?" Wada and Hua had both fled, yet they left behind threats. Even if Hua Zixu lived, they must still get a share of his estate. They would go to the capital to file a formal complaint. Standing at the gate, Jiang Zhushan was equally resentful, thinking, "I heard my sister say Hua Zixu's pulse has recovered life. Damn, I can't let this kid keep causing trouble. Why has not Great Master Zeman returned yet?" Scene change, a villa at Fanlu in Dongjing Dianliang. Inside, a heavily made-up woman is instructing the girls standing around her. When a guest calls, your eyes must immediately look over there. She smiles as broadly as possible and says, "My lord, what are you doing?" However, those girls do not bother listening anymore and turn to leave. "Mama Xiao, stop teaching, the guests are coming." She tries to add, "Tomorrow I will teach you the brooding hen technique. That is the real skill." At this moment, two men enter, laughing and talking. "Brother Chen, please come this way. Then I won't stand on ceremony." They are Zeman Qing and Chen Hong. His eyes are full of calculation as he thinks to himself, "This Heman Qing is truly wealthy, to be able to book this entire Fanlu villa. I heard Zeman Qing has no son. Whether our son can inherit the Zeman estate depends on you." Seeing the distinguished guests, the mama rushes out eagerly to greet them. "My lords," but just one look makes Yeman Qing feel nauseous, and he waves his hand repeatedly, "Go away. Where did this madam come from? Bring someone young to attend to us." As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Hong tightly hugged the madam to demonstrate, "Brother Seaman, you do not understand. To stew an old hen, you must use high heat." He chuckles and replies, "Elder brother truly knows his food. I am in awe." As he speaks, he salivates with greed. "I am telling you, I do not just like eating old hens. I also want to eat fat geese. Fat geese are what I love most." Chen Hong describes it with a disgusting expression. When it walks, its two large buttocks are like two lanterns hanging in front of a tower, swinging back and forth. Ixamen Singh is speechless and replies, "Brother Chen truly lives up to his reputation." A moment later, everything is arranged. Several beauties rush out as if attending a festival. "Distinguished lords, please enjoy yourselves. You girls must serve the guests well." Ixamen Qing begins to approach the main issue. "Brother Chen, the main reason I came this time is about my daughter. She is of age and has a gentle temperament. If we could become relatives through marriage, it would truly be the fortune of 3 lifetimes for me." Hearing this, Chen Hong raises his wine cup and replies, "In-law, you are too modest. I have long heard rumors of the eldest daughter of Zeman. She is exceptionally gifted and skilled in business. My foolish son is lucky indeed." Before he could finish his sentence, another figure bursts in from outside. That person is Chen Jingji. His face is flushed red as he asks, "Father, why are you playing here and did not inform your son?" People often say, to hunt a tiger requires brothers, and to go to battle requires father and son. Tonight, the two of us shall subdue those female demons together. He glances toward Zeman Qing and asks, "Who is this?" Chen Hong is furious and shouts, "My son, greet your uncle Zeman. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is just drunk and talking rubbish." Until now, he had not said a word, only offering a faint smile. "So this is your son. He is indeed a talented and dashing young man." Chen Jingji acts familiar and sits down next to Zeman Qing. "This nephew toasts you a cup. Tonight, let us hunt demons together. Do not mind my useless father." Hearing this, he interrupts in a rage, "You little beast, no manners at all. Why have not you withdrawn? This is your future father-in-law." He smiles to reassure him, "It is fine, it is fine." Chen Jingji still shows no fear. "Father, we are all one family. What is wrong with hunting demons together? Father-in-law might not know, but although I am untalented, I am acquainted with a very powerful figure in Dongjing City." He boasts proudly, "It is Chief Steward Zhou of the Grand Tutor's Manor. Once we truly become family, I will certainly introduce you. As long as Steward Zhuo says a few good words to the Grand Tutor, are you worried there won't be a seat for you at the Grand Tutor's birthday banquet in the future?" Zeman Qing laughs secretly in his heart. "If I can offer the birthday convoy of gold, silver, and jewels for the Grand Tutor's birthday, then perhaps I can even become an official. Trading one daughter for an opportunity to be an official, it is worth it." In the original work, Zeman Qing relied on offering a large number of birthday gifts to Kai Jing to obtain the position of Vice 1000-man commander of the criminal office in Shandong, a 5th-rank official position. Sin Thun Kun can be understood as birthday tribute. He puts his arm around Chen Jingji's shoulder and praises him. "Good, an honest and straightforward son-in-law. Tonight, your father-in-law will hunt demons with you. Watching the two of them leave, Chen Hong hastily calls out, "Don't forget me, let us do a three heroes fighting the fat goose battle." And so, the three of them immersed themselves in wine and women. At the same time, there was progress on Hua Zixu's side. His eyes slowly opened. However, the first thing that catches his eye is Wu Ji's pale face, looking as if his life force had been drained. Hua Zixu trembles and blurts out, "It is you. Is it you who saved me again? I treated you like that, yet you are so good to me." Having said that, he sits up abruptly and shouts, "Benefactor, please accept a kowtow from this lowly one." He quickly stops him. "Don't move, you need to rest now." Lying back down on the bed, his tears flow freely. "I never expected that the person who treated me best in my life would be my enemy. Li Pinger and I are not even a real husband and wife. She is the wife of my uncle, Eunuch Hua. Having died once, I finally understand that passions for singing, dancing, and hunting are all illusions. I want to change my way of life. But that money originally belonged to old Eunuch Hua and was given to Li Pinger. I do not intend to ask her for it. I plan to divorce Li Pinger after I recover, ask her for a little money to go south and do a small business, and find someone who truly loves me." Everything was settled there, and it was time for Wu Ji to return home. The first person he faced was Jinlian. He smiles and thinks to himself, "As soon as I get back, I am forced to work hard for old Wu's family." She grumbles sulkily, 3 days without coming home. "Who knows if you were saving people or out picking wild flowers?" Wu Ji replies helplessly, "No such thing." Jinlian gently caresses his face and continues, "Dalang, I really want to bear you a child, for our Wu family, and also for myself." Dalang's business is growing bigger and bigger. In the future, there will surely be more women entering this house. At this point, her voice catches in her throat, "If I do not have a child." Before Jinlian could finish, Wu Ji pins her down and interrupts, "What nonsense are you thinking? Am I not working hard right now?" Her whole body twitches as she cries out, "Dalang." As the cry ends, a volcano has erupted. He looks at Jinlian with satisfaction and praises, "Jinlian, you are so beautiful. You are getting better and better." She blushes with embarrassment at this compliment. "It is all because Dalang taught me well." Sensing the anxiety in her eyes, Wu Ji reassures her, "Jinlian, you do not need to worry about children. I will always protect you." He thinks to himself, in this era, it is too hard for women. Without a son, they might not even get a warm meal in the future. Moreover, in the original work, Pan Jinlian was infertile. Her cold womb was cured before, so there is still a chance she will get pregnant. Suddenly, she gives him a surprise kiss on the lips. Then Jinlian whispers, "Dalang, I do not ask to monopolize the spring scenery. I only ask that when you are old, you will still remember the lamp that accompanied you through the cold winter. Don't let it be extinguished." And so, the two continued to entwine with each other, making up for the days spent apart. Once he had coaxed Jinlian to sleep soundly, Wu Ji went to soak in a bath to relax. Soon, the Jin army would head south. In a world of chaos, life is like floating duckweed. Such happy days will not last long. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. The matter of buying the post of garrison envoy must be done as quickly as possible. The fort where Huarong is located is in Qingfeng town of Qingzhou. Not far away are Qingfeng Mountain, of gilded-haired tiger, Yan Shun, and stumpy tiger, Wang Ying. Those two are the type who eat human flesh and play all sorts of tricks. I really do not want to recruit them. After I deal with the final threat in Yanggu County, Zimenqing, I will go find my brother, Wu Song. Along with Huarong, wiping out a group of man-eating demons on Qingfeng Mountain should not be too difficult. Thinking this far, Wu Ji holds his head and sighs. It is best to change the weaponry of the Song dynasty. That way I can speed up the training of the new army and minimize casualties. There are too many things to do. Suddenly, sensing a noise, he glances over. The person is none other than Xuan Lan, without a stitch of clothing on her. That pair of fair peaches was fully captured in his sight. She gently steps into the tub and says, "Xuan Mai is asleep. Let this servant serve you while you bathe, master." Xuan Lan's eyes are full of seduction as she continues, "Does master wish for me to use my feet or—" Wu Ji smiles and replies, "Well, whatever you find comfortable is fine." Hearing that, she becomes even bolder and sits down firmly below. Then, his whole body jolts. He could not help but tremble. He grinds his teeth and moves skillfully, blurting out, "I can't take it much longer." The water in the tub splashes incessantly. Xuan Lan adds, "Master, this servant can't take it much longer either." She joyfully suggests, "Master, it is because this servant served you poorly. Let me continue helping you with a massage." Wu Ji replies, "It is okay." He helplessly cries secretly in his heart, "I just wanted to take a quiet bath." But as soon as the words were out, he could no longer hold on. Xuanlan's feet continued to move up and down rhythmically. She puts on a charming look and asks, "Is my massage technique good, master?" Wu Ji winces and replies, "Good." At this moment, her mischievous feet pressed down even further. The expression on his face distorted as he shuddered. Fireworks followed, erupting brilliantly across the sky. Scene change. At the Zemen estate, the room of Zemen Qing's second wife, Li Jiaoer, she calculates, has the sanitary napkin from the first madam's room still not been sent to the laundry as usual? The first madam has always been on time. It has been 5 days already. Could it be? Suddenly realizing something is wrong, Li Jiaoer exclaims, that is not right. She thinks to herself, in the past 2 years, the master has almost never entered her room. They all say she has a foul smell and he loathes her. Thinking this, she asks a servant, Yuan Shaoer, has any man entered the estate lately? The maid replies. As for outside men, there was indeed one. The maid recounts, half a month ago, Wu Ji, the pancake seller, came over. He said he was delivering blood-nourishing tea that the first madam ordered. Li Jiaoer smirks and says, then that is it. She orders, Yuan Shaoer, go to the Wu family tea shop for me. Say the first madam's menstruation is unwell and invite him into the estate for treatment. The maid replies, yes, second madam. Back inside Li Jiaoer's room, she goes over and opens a cabinet, revealing old letters. Then she takes one of them. It is written on it, Sister Jiaoer Lianer is seriously ill. I fear I do not have much longer. No one can cure this disease. I hope we can be real sisters in the next life. After reading this, Li Jiaoer's eyes well up with tears of pity. She remembers Lianer's desperate look at that time. Lianer truly has a bitter fate. Lianer and Li Jiaoer were close friends like sisters when they were in the brothel. Now she has contracted a terminal illness and is on the verge of despair. She thinks to herself, if I expose this scandal, what good would it do me? Just to make that dignified first madam lose her reputation. As a woman from a brothel like me, even if I have talent, I can never become the primary wife. Better to use this matter. Maybe I can get divine physician Wu to bring Hua Zixu back from the dead and try his best to treat my sister. Yuan Shaoer finally returns. Shopkeeper Wu is here. Li Jiaoer replies, invite him in. Wu Ji listens and enters, cupping his hands. Greetings, second madam. She stops him. Shopkeeper Wu is now a famous person in our Yanggu County. There is no need to be so polite with a lowly woman like me. Her face turns serious as she continues, let us be brief. Are you interested in making a deal? Hearing this, he gives a forced smile and replies, do you see any other choice for me? Li Jiaoer observes silently for a while and says, I like a smart person like Shopkeeper Wu. He urges, better state your requirement, as long as I can do it. She goes straight to the point. At the third household of Qingfeng Port, there is a girl who is ill. Please cure her. As she speaks, Li Jiaoer also hands over a blood-stained bandage. I will have a maid take this to the laundry later and say it is the first madam's. She smiles and leans in close to instruct. As for the first madam, say she misses her parents' home too much and has gone there to rest for a while. She whispers, do you think that would be good? Wu Ji agrees directly without much thought. Fine, I agree with you. Li Jiaoer asks again in surprise, are you serious? He confirms, I am sure. Thinking to himself, according to the original records, Li Jiaoer was originally a brothel girl. Her sister is sick, likely related to her profession, since syphilis, as part of the Columbian exchange, was brought into the country from Europe via sea trade routes. But it would take until at least the Ming dynasty for this European venereal disease to appear. This girl likely has gonorrhea. Curing this disease is not hard. Just an injection of antibiotics will do. Unfortunately, the antibiotics the system gave me last time to save Hua Zixu are all used up. Is this the only way left? Just then, Li Jiaoer speaks, Lord Wu, I will take you to see my sister Lianer first. That place was quite far from her residence, a remote and destitute house. Before pushing the door open, she calls out, Sister Lianer, can I come in? A weak voice replies from inside, is that Sister Jiaoer? While walking toward the bed, Wu Ji suddenly pauses. Lianer, looking as if she had lost all life, looks to the side and asks, Sister Jiaoer, you are here. The person beside you is, he observes her thoughtfully. Her body is as frail as a dry leaf. This is a sign of long-term depletion due to infection, with many organ functions damaged. Normal gonorrhea is limited to the urinary and reproductive systems, but when bacteria break through the mucosal barrier and enter the blood circulation, symptoms appear throughout the body. His eyebrows knit together. I must handle this immediately to avoid blood poisoning. Li Jiaoer gently introduces. This is the divine physician Wu whom I invited. Physician Wu, Lianer and I grew up together. Because our families could not pay the taxes, we were sold into the brothel. Lianer unfortunately contracted this dirty disease. She recalls that hellish day. These 2 bags of grain are worth 2 strings of cash on the market. How can it not be enough for taxes? That official replied, the court only accepts cash now. He glared and continued, furthermore, does not moving it in and out of the warehouse cost money? Doesn't labor cost money? 6 strings of cash. Not a single penny less. The poor farmer cried out in horror, You people are robbing us. The official interrupted, shut up, don't use such ugly words. Besides, in a few days is the Grand Tutor's birthday. The Grand Tutor has devoted all his heart and effort to our great song. Should not commoners like us offer a birthday convoy to show our appreciation? Having said that, he pulled out a shiny blade. Then he threatened, why waste words with them? Not being able to pay the money is the crime of a rebel. Remembering this, Li Jiaoer felt even more helpless. Life was truly unbearable. The two of us were sold off. Wu Ji had seen scenes like this many times. This great song looks prosperous, but Xuan Mai, Xuan Lan, Shi Qiao, Shi Tian, Li Pinger, and the plight of Lian Er and Li Jiaoer before him, they let him see clearly the darkness behind the great song's prosperity. His face suddenly darkened for a long time. He had also made his decision and took Li Lianer's hand. Wu Ji affirms without hesitation, her disease will definitely be cured. Witnessing this scene, Li Jiaoer saw him in a different light. You are different. You are truly unlike others. I have invited all the other physicians, and the results were always. There was no time to wait. Wu Ji turns and says, Li Jiaoer, go prepare hot water. After it cools, I want to help Miss Lianer clean her body, and drain the pus. If we do not quickly deal with the abscesses on her body, I fear she will develop sepsis, and her life will be in danger. Also, prepare coptis and philodendron, decoct them into a thick medicinal liquid and let it cool. After cleaning, she must be washed again. Hearing this, Lianer sobs and refuses. No, Physician Wu, I am very dirty. He smiles and interrupts. In this world, what physician would despise his patient for being dirty? She trembles and stammers. Physician Wu. Before he could realize what was happening, Li Jiaoer knelt on the ground. She raises 3 fingers to swear. I, Li Jiaoer, swear to heaven, if Physician Wu can save my sister Lianer, my sister and I are willing to be Physician Wu's servants to repay our savior. If I break this word, may I forever fall into the animal realm. The system announces, Li Jiaoer's favorability increased by 30. Wu Ji hurries to help her up. There is no time to lose. Quickly prepare what I said. Cleaning is only a temporary suppression. After that, I have some important things for you to do. Only by making that medicine can Miss Lianer truly be cured. Li Jiaoer replies, everything will be as Physician Wu commands. A moment later, he carefully starts the work. There are too many abscesses here. They need to be cleaned. This is normal medical treatment with no negative intent. Please view it properly. Being touched in a sensitive area, Lianer shies away with a trembling voice. Physician Wu. Wu Ji looks up and says, it is all cleaned now. Li Jiaoer, help me find several baskets of rotten oranges. The bedsheets and cushions have been replaced. They need to be changed every day from now on. Hearing this, Li Jiaoer asks in surprise, rotten oranges? Wu Ji explains calmly, yes, these rotten oranges contain a key ingredient to cure gonorrhea. Jiaoer immediately decides, I will go find someone to do it right away. Inside Wu Ji's house, baskets of rotten oranges were piled high. He laughs with excitement. To think I could collect so many. Jinlian says to him with some concern, Dalang, we can't make money without a conscience. I am afraid our child will be born without an anus. Even Xuan Lan and Xuan Mai try to stop him. Master, we can't make this money. It will bring a lightning strike. On the roof, Shi Chao is very angry. This damn pervert has finally shown his true colors. Wu Ji sighs and explains to everyone, what are you all talking about? I just want to use these rotten oranges to make medicine. The faces of all 3 suddenly change. Rotten oranges can actually be used as medicine. Even the cucumber Shi Chao was holding accidentally fell on his head. Seeing everyone's expressions, Jiaoer laughs. She quickly recounts. When I heard this, I had the same expression as all of you. Jinlian feels confused. Dalang, who is this lady? He informs everyone. She is the second Madame Li Jiaoer of the Seamen estate. Hearing this, she suddenly becomes huffy. She repeatedly reproaches him. Dalang, you are something else. I wondered why you did not come home these past few days. Turns out you were at the Seamen estate. First, it was the first madam of the Seamen estate, now it is the second madam. Do you want to move all the women of the Seamen family into our house? Wu Ji awkwardly scratches his head. Well, you are right about that. He hastily corrects himself. I misspoke. Jinlian gives a huff of annoyance. Just you wait for Simen Qing to deal with you. I heard he even does the usury business. Xuanlan smiles and comforts her. Sister, do not be afraid. Master's business in Yanggu is getting bigger and bigger. And collect with Simen Qing is only a matter of time. Now that Master can have good relations with the ladies of the Zeman estate, it is beneficial for our career development as well. Hearing their conversation, Jiaoer chimes in. So divine physician Wu likes the beauties of our Zeman estate. No wonder the first madam is already pregnant with your child. She does not forget to whisper, as for this lowly woman, as long as you can save my sister Lianer. Jiaoer moves closer to Wu Ji. Li Jiaoer is also willing to serve Dalang. This scene makes all 3 of them extremely angry. Jinlian's face becomes very resentful. Dalang. Wu Ji turns back and announces, what Xuan Lan said just now is very true. We want to be stronger. With Zimen Qing's nature, he will likely become our Gao Qiu. Besides, such flower-like beautiful ladies will surely be coveted by Zimen Qing. He immediately decides, therefore, I am simply making the first move. Jiaoer laughs and nods in praise. On this point, I can testify. If Zimen Qing knew how beautiful these ladies are, he would surely think of every way to kill Dalang first, then take the ladies into the Zeman estate and seize Dalang's property. The more Wu Ji thought about it, the angrier he became. Now that his career in Yanggu was flourishing, if he could not eliminate Zimen Qing, according to the original plot, Zimen would use every means possible to drive him to his death. His plan to prevent the downfall of the world would also go up in smoke. After thinking for a moment, Jinlian nodded. Very well then. Since there are already so many women in this house, I am not afraid of having a few more. He informed the three of them. Alright, next I want to teach everyone how to manufacture medicine. By creating this, not only will Miss Lianer's dirty disease be cured, but all the incurable diseases in this world will also be treated. The faces of the three women immediately became filled with anticipation. Is that not a divine medicine then? Zhao turned her head curiously toward Wu Ji. What is the name of this medicine? He smiled and announced, penicillin. Wasting no time, he set to work. The process of manufacturing penicillin is roughly divided into 5 steps. First, obtaining the pure strain. Second, shallow tray fermentation. Third, active absorption. Fourth, solvent extraction. And fifth, sterilization and packaging. We will begin by cultivating the pure blue mold strain, free of contaminants. Wu Ji picked up a rotten orange. Listen carefully, not everything that ferments is called blue mold. He explained in more detail. Only the type with an even color, white edges, and a green center that has not turned black can be used. Now, everyone go and select the oranges first. Chunlin looked at the rotten oranges before her. If I finish selecting, can I be the priority tonight? I really want to. Hearing this, Jinlian interrupted. What are you thinking? The one with priority tonight will definitely be me. Watching the three of them bicker, Zhao thought to herself. This household is truly interesting. Jinlian bent down to select the oranges she deemed perfect. Chunmei and Chunlin also seemed unwilling to be outdone. The three of them brought their baskets of oranges to Wu Ji. Chunmei showed an expectant smile. Master, see if mine are correct, Jinlian called out. Dalang, I selected the most. He nodded, appearing very satisfied. Not bad at all. Now we will move to the next step, cultivating the fungi. Wu Ji carefully separated the mold, using a bamboo sliver to gently scrape off the green powder. He continued to explain, then sprinkle it onto fresh orange peels. Divide them into 4 parts labeled A, B, C, and D. Observe for 3 days, select the one with the strongest growth, and repeat the process. The clever Chunlin immediately guessed, I understand, this is to let the mold produce even more mold, right? He gave her a gentle kiss. Our Chunlin is still the smartest. This action made Jinlian extremely upset. She turned away dejectedly. Actually, I knew that too. He nodded in praise. Our Jinlian is also very smart. Her mood finally began to improve. That is better. Seeing everyone constantly being intimate with each other left Zhao speechless. She suddenly thought, I really admire them. Perhaps before long, I will also become one of them. Wu Ji gently approached Chunmei. Chunmei, you are the most meticulous. I will leave this task to you. Take the fresh oranges coated with blue mold, divide them into 4 parts, and place them in our latrine. Lately, we should apply some charcoal in the latrine to maintain early summer heat, around 25 degrees. In about 10 days, we can obtain pure strain blue mold, penicillin. She obeyed obediently. I understand, master. Her face showed a triumphant smile. I will go clean the latrine a bit. Jinlian turned her face away in annoyance. What is so great about that? Late at night, Wu Ji pondered silently. Once penicillin is made, whether it is postpartum fever, inflammation, or even infections from combat wounds, it will have extraordinary effects. It is just that currently, mass production on a large scale is still impossible. While he was focused on his thoughts, Jinlian was busy with important matters. Dalang, Wu Ji remained immersed in his own reflections. Ism and Qing should be returning in a few days. I also need to go to the county office to see Magistrate Gongsun about purchasing an official post. At the same time, I will reveal a bit of my intention to deal with Zimen Qing to see his reaction. Even Chunmei and Chunlin called out to him. Master, his body suddenly reached its limit. The scene shifts to the Yanggu County office. Wu Ji decided to wear a fine set of clothes to look distinguished. Upon seeing him, Sun Kai questioned, is this not the great shopkeeper Wu of the milk tea shop? He showed utter disdain for him. Famous people are indeed different, even daring to barge into the county office as they please. Upon seeing him, a subordinate stepped out with a smile. County Lieutenant Sun, you have returned. He gave a cold order. Lead my horse away. The subordinate obeyed. Yes sir. Sun Kai's clear attitude made Wu Ji extremely uncomfortable. He thought to himself, it seems the visitor does not come with good intentions. Looking at him, Sun Kai also assessed. Why does the young mistress like this 3-inch short Wu Ji? Clearly, I am the one tall as a jade tree in the wind, elegant and handsome. He shouted a curse. Audacious peasant, do you think the county office is a place where you can come and go as you please? Withdraw at once, Sun Kai calculated in his heart. As long as I release a bit of official authority, won't a commoner like him be scared out of his wits in an instant? Wu Ji looked at him with confusion. When did I ever offend him? At this moment, Sun Wan stepped outside. County Lieutenant Sun, this Mr. Wu is my father's honored guest. Why can he not enter or leave the county office? Seeing her, he immediately changed his attitude. Young mistress, Sun Wan turned to inform Wu Ji, my father is in the inner courtyard. I will lead Mr. Wu to see him. She suddenly became shy. After Mr. Wu meets my father and finishes his business, please come to my private chambers. I have some matters I wish to ask you about. Sun Kai's expression became increasingly frantic. Private chambers, he shouted repeatedly from behind. Young mistress, how can you let this 3-inch short man into your private chambers? Men and women should not touch. Wu Ji immediately understood his point. So that is how it is. He views me as a love rival. In that case, he gently took Sun Wan's hand. Since the young mistress has requested it, Wu Ji will naturally share her burdens. She looked at him in surprise. Mr. Wu. This made Sun Kai in the back even more insane with rage. A subordinate rushed in to report, disaster, Dalang village has been raided by a group of over 10 bandits. Hearing this, Wu Ji's expression changed instantly. Sun Kai gave a cold snort. Guard the city gates. Don't let the bandits sneak into the city. The subordinate nodded. Yes sir. Wu Ji angrily criticized him. The bandits are only a dozen or so. Why not go to their rescue? Sun Kai responded calmly. They are just a bunch of country bumpkins. He did not forget to be arrogant. If they die, they die. As long as the city is safe, that is all that matters. A system notification appeared. Emergency mission, rescue the people of Dalang village. Reward. The Wu Beiji treatise on armament technology of the Ming dynasty. Wu Ji mounted a horse and galloped forward. If you won't rescue them, I will. The reward was delivered. Power value 100, stamina value 100. Sun Kai screamed from behind. That is my horse. That is my saber. Sun Wan suddenly remembered Wu Ji's words. If you won't go, I will. She felt her heart racing. In her heart, she thought, Mr. Wu is truly a heroic man. The scene shifts to Dalang village. Wu Ji observed the situation. His face underwent a complete transformation. He saw the poor villagers attacked by bandits lying scattered across the ground. A young boy trembled and pleaded with Wu Ji. Big brother, my intestines have spilled out. Can you help me put them back? It hurts so much. As soon as he spoke, the boy passed away. Wu Ji trembled as he held the boy in his arms. His eyes were filled only with hatred. He suddenly let out a loud roar that drew the bandits' attention. What is that? They quickly approached him. Over here, there is one still alive. Wu Ji ground his teeth. Brother will help you get revenge. Not wanting to waste time, he attacked directly. Before the bandit could react, Wu Ji delivered a decisive blow. On the other side, bandits entered deep into a house. Yulan hugged herself in desperation, trembling. Wang De smiled triumphantly as he approached her. Found a soft-skinned young lady. The other bandits were also excited. Brother, you and I shall have some fun, then sell her for wine and food money. Wang De quickly pinned Yulan down. Little lady, let us be happy together. She pleaded hurriedly. No, help me. Without a word, he stripped his clothes. Brothers, help me hold her down. I will open the path for you. A subordinate ran in to report. Leader Wang, a merchant group was found at the east entrance. There is a stunning beauty among them. His face showed an excited smile. Today is truly a double blessing. The money and grain are here, and there is even a mountain wife for the great kings. Wang De turned and ordered. You stay here and watch this girl. You are not allowed to touch her. I want to be first. If you can't control your bird, I will help you cut it off. The subordinate shook his head quickly. I would not dare. After Wang Da left, the subordinate was furious. Pui, just because he is a relative of the second leader. Wang Ying, he acts all high and mighty. People like us only get the leftovers. Why should that be? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He glanced toward Yulin. I can't touch her, but a little feel should be fine, right? He smiled and approached. Dalang village is indeed large. Let brother have a touch. She kept pleading, please do not. Before this scoundrel could act, Wu Ji struck directly. Yulan was so terrified she screamed, murder? He looked around. Where did the other trash go? She informed him hurriedly. The east entrance. Wu Ji turned and stepped out the door, not forgetting to instruct, put your clothes on and hide. Elsewhere, a young lady Daijie screamed in fear. Don't come over here. She stood at a railing, seemingly noticing the rushing river below. Wang De stepped triumphantly before her. Jump then, even if you jump, we will fish you out. Don't worry, we won't take your heart and liver for soup. We only need you to be the wife for our kings. She trembled with rage. You man-eating monsters, how can you call yourselves heroes? Having no other choice, the lady threw herself into the river. A subordinate saw this and worried, big brother, she really jumped. Wang Da ordered loudly, what are you staring for? Get down there and fish her out. Wu Ji had caught up to this place. He used his saber to deal with them one by one. Their expressions changed instantly. A ghost, it is a demon. Wasting no time, Wu Ji swung his saber. With a few strikes, he completely finished off the lackeys. As they tried to flee, he gave each a kick to the back. Wang Da pointed his sword at him. Hero, we are from Qingfeng Mountain. Wu Ji did not speak a word and attacked directly. Overcome with fear, the sword accidentally slipped from Wang Da's hand. He stepped on the man, making him scream in desperate pain. Wu Ji placed his saber against Wang Da's neck. The man's whole body shook with fear. He hastily pleaded, Hero, spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother at home. Please spare me. He was not soft-hearted and acted decisively. Even as blood splattered onto his face, he remained indifferent. Wu Ji's saber was now stained a bright crimson. He swore in his heart, I will let your entire Qingfeng mountain family be reunited. In the river below, the lady kept crying. Help! Realizing she was still alive, Wu Ji turned his head with a start. He joyfully recognized her. It is Xiao Yu. No, it is Zemin Dajie. Without thinking twice, he stripped off his cumbersome outer garments. Immediately after, he dived straight into the rushing river. Whatever, saving a life is more important. Wu Ji dove deep, trying to find the lady's silhouette. Perhaps because she had struggled too long, she could no longer hold on. Her entire body slowly sank to the depths. It seemed the lady had completely given up hope on life. Wu Ji could only speed up to approach her. He held the lady's body tightly. Hold on. And so, Wu Ji used all his strength to pull her to the shore. Finally, he could breathe normally again. Seeing her unconscious from water inhalation, he was extremely worried. Hey, can you hear me? Wu Ji continued to observe her chest for 5 to 10 seconds while checking her breathing. He began the rescue process, first clearing the mud from her respiratory tract in her mouth and nose. He pulled all the debris out. Next, Wu Ji used one hand to pinch her nose and another to gently lift her chin. Wu Ji carefully moved closer to assess her current state. He blew air 3 times consecutively to maintain life. The next scene is omitted as requested. Seeing the lady still had not woken up, Wu Ji became even more anxious. He prepared for chest compressions, placing the heel of his hand in the center of her chest between the breasts. He applied moderate force for compressions. After 30 compressions, Wu Ji called out again, hey, can you hear my voice? He leaned down and blew air into her mouth 3 times consecutively. County Lieutenant Sun Kai arrived just in time. Well done, you dare to take advantage of a crisis to molest a woman. He tried to compress her chest 30 more times. I am saving her. She just fell into the water and I am saving her. Suddenly, the lady spat out all the water from her mouth. He quickly helped her sit up to regain consciousness. Water continuously poured out from her lungs. Sun Kai angrily drew his sword. You brazen maniac, release that lady at once, or this lieutenant will charge you as a bandit and kill you without mercy. He thought secretly, trying to act like a hero before Mistress Gong Sun Wan, and steal my glory, I will sit back and profit, labeling you a flower-picking thief so you know your place. Magistrate Gong Sun arrived. What is happening here? Sun Kai hurriedly reporting to your honor, I led the men to surround the bandits and have executed all 14 of them. He did not forget to point at Wu Ji. Then I discovered this peasant Wu Ji taking advantage of the chaos to commit a vile act, daring to behave lewdly toward this drowning woman. Sun Kai continued to describe, he was just groping her and even pressed his lips against hers. For such a shameless madman, I was about to arrest him as an example. Realizing her clothes were in disarray made the lady extremely worried. Wu Ji also realized he was not properly dressed. She looked down at her current state in despair. As soon as she saw him, she was so angry, she trembled. A figure sitting on a tree called out, I wondered who was turning white into black here. Turns out it is our great song's lieutenant. This made Sun Kai turn his head in surprise. Sun Ernyang leaped gracefully down to the ground. As soon as she landed, her expression turned serious. Sun Ernyang stepped toward him and stated her name, Sun Ernyang. She stood with hands on hips in disdain. I say, Lord Lieutenant, you truly have some nerve. This young man just killed bandits and jumped into the water to save someone. He is exhausted from settling everything. You, on the other hand, waited until it was over to not only steal credit but also slander him as a lecher. Your skin must be thicker than the city walls of Dongjing Bianyang. This made Sun Kai grind his teeth in rage and draw his sword. He shouted back, insolent woman, how dare you speak so wildly? This lieutenant suspects you are in league with these bandits. Sun Erning leaned down and waved her hand dismissively. With your meager cat-scratch skills. As Sun Kai thrust his sword at Sun Ernyang, she quickly raised her leg to dodge. Sun Ernyang curled her shapely leg high to gather momentum. Then she kicked him directly in the face until he bled. Sun Ernyang's kick was so powerful that Sun Kai was sent flying. Sun Ernyang crossed her arms and looked at him with contempt. With only this much ability, you dare to dance with a blade before this grandma. Then she turned to Wu Ji and praised him endlessly. I did not expect the little brother to have not only excellent culinary skills but also formidable combat prowess, killing dozens of bandits alone. Suddenly, Sun Ernyang's face darkened, her voice becoming somewhat seductive. How about you and I become husband and wife and find a place to open a tavern? This left him speechless. Become husband and wife and open a tavern. Why does this plot seem so familiar? I will probably be turned into meat buns sooner or later. Seeing Wu Ji's expression, Sun Ernyang pressed close to him and persuaded gently, little brother, do not be quick to refuse. Right now, you look upright, but these corrupt officials will eat you alive sooner or later. In the end, you will only face a ruined home. Being a small wealthy household in our great song is not easy. Those words left him in deep thought. Indeed, being a member of the middle class in the great song is the hardest. The low-level peasants are dirt poor with nothing to squeeze. And the high-level noble families have backgrounds that the authorities daren't touch. So they set their sights on small wealthy households like us, who have neither background nor deep foundations, and when Wu Ji saw Sun Kai crawling away like a coward, it made him even more somber. Today they will make me transport official goods, tomorrow they will throw me into labor service. If anything happens on the road or goods are lost, I have to compensate for everything. Wu Ji's expression darkened further. I fear that on this journey, problems will definitely occur, right? This is the death trap of the great song. Even the innocent are slaughtered. The more he thought, the more a cunning smile appeared. In the Northern Song period, there was a type of transport duty where losses had to be compensated. It was the Ya Qian duty that bankrupted countless civilians. Bandits on the road, compensate. Hin tu. Boat capsized. Compensate. Extorted, compensate. Moldy goods, compensate. Blackmailed, pay out of pocket. It is recorded in the song history. Sun Erniang then gracefully stroked his chin and asked, "Have you thought it through, little brother? Come with me." Her red lips whispered sweet words, "I guarantee your nights will be comfortable and blissful." This made Wu Ji cold on the outside but flustered on the inside. Well done, persuading Sun Erniang. Has this benefit? Favorability. Skill, preempting plots. What the hell is this seasoning packet? Isn't this just a knockout drug? Sun Kai immediately stood before them to block them, shouting, "Good, you two are indeed in league together, seize them." At this moment, Lord Gongsun appeared and shattered his scheme. Wait, this woman just said these bandits were killed by shopkeeper Wu, and the lady falling into the water was also saved by him. Sun Kai hurriedly tried to cover it up. Your Honor, be clear-sighted. She says that because they were in league all along. This woman is covering for him, but he was very upright and pointed directly at Sun Kai. This official has his own judgment. He pointed at Daejie, who was clutching her clothes. This lady is soaked through. Falling into the river was likely not a lie. As for the resuscitation method, I have seen in the medical text Jin Kui Yao Lu that if a drowning person stops breathing, one must press the chest and blow air to save them. Though the records differ slightly, the principle is the same. This made her blush and touch her shoulder. He even blew into my ear. Examen Daejie's favorability increased by 15%. Wu Ji was full of questions. Why did the favorability increase? Lord Gongsun then declared, therefore, shopkeeper Wu was likely saving a life. But Sun Kai still would not agree. But, he lost all patience and shouted, shut up. Withdraw. Are you trying to teach this official how to do his job? If I find out you faked the credit for leading troops to kill bandits, I will surely ask the court for a severe punishment. This left Sun Kai disappointed, and he slumped to the ground. He was so angry he ground his teeth. At this time, Wu Ji stood before Lord Gongsun and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for your honor's clear judgment. His face shone with unceasing admiration. With a righteous father and mother official, like Magistrate Gongsun in Yanggu, backing us commoners, I believe that the situation of bankruptcy and ruin you mentioned will absolutely never occur. Afterward, Wu Ji glanced at her and said meaningfully, the great song has its laws, and Yanggu has its blue sky justice. We are law-abiding citizens, so why should we be afraid? Hearing those words, Lord Gongsun felt quite proud and thought, Mr. Linchuan, Wang Anshi, spent his life reforming the deep-seated abuses of the great song to make the nation rich and the military strong. I was fortunate enough to hear his teachings at the Imperial Academy. I ought to carry on his legacy. Seeing his expression, Sun Erniang could not help but chuckle and whispered, your mouth is truly silver-tongued. You have coaxed the county magistrate so much he can barely hold back a smile. Since you speak so convincingly, do you even believe it yourself? He replied. As long as the magistrate believes it, that is enough. At that moment, a guard came over to report, Lord Magistrate, we have found a survivor. As soon as Yulin saw him, she joyfully pointed at him and said, it was he who saved this little girl and killed the villains. This pleased Lord Gongsun, who announced, good, according to the decree from the 6th year of the Qiandi era of our great ancestor, anyone who captures or kills 10 or more thieves shall be appointed an official. Wu Ji has fought the enemy personally, killed over 10 bandits, and saved a drowning girl. His merits are substantial and worthy of reward. Looking at Wu Ji, who was bowing with clasped hands to receive the order, he announced, Wu Ji, hear my command? I appoint you as the acting county lieutenant, in charge of captures. At the same time, he looked at Sun Kai's pale face and declared, Sun Kai, as the county lieutenant, you failed in your duties and slandered an innocent man. By law, you are suspended pending the court's decision. Wu Ji quickly bowed and accepted the order. Thank you, County Magistrate Gongsun. This humble citizen will work hard to protect the security of our Yanggu County. He thought to himself, before I can buy the position of fort commander, I should gain some experience as a county lieutenant first. He bowed 90 degrees and made a request. County Magistrate Gongsun, I have a favor to ask. Lord Gongsun generously replied, Lieutenant Wu, please speak freely. I would like to ask this female warrior no. Looking at her attire, she must be the famous Sun Erniang of the underworld to help me as well. Hearing this, Sun Erniang froze in place. Startled, she asked, you actually know me? Lord Gongsun hesitated. This Since the founding of our great song, there has never been a precedent for a woman to hold such a position, but Wu Ji firmly replied, Lord Gongsun might not know, but a great man once said, women can hold up half the sky. He asked in amazement, women can hold up half the sky? Which great sage said this? I am well read, yet I have never heard these words. This startled Wu Ji, as he had forgotten he was in the great song. Wu Ji clenched his fist and gave an example. Then has the magistrate heard of Madame Shi, the wife of General Yang of our dynasty? Lord Gongsun stroked his beard and sighed, I have indeed. Although Shi Taijun holds no official rank in court, she manages military affairs and assists the general in guarding the borders. She is truly a heroine among women. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly affirmed, Sun Ernyang possesses superb martial arts and extensive experience in the underworld. In terms of skill, is not she 100 times better than those men who only know how to bully commoners? A position like head bailiff values the ability to catch criminals, regardless of gender. Those words struck directly at Sun Ernyang's heart. Women can hold up half the sky, value ability, and regardless of gender. Her emotions were deeply stirred, and Sun Ernyang's favorability increased by 15. Convinced by those persuasive words, Lord Gongsun agreed. Very well, Lieutenant Wu makes a good point. Shi Taijun was no less than any man. If Yanggu can train such an excellent female bailiff, it would be an admirable tale. Let her serve as a temporary head bailiff for now. Once she performs meritorious service, I will petition the court. Wu Ji bowed and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, County Magistrate Gongsun. Then he turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct. The cleanup here is left to Lieutenant Wu. Shan Chong and Yi Yudutsu stay behind to assist him. I will return to the county town first with the rescued girl. They simultaneously cupped their hands and replied, understood. At this time, Sun Ernyang pulled him aside. She shyly stroked her hair and said, I am a person of the underworld, used to being free and easy. He placed his hand on her shoulder and encouraged her loudly, Ernyang, you have great martial arts. If you are willing to be the head bailiff, the people of Yanggu will have an extra layer of protection. Although I am currently a county lieutenant, it is more than that. Our great song is corrupt to the core. Instead of hiding in the mountains, opening an inn, and living an idle life, it is better to accumulate strength to prepare for the future upheaval. This piqued her curiosity. Like a river of spring water, Wu Ji put on an extremely firm expression and affirmed, that is right. This made Sun Ernyang jump for joy and embrace him. Sun Ernyang's favorability plus 15. Seeing this, he put on a cheeky, teasing face. Or should we go into the mountains and open a restaurant? She said coquettishly, I am not opening a restaurant. You support me, he replied. All right. Sun Ernyang's expression turned sharp. Then that is not enough. We still have to fight our way to Dongjing. Wu Ji quickly covered her mouth and signaled her to be quiet. To seize that, he whispered in fear, my dear lady, you can't just say things like that, we only think it in our heads. Understand, Sun Ernyang said playfully. Got it. I was just excited. I won't do it again. This made Wu Ji a bit scared. As expected, Sun Ernyang does not want to be granted amnesty. She gets excited as soon as she hears about rebellion. So, Ernyang, you agree then? She hugged him tightly and made a request. I agree, but I have one condition. You must teach me how to cook. The system notifications popped up. Mission Village Rescue complete. Reward, Wu Beiji of the Great Ming. Mission Persuade Sun Ernyang, complete. Sun Ernyang's favorability is now at 95. Wu Ji then tightly held Sun Ernyang's hand. He said excitedly, of course I can. This is great. This is the Wu Beiji of the Great Ming. It contains not only military tactics, but also detailed blueprints for Ming firearms and designs for warships. This made Sun Ernyang feel very proud. It seems this kid is excited. I truly am charming. I will make sure you are fully satisfied another day. She hugged him, with hearts appearing around them. Now, I have not only changed Sun Ernyang's fate of opening a black inn, but I have also recruited the first Liangshan hero and unlocked a new skill. His eyes began to map out more plans. With this heart of brotherhood, as long as my reputation is high enough, I can recruit Song Jiang's subordinates, and even those he could not. Once brothers from all 8 directions unite, plus the firearms, my first small goal will be to reclaim the begonia leaf territory. The 2 guards watched them with constant suspicion. Look at those 2. There is definitely something going on. Tell me about it. I heard the newly appointed lieutenant has a beautiful wife, but who knew he had this kind of taste too? Later, dressed neatly, he approached and ordered them. Everyone worked hard today. Head Bailiff Shun, take some men and continue looking for survivors. Head Bailiff Yi, you are responsible for burying the bodies. Remember, search thoroughly to prevent the spread of disease. They showed expressions of disdain but answered, understood. Seeing their faces, Wu Ji smiled. Brothers, you have worked hard today. He pulled out a shining piece of silver and said, smugly, this is a silver ingot. Take it later to buy some wine. Their eyes lit up at the sight. Silver, they quickly took it and began to flatter Wu Ji. Lieutenant Wu, you are too kind, we are at your command. If you say east, we will never go west. By now, all the surviving villagers had gathered. As soon as Wu Ji spoke, "Where is the village chief?" An old man stepped forward. He produced a scroll and quickly instructed. "I am the new county lieutenant, Wu Ji. I have drawn a map. You can have everyone dig according to this map. Then contact other village chiefs. I want every village under Yanggu's jurisdiction to be a fortress and every household to be sentries." The village chief quickly took the order. Yes, yes, Wu Ji felt a sense of pride. In the future, whether it is bandits or the Jin army, I will drown them all in the vast sea of a people's war. At the city gate, on the deserted streets, Jinlian, Chunlin, and Chun Mei were waiting anxiously. For the 3 days since Wu Ji went to the village to suppress the bandits, Pan Jinlian had waited at the street corner every night. Jinlian said with a worried face, "It has been 3 days. I do not know if Dalang is injured. These last few days have been wonderful, but why did he have to go save people?" Chunlin quickly grabbed her hand to reassure her. "Sister, you have been standing here for nearly an hour. Go back and rest. The master is a lucky man with heaven's protection." Jinlian replied uneasily, "Chunlin, you do not know how fierce those bandits are. Why did he insist on becoming a county lieutenant?" Tears began to flow as she said, "The milk tea business is much better, it is peaceful and stable." Jinlian held back her tears and began to recount the past. "When I was 9, I was sold to a wealthy family as a servant. Later, because the mistress was jealous, she forced me to marry Dalang. If Dalang was just short, that would be one thing, but he was also a coward. When I was harassed by thugs, he only knew how to run away, and then we fled from Chinga to Yanggu." The kind image of Wu Ji appeared in a warm light. But there are evil people everywhere. After coming to Yanggu, Dalang was severely injured because he could not pay protection money for selling steamed buns. But from that day on, Dalang changed. Her face broke into a happy smile. "He became warm, approachable, and he knows how to pamper me." Images of the past appeared. In reality, it was the swap between the transmigrated Wu Ji and the original Wu Dalang. Furthermore, the system had altered everyone's memory regarding Dalang's beard, so they only remembered him as being short. The more Jinlian thought, the more anxious she became. "Now, my only wish is to live a good life with Dalang and have children with him." Chun Mei cried out joyfully, "Sisters, look, someone is coming back." Jinlian's eyes snapped open with a spark of hope. The people saw the flower on his official hat, and praised him endlessly. "Look, it is Lord Wu Ji, the new county lieutenant. I heard he killed over 10 bandits by himself. Looking at manager Wu now, he actually seems quite heroic." Wu Ji's face showed a hint of pride. Jinlian rushed toward him. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around Wu Ji. He reached out to comfort her. "Jinlian, I am back. It is okay." She cried loudly in distress. "Do you even know the way home? Do you have any idea how I have lived these past few days?" Her tears flowed as she said, "Can we stop being a county lieutenant? Let us just peacefully run the shop and earn silver? That is better than anything else. If something happens to you, Wu Ji's expression softened as he comforted her. "Jinlian, I know you are worried about me, but those bandits harmed the commoners. They even spared no children, disemboweling them for fun. Taking this role is not just about an official title. It is for the people of our Yanggu." Jinlian was slightly moved, but Chunlin stepped up and held her shoulder, explaining, "Sister, the master is like a god descended from heaven. He came to this world to save all living beings." Jinlian finally gave in, "But if anything happens to Dalang, I won't live either." The 3 beautiful girls pleaded softly. "Then when Dalang goes out to work, you must put your safety first." Seeing this scene, Wu Ji's eyes grew red. "You have said so much that sand has gotten into my eyes." He then noticed Sun Erniang standing behind him, while Jinlian noticed her impressive figure. "I forgot to introduce you too, this is a newcomer, Sun Erniang." Jinlian's face darkened as she said sarcastically, "Congratulations, Dalang. Congratulations on gaining another new beauty." Wu Ji quickly explained, "What are you talking about? She is my colleague. The yamen is full of smelly men and is not fit to live in. She will stay at our house temporarily and move out once we find her a place." Jinlian said skeptically, "Really, I am just afraid that when the time comes, Dalang won't want to let her go." Seeing the situation was bad, Sun Erniang switched to flattery mode. "This must be the elder sister-in-law, your reputation is truly well deserved. Your beauty could rival Diaochan herself." Embarrassed, Jinlian's attitude changed. "If you are Dalang's colleague, then staying for a few days is no problem." At night, while the household was sound asleep, Sun Erniang opened the door and walked in. Wu Ji was comfortably embracing Jinlian in his sleep. Sun Erniang wore a seductive smile. Everyone is sound asleep. The break-in was successful. Dressed in alluring sleepwear, she stepped in smugly. "Wu Dalang, tonight I am going to eat you up." Suiting action to words, Sun Erniang quickly sat on top of Wu Ji. This startled him awake, and he tried to stop her. "Hey, what are you doing? Jinlian and the others are right here." She was not deterred. "The more the merrier. Don't worry. I added a little something to today's food. They won't wake up anytime soon." Sun Erniang pinched Wu Ji's cheek and said enchantingly, "I heard Lieutenant Wu's medical skills are superb. I have been feeling some internal heat lately, with constipation and hemorrhoids. I wonder if the lieutenant has any treatment, he said awkwardly. I do, but I have to see if it is internal or external first. Her hands with sparkling red nails were alluring. Come here then. Sun Erniang lay down, extending her fair legs as an invitation. I will trouble the lieutenant to check for his subordinate. Wu Ji's body surged with energy, and he smiled mischievously. You have mixed hemorrhoids. I have an adamantine pestle that can break through anything. It expands when it meets rain. It can surely cure this ailment. She blushed in surprise. Then he pressed his whole body down onto Sun Erniang. This made her extremely happy. He was also very delighted, repeatedly using 100 variations of divine steps and invincible wind and fire wheels. A whirlwind appeared, discovering a large amount of oil. It constantly churned everything around. Nearby, Granny Wang was drinking tea and felt the surroundings shaking. Is there a strong wind outside? By now, Sun Erniang could take no more. Tears fell as she pleaded. Damn it, I am about to lose it. Wu Ji smiled smugly and did not stop. How is it? Is the medicine working? Sun Erniang gripped the bedsheets, her face full of pleasure. My illness is finally saved. Her eyes grew hazy as she said, from now on, this life of mine belongs to Lord Wu Dalang. A teacup shattered on the ground. Zimen Qing was so angry he gritted his teeth. That shorty dared to kiss my daughter. He pointed at Zimen Daje, who was kneeling on the floor. Did you let that tea seller take advantage of you on purpose? She quickly defended herself. Father, I did not. After I fell into the water, I quickly lost consciousness and fainted. But Zimen Qing did not believe her, holding a stick and shouting, fainted? Even if you fainted, did you have to let him kiss your lips to blow air back into you? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Zimen Daje pleaded. Father, you must believe me. He did not believe her, swinging the wooden stick and gritting his teeth. So what if I believe you? How many people saw your lips touch his? Where am I supposed to put this old face of Zimen Qing? As she was hit repeatedly, Zimen Daje cried out in pain. Father, the magistrate himself said he did it to save me. Zimen Qing swung the stick higher. Save you? I think he was trying to ruin me. Your father worked so hard to escape the commoner status, and just as I was about to climb higher, everything was ruined by a slut like you. She cried out in agony. Father, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Her trembling hands grabbed Zimen Qing's leg. She tried to crawl toward him, clinging to his leg and begging, I really know my mistake now. Tears streamed down her face. Don't hit me anymore, father. But Zimen Qing's eyes were bloodshot with hatred. The Chen family is such a prestigious clan. Chen Jingji's father is Chen Hong, and in-law to Yang Jian, the commander of the Imperial Guard. Above Yang Jian is Grand Preceptor Cai Jing. I spent so much money and used so many connections to secure this marriage, hoping to connect with Yang Jian and Cai Jing. But you let a tea seller kiss you in front of everyone. And let him touch you there, I will beat you to death. He swung the stick again. Li Chaonier rushed over to stop him. Master, do not hit her anymore. While you were away, Zimen Daje managed all the business of the household. She said with a hint of grievance, if you had not been gone for half a month, she would not have gone to inspect the goods herself and would not have met with this trouble. But Zimen Qing showed no mercy and shoved her aside. The force caused her to fall and bleed. Seeing Li Chaonier on the ground, Zimen Daje called out in concern. Second mother, the stick also fell to the floor. He grabbed her hair and cursed, you are just a whore from a brothel, and you dare to lecture me. Zimen Qing began to kick and beat her. You are just a toy I bought. Li Xiaonier begged in pain. Master, please stop, but he repeatedly punched her in the face. I will teach you to talk back. Li Xiaonier clutched her face and wailed, Master, spare me, spare my life. She wept, covering her face. Stop hitting me, Master, we can still use money to bribe people. We can make everyone who saw it shut their mouths. Just say, it was a method of blowing air to save her life. In the underworld, there is such a way to save people. Zimen Qing's bloody fist stopped. At least you finally said something useful. Then he turned and left the trembling Li Qianyar behind. A sinister ambition grew in his heart. I will make back all the money I spent today. It just so happens, I have targeted a new prey recently, and Wu Ji, I will remember this debt. Finally, he slammed the door, leaving the two women lying in pain on the ground. At the Lion Restaurant in Yanggu County, during the quiet night, Sun Kai poured wine for the guards and complained, let me tell you both, the prefectural office already knows about the fierce tiger in Yanggu. He wore a wicked smile. I was the one who sent the report. I said that damn magistrate keeps ignoring it, watching the tiger disaster harm people. Soon, an official reprimand will be sent down. The two guards looked at him skeptically. But was not it you, Lieutenant Sun, who kept delaying the tiger hunt? You said there were not enough men and we needed to plan carefully. Hearing this, Yi quickly slapped his back to cover it up. What are you talking about? That fierce tiger is not someone like us can beat. Lieutenant Sun did that for our safety. Naturally, he had to think of a perfect plan. Then Sun Kai raised his wine cup smugly. The magistrate wants to sponsor that Wu Ji to be the county lieutenant, right? Fine. I will make this tiger disaster his death warrant. Suddenly, he realized something. He ordered the two guards, pass down my command. Among everyone in Yanggu, none of my old subordinates are allowed to help Wu Ji kill the tiger. When this succeeds, I will reward you handsomely. They flattered him, Lieutenant Sun, rest assured. Even if Wu Ji gives us silver, we would not dare go. Hearing this, Sun Kai broke into an arrogant smile. Let us see how he fights the tiger all by himself. On the other side, after finishing his business, Wu Ji was contemplating his next move. Those transmigration novels I read before, where they made composite bows or traction trebuchets, were too naive. Those things can be copied as soon as the enemy captures them. Only developing firearms can create a real gap in technology. On the battlefield, even if you pick this up, you won't know how to use it, let alone manufacture it. I will split the production stages to ensure strict secrecy. His face was full of intensity. The Song dynasty's current firearms are just firelances. Their steel-making techniques are mature. With a little improvement, I can make Yongle hand cannons or 3-barreled guns. Tomorrow, I will find a good blacksmith to ask about it. The next morning, a muscular man was forging iron. This was the famous Tang clan smithy. Wu Ji handed the blueprints to the blacksmith and asked, "Master, can you forge this?" The man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "My God, you want to forge a firearm?" He quickly introduced himself. "Don't panic. I am the newly appointed county lieutenant, Wu Ji. The weapons at home do not fit my hand, so I want to see if an improved fire lance can be made. I will have the Yamen provide the official paperwork later." The blacksmith calmed down. "So you are an official. But I really cannot forge this firearm." "Perhaps." A voice from behind a curtain spoke. "Tanger, let him in." He hesitated. "But Miss Tang Long's voice from behind the curtain grew stern. "Tanger, are you not even listening to me anymore?" Hearing that, he lifted the curtain and invited Wu Ji in. "If the miss invites you, then you may enter." Inside, Tang Long was holding a censer, inhaling its fragrance. She looked him up and down and remarked, "You are the Wu Ji who sells tea. Your milk tea is indeed very good. I did not expect Manager Wu to be so capable, defeating 10 bandits alone." But Tang Long's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. "It is just, why is your stature so short?" This left Wu Ji speechless. When pointing out someone's flaw, can you not be so blunt? Wu Ji regained his composure and greeted her. "May I ask for the lady's name?" She introduced herself proudly. "Tang Long." He asked somewhat foolishly, "Are you the gold coin spotted leopard?" Tang Long. Tang Long leaned back and said disdainfully, "That is my clan brother, a useless gambler. Just because he is a man, he has a bit of a reputation, but his skill is merely mediocre." Wu Ji was startled by these words. Tang Long was a master weaponsmith, who had forged the hooked scythe spears and supplied countless weapons for Liang Shan. He had not expected this girl to describe him as ordinary. Could her skill be an entire level higher? Wu Ji presented his prototype and asked, "I wonder if the lady can manufacture this firearm." She narrowed her eyes to examine the blueprint. Making it is not hard, but making it capable of continuous firing without exploding is extremely difficult. Cast iron won't work. It is too brittle and would burst upon firing. Tang Lung then began to visualize the process. "We need thick steel, using wrought iron as the core and cast iron for the body. They must be layered and heated so the molten iron permeates the wrought iron, then forged repeatedly. The resulting material, combining hardness and flexibility, can withstand the explosive force of gunpowder. Finally, it requires great craftsmanship. The barrel walls must be even. Furthermore, the ignition vent and touch hole, any error in the process could lead to failure." Wu Ji was very pleased with her words. He cupped his hands and said, "If the lady can do it, not only will I pay you, but I will also give you a gift. This incense is 100 times better than the stuff you are breathing now," he said, causing Tang Lung to look a bit embarrassed. She asked suspiciously, "Is that the truth?" He affirmed with absolute certainty, "It is definitely true." He thought of how Emperor Gaozong Zhao Gu used ancient gula aloeswood as the base mixed with musk to create a scent like branching flowers, hailed as the supreme scent. Zhao Gu was a representative figure of Song incense culture, so Wu Ji trusted his expertise. If the Huizong father and son lived today, they would surely be master artisans. When he arrived at the Yamen, a guard chirped, "Lord Lieutenant, you have arrived. The magistrate is waiting for you inside." Wu Ji went inside and greeted him with cupped hands. "I wonder why the Lord Magistrate has summoned me." Lord Gongsun saw him and said kindly, "When it is just the two of us, you can just call me Big Brother." His hands trembled slightly as he said, "There is indeed a bit of a troublesome matter." Lord Gongsun thought of the tiger and Sun Kai, saying tiredly, "The prefectural office used harsh words, saying Yanggu County has been negligent, allowing a tiger to harm the people. They have given me 10 days to solve it. This must be the work of that suspended Lieutenant Sun Kai playing his dirty tricks." He then said helplessly, "Currently Yanggu is actively preparing for 3 major affairs. If the tiger threat is not eliminated, the trade routes remain blocked, which is a serious problem. Brother Wu Ji, I know the tiger's den is perilous, but right now, I truly have no other choice." However, Wu Ji said confidently, "Don't worry, Big Brother. Regarding the tiger threat, your younger brother will naturally do his best." Lord Gongsun praised him happily. "Good. Tell me whatever help you need. Above all, you must stay safe. You can have the hunters, guards and archers go first." As he was walking through the garden corridor, Gongsun Wan called out to him, Brother Wu. She clenched her hands and pleaded, can you please not go hunt the tiger? Gong Sunwan's affection level was currently at 65. Wu Ji refused with determination, I cannot. The tiger harms people, and as the county lieutenant, I have the responsibility to protect everyone. Hearing this, Gong Sunwan quickly grabbed his hand. But I am worried. She choked up, I am worried for Brother Wu. He held her hand to reassure her, silly girl, it is just a big worm. Your brother Wu can crush it with one hand. Then Wu Ji asked playfully, why is Miss Gong Sun so worried about me? Gong Sun, Wan asked timidly, do you want to hear the truth? He replied, of course I do. Unexpectedly, she kissed him directly on the lips. It is because I like you. Gong Sun Wan's confession appeared. In the 3 days you were away saving villagers, I never stopped worrying about you. I realized I have fallen for you. The image of his righteous act flashed by, if you won't save them, I will. It made her heart flutter with admiration. As soon as the kiss ended, she shyly stated her wish, I want to be with you forever. However, Wu Ji said with some hesitation, but I am very short. Gong Sun Wan pointed and said, I do not care. He continued to find reasons, I am just a county lieutenant named Wu Ji. She said softly, I do not care. Wu Ji added, I already have a wife and concubine in my house. This made her shout in annoyance, I do not care. He finally asked the decisive question, then, what do you care about? Gong Sun Wan leaned against him and said honestly, I only care whether you can stay by my side forever. Suddenly, they noticed a sound nearby. Sun Eryang, whose affection was now at 100%, stood there teasing them. It seems I have come at a bad time. Seeing her, Wu Ji waved her over. No, Eryang, you came at the perfect time. Let me introduce you to a new sister. Gong Sun Wan greeted her sensibly. Waner pays her respects to elder sister. Sun Eryang shyly reached out and said, alright then. You are about to go fight a tiger, so I will give you a little reward. With a beauty on each arm, he joked. After I kill this tiger, I will explore the origins of life, with both of you. Sometime later, Wu Ji set out on the road with the Shandong hunting dogs to investigate. His mind was full of smug thoughts. Face the tiger head on, forget it. Is it a tiger or am I a tiger? You think everyone is a human manifestation of the Tai Sui like Wu Song, an adult tiger's swipe can hit with a ton of force. Even if the system gives me 30 seconds of Shang Yu's strength, I do not need to risk my life like that. First, I will train the dogs to find its lair, then throw a few improved grenades at it, plus a triple-barreled gun. Let us see if it stays alive. If I succeed, my fame will spread far. I hope talented followers will come to join me. Wu Ji had recruited Sun Eryang and unlocked new skills. As his reputation rose, events for heroes to join him would trigger. Thinking this, he walked down the street smugly to buy materials to upgrade Song Dynasty gunpowder for his grenades. On the other side, at the Yang residence, a crowd was in an uproar. Yang Tongji's aunt, Madame Yang, was relentlessly cursing. Meng Yulu, you cursed woman, you jinx, my nephew, Yang Tongji was such a good man. How long has it been since he saved you? You have already jinxed him to death. You are a comet of misfortune reincarnated. Wherever you go, you bring disaster. Meng Yulu could only listen in silence. Nearby, Zimen Qing was hiding and watching the show. These 50 taels of silver were well spent. As long as this old young hag comes to cause a scene every day, the whole city will be in an uproar. His heart was full of darkness. When the time comes, I will propose to Meng Yulu. To keep her family assets, won't she obediently listen to me? The old woman grew more heated. You husband-killing jinx, you killed my nephew, give me back his life. But a sharp pain suddenly hit Madame Yang. She immediately clutched her chest in agony. Then she fell to the ground and drew her last breath. Seeing this, the crowd collectively believed the superstition, beat her to death. She is a jinx, she is an evil spirit harming people. At that moment, Wu Ji stepped forward to shield Meng Yulu. He introduced himself loudly, I am County Lieutenant Wu Ji. The Song Penal Code clearly states, anyone who takes a life without authority is guilty of intentional murder. The punishment ranges from exile to strangulation or beheading. Step back now. The people swinging their fists suddenly froze. A woman hurriedly questioned, this jinx caused her husband's death and now killed Madame Yang. We are acting on behalf of heaven. Wu Ji countered her, acting for heaven or being a demon. She is a wealthy widow. I will know once I check. He quickly went to examine Madame Yang. There was no pulse. Her pupils were dilated, unresponsive to light, with no signs of life. Then he checked her chest. It was still. This made the crowd even more agitated. Everyone look, there is not a single wound on her body. Besides, I heard Aunt Yang ate 2 large bowls every day and loved fatty meat. She was healthy. How could she die suddenly? She must have been cursed by this enchantress. Kill her. Wu Ji stood up and scolded. What nonsense. The deceased's face is blue-purple, and her fingertips are cyanotic. This was caused by ventricular fibrillation from an acute myocardial infarction, leading to sudden cardiac arrest and death. He then looked solemn and thought, even if I perform CPR now, this is the northern song. There are no defibrillators, no ECG monitors, not even thrombolytic drugs, let alone a cath lab for PCI. She is beyond saving. The commoners were all dazed. What infarction, what fibrillation, we have never heard of such things, Zimenqing said smugly. Could it be that our newly appointed lieutenant has set his eyes on this little widow and is making up stories to defend her? He wore an extremely confident smile. Very well, Wu Ji. You dare touch the woman I have targeted, I will make sure your reputation is ruined. Wu Ji was equally confident in his heart. That water-powered loom is the ticket to future industrial reform. Later, everyone in my great Xie will have clothes to wear. Thanks for the gift, brother Zeman. Everyone sighed in unison. So that is how it is. We heard Lord Wu killed dozens of bandits alone. You should not ruin your lifelong reputation for this enchantress. This forced him to rack his brain for an explanation. Let me think how they described this illness in the Song dynasty. Ah, there it is. He gestured and explained in detail. This is a case of sudden cardiac death. The patient had a history of heart ailment, and under emotional stress, the vessels dilated, the heart vessels ruptured, and the patient died instantly. This condition built up over many years and has nothing to do with Meng Yulu. Hearing this, her face turned red with gratitude. Wu Ji waved his hand and continued, if you do not believe me, you can invite the coroner to examine the scene. At that moment, a pair of slender legs approached. Zhang Hulian held up a prescription and affirmed, I have the receipt for the heart-conserving pill combination that Aunt Yang filled at our clinic. This proves she already had a heart condition. An old man leaning on a cane stepped out to defend her. The master does not speak of supernatural forces. This old man has lived 60 years and seen many deaths like this, cursing one moment, then choking on a breath and passing away the next. It truly has nothing to do with others. Wu Ji cupped his hands in thanks to the two of them. Thank you, Miss Jiang and this elder, for stepping forward. The cause of Aunt Yang's death is clear, and it serves as a reminder to us all. Recalling Madame Yang's image, he continued, first, we should eat a light diet. Aunt Yang ate 2 large bowls of meat every meal and loved fatty meat. High-fat, high-sugar foods are extremely harmful to blood vessels. Therefore, we should reduce salt and oil to keep the vessels clear. Then he did not forget to point at his head and say, in daily life, one must guard against anger and irritability, and speak calmly and politely. Finally, Wu Ji dispersed the crowd. All right, everyone disperse. To accidentally kill oneself with anger. What bad luck. Meng Yulu came before him and bowed in thanks. The survivor Meng Yulu greets the county lieutenant. Thank you for your life-saving grace. He quickly helped her up. The lady was frightened. Suddenly, Meng Yulu stumbled forward. Her whole body fell heavily into his arms. Wu Ji quickly caught her and said, the lady likely sprained her waist. I know a bit of medicine and can help treat the injury. She blushed shyly. This, Hulian stood out as a witness. The lieutenant's medical skills are superb, calling him a divine physician is no exaggeration. Let him take a look, she then enthusiastically suggested. I will also stay by his side to assist. Finally, Meng Yulu was persuaded and agreed. In that case, I shall trouble the lieutenant. He was inwardly delighted. This Zhang Hulian is truly a great help. While she thought innocently, great, I get to see the divine physician perform his skills again. Then Meng Yulu led the two to her room. Please examine me here, Lieutenant. Hearing this, he smiled and suggested, then I must trouble the lady to remove her clothes and lie on the bed. This shocked her to the core. This, Hulian quickly clarified. Don't worry, lady. The lieutenant is not a bad man. In the eyes of a physician, there is no distinction between male and female. Wu Ji chimed in. Right. Exactly. Seeing their upright expressions, Meng Yulu accepted and tied up her hair. Very well then. She then removed her outer garments. Slowly lying face down on the bed, she asked shyly, like this. Wu Ji began rubbing his hands together, preparing for treatment. He crossed his hands and said seriously, lady, I am going to treat you now. Then Wu Ji quickly pressed onto Meng Yulu's back, making her cry out, it hurts. He slowly massaged her slender back. This is bruising, soft tissue damage, and muscle stiffness. Let me help you relax. Seeing her cry in pain, he smiled. It seems you do not exercise much. It is very tense here. His smile grew more mischievous. Very good. If you listen to me, your body will become healthier. She seemed to enter a daze and said, from now on, I will only listen to Lieutenant Wu. He is so domineering, yet he makes me feel so safe. He continued to massage her back. I will help adjust your posture, then use my secret technique, the flower-picking finger Ziming Qing. Your chance for wealth now belongs to me. In his heart, Wu Ji already had a plan. With Meng Yulu's money, he could create hydraulic drills and recruit skilled laborers. Additionally, her family's cloth business already had distribution channels. If he could reduce the cost of producing cotton-padded undergarments and sell them at a fair price, fewer people would freeze to death in winter. He then applied his skill, Wu Ji's 48 strokes, flower-picking finger. This made Meng Yulu's entire body go numb. She turned to look at her back, feeling much better. My waist. It seems much better, but Wu Ji still held up his hand. Not quite yet. This area is still quite stiff. Let me help dissolve the bruising. He quickly struck to disperse the blood stasis on her body. Dissolve. She gritted her teeth to endure it. The bruise faded away. After feeling better, Meng Yulu turned her head to thank him. Thank you, Lieutenant. Wu Ji raised his powerful hands and smiled. Don't mention it. This is just basic massage technique. Zhang Hulian, watching from the side, began to tremble. Basic massage has to be this forceful. That is not basic at all. She imagined herself on the bed, wanting to try the divine physician's massage as well. Meng Yulu tremblingly asked him to stop. I feel comfortable all over now. Let us stop the treatment. In her heart, she knew well that if the treatment continued, she might lose control of herself. However, Wu Ji did not listen and pulled out his acupuncture needles. Meng Yulu looked at the needle in his hand with surprise. Hulian was equally shocked. Could this be the legendary divine needle of Hua Tuo? Wu Ji then pointed the needle forward. Jade Sea-Tide Rising Needle. This made Meng Yulu feel extremely excited. He lifted one of her legs to examine it. This needle technique not only increases healing effectiveness tenfold but also releases a large amount of dopamine. As he continued the treatment, he thought, I am about to ascend. Meng Yulu's whole body felt like a burning electric current was running through her. In a dreamlike state, she saw a familiar figure. Yang Tongji appeared and said to her, Lieutenant Wu seems to be your best lucky star. He somberly reached out his hand and said, he can take my place in caring for you. Hearing this, Meng Yulu nodded happily. Then Yang Tongji added, Yulu, I have one more request. I was always traveling and had a weak, sickly body, so I could not fulfill my duties as a husband. Before I depart, I want to test this Wu Ji to see if he can bring you happiness. Can you bring him before my morning hall? This made Meng Yulu's eyes widen as she choked up. Then, as if waking up, she smiled. If that is what you wish to see. Meng Yulu suddenly grabbed Wu Ji's collar. Her affection level increased by 30%. She actually pinned him down and sat on top of him, saying, Lieutenant, I still have a very heavy congestion. Her face was full of affection as she said, I hope you can help me treat it. She turned to Hulian and requested, it is late. Please return, Dr. Jiangning. I will send someone to the clinic with the medical fee in a moment. This left Hulian in a state of utter confusion. Isn't there still one spot left to treat? But Meng Yulu coldly dismissed her. Please leave, Dr. Jiang. Don't make me call the guards to escort you out. Wu Ji guessed her intention and said tactfully, Hulian, you go first? The next part of the treatment is not convenient for you to watch. It is not that I do not trust you, it is just this skill set is beyond what you can handle now. When the time is right, I will naturally teach you. This made the innocent Hulian agree to leave. Very well then. I will go. Divine Physician, you must remember what you promised me today. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed. Meng Yulu stood up and put her clothes back on, saying, my late husband's dying wish was to see me happy. I wonder if Lord Wu is willing to move to the morning hall. Hearing this, Wu Ji felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him. She wants to go that far, but to prevent Simen Qing from taking advantage, I might as well win her over early. He regained his calm and said, of course I am willing. At Yang Tongji's morning hall, Meng Yulu went in and ordered the maids, all of you, get out. Lan Xiang, you guard the door. Yes, lady. Seeing everyone leave, she blushed and suggested, Lord Wu, the interlopers are gone. Lan Xiang is family. As long as you can make me happy, I will give her to you as a bedchamber maid. But if you cannot fulfill my husband's wish, today will be treated as nothing but a dream. Wu Ji was a bit excited. Lan Xiang, Xiaoluan. Meng Yulu laughed mischievously. I did not expect Lord Wu to know my close maid so well. She seemed to see through him. It seems the lieutenant has had his eye on this little woman for a long time. He quickly defended himself. No, it is just that I once studied Jinping Mei at university. She was curious. University. He quickly covered up. Actually, it is just something I heard while selling tea. Then Wu Ji looked at Meng Yulu's lower body and began. Enough small talk. Let me begin the treatment. His eyes changed color as he looked directly inside. Observation, normal shape, smooth surface. His nose twitched. Smelling, normal scent. Then he reached out. Touching, happiness increased by 20. The more he touched, the more sensitive she became. Heavens, are you a pangolin reincarnated? Happiness, F1, +1, +1. Having finished preparations, Wu Ji smiled. The preparation is complete. Next, I will show the lady what true happiness is. However, Meng Yulu was a bit skeptical. I acknowledge your ant-eating prowess, but your stature is so short and small. Can you truly make me? She stopped as he removed his clothes. Meng Yulu was stunned by what she saw. What? He quickly pressed against her. Your expression looks quite surprised. Some women of the great song are quite bold. I must show her my true strength to make her submit. Then Wu Ji drew his spear and performed Peng Zhu's cultivation method. He attacked continuously, like countless spear thrusts. Even the solid walls seemed to crack. Meng Yulu became extremely exhilarated. Your spear technique is so fast. He did not stop for a single second, continuing the assault. This led Meng Yulu into a state of unprecedented bliss. Finally, he finished his great task with a smile on his face. On the spear was a heroic trace of blood. 3 hours passed, with happiness points continuously adding up. Tongji whispered in her ear, Yulu, you are finally happy. I can now rest in peace. She nodded gently. Yes, you may go in peace. At this moment, Wu Ji charged forward. I am coming. His consummation of merit completely exploded with power. A notification appeared. Mission Persuade Meng Yulu completed. Gained 30 affection points from Meng Yulo, received a 3-spindle spinning wheel and blueprints for a water-powered spinning frame. After their long intimate encounter, both were exhausted. Suddenly, Meng Yulo turned and asked, "Lord Wu, when will you officially marry me?" He was startled, not quite understanding her meaning yet. Her expression changed instantly. She whispered petulantly, "Could it be that Lord Wu intends to just devour me and be done with it?" Meng Yulu questioned Wu Ji, "Are you planning to default on your debt?" He stepped forward to explain, "It is not like that. Please wait for me for a few days, my lady. Once I return from killing the tiger, I will marry you with great honor and pride." She turned to look at him angrily. "Wu Ji, I heard you used to sell buns, but I did not expect your skill at painting cakes to be so good too. Hunt the tiger. Do you want me to become a widow and wear mourning clothes all over again?" He gently placed his hand on hers. "My lady." His voice was firm and certain. "I promise you, I will definitely return alive to marry you." She was surprised. "A promise?" Meng Yulu wept helplessly. "I have heard many promises from men. The one before also said we would grow old together." Wu Ji suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Her whole body trembled. The kiss was so passionate that she felt herself melting. For some reason, Meng Yulu suddenly burst into tears. She said crossly, "My lord, can you please not go hunt the tiger? Yulu truly cannot bear to be apart from you." Her face became pitiful. "My soul and body both love you so much that I cannot extricate myself. Without you, I truly cannot live." Wu Ji gently comforted her. "Rest assured, it is just a big worm. I will use the tiger's whip to make wine for our wedding, and I will use its testicles as ornaments to hang on your purse." Deep in the distant mountains, the tiger heard a strange noise and was startled. It lowered its head and realized its 2 eggs were still intact. On the other side, Zimenqing was driven mad with rage. He roared incessantly, "Wu Ji, you dare touch my woman!" He threw his belongings onto the floor. "Meng Yulu is mine." His eyes were filled with hatred. "Wu Ji, even if you are now the county lieutenant, my father-in-law, Lord Wu the Chiliarch, has ways to deal with you." He suddenly ordered, "Someone, bring the first lady, Wu Yuanyang, here." In his mind, he thought, that silver plate-faced woman finally has a use today. Kuei ran inside anxiously, reporting to master, "The first lady." She went back to her parents' house. Zimenqing could not believe his ears. "She dared to go back without saying a word to me. That woman is getting more arrogant by the day." Even more enraged, he kicked Kuei. "When she gets back, I will definitely beat her to death." He calculated in his heart that his only option now was to find his sworn brother, Yun Lisho. His elder brother was a border colonel and might have a way. In Dalang village, inside a room, Tang Lung was working fervently. She was still fully focused on her task. Her whole body was trembling from the physical exertion. Meanwhile, Wu Ji was testing the chemical mixture. He thought to himself, the gunpowder ratio is 75% saltpeter, 10% sulfur, and 15% charcoal. This ratio allows the 3 components to react completely, producing the highest explosion temperature and instantaneous gas. By using the wet mixing method to form grains, the burning speed can increase several times after drying. His face wore a smug smile. "You tigers, prepare to taste the power of future military technology." Yulun entered to report, "Brother Wu, the clearing in front of the door is ready. You can head over now." Wu Ji warned her, "Thank you, Yulun. Have you informed the neighbors? Tell them not to come near." She nodded obediently. "Don't worry, Brother Wu, I have told everyone." He then reminded Tang Lung, "Miss Tang, is the grenade handle finished? I am ready to assemble it." She nodded and replied, "It is done." He quickly assembled the parts. Based on the steel wheel ignition design from Qi Jiguang's Wu Beiji, I have finished the pull igniter. The grenade is fully assembled. Tang Lung reminded him, "Don't you forget the incense you promised me." Wu Ji nodded and handed her a bag. "How could I forget what I promised you, Miss Tang?" Her expression changed instantly upon smelling it. This scent. It was a reaction of sheer shock caused by the fragrance. Wu Ji walked to the empty mound in Dalang village, reminding himself, better be careful for the first test. Prepared, he raised the grenade into the air. Immediately after, he threw the grenade straight forward. Wu Ji's target was a wooden shed on the side. A massive explosion echoed as the wooden shed was completely blown to pieces. Tang Lung witnessed the entire scene in shock. Wu Ji cheered excitedly. It worked. This young master has succeeded. The Dalang village elder suddenly stepped forward. "Lord Wu, what is this thing? Its power is much greater than our great song's thunder crash bombs." He turned to explain, "It is called a grenade. I have also made landmines. In the future, if bandits are spotted, someone in the village will be specialized in setting up the tripwires. Once they step on them," Wu Ji announced to everyone. Boom, blown to bits. A mischievous boy ran up and chirped, "No tripwire if no bandits." Tang Lung stepped forward and commented, "Lord Wu, you are truly generous. Right now, 1 landmine costs 3 taels of silver. You are actually willing to give them away for free." Everyone's faces changed instantly. Heavens, 3 taels. No need, it is too expensive. Our lives are not worth that much money. Wu Ji explained to them all, "People are the foundation. As long as you all can live well, this money is not wasted." All the villagers suddenly knelt. "Lord Wu, you saved us from bandits, taught us to dig tunnels for safety, and now you want to give us landmines. We truly cannot repay such kindness." He gently helped the elder up. What are you all doing? Protecting the people is my duty. The old man wept with emotion. I have lived 60 years and only heard in plays that our great song has justice bow. But a formal official who truly cares for commoners like us, I am seeing this for the first time. From now on, whenever you need us simple folk, just say the word, and we will go through fire and water without hesitation. The others also kowtowed through fire and water, without hesitation. Wu Ji calculated silently. The ancient commoners were truly simple and sincere. If you treat them well by 1 part, they return 10 parts of their lives. In the early Tang dynasty, the equal field system gave farmers land to protect their own land. The militia displayed incredible combat power. Things had turned for the worse because land grabbing was severe in the Great Song. It was not until General Yue Fei took land back from the Jin army and gave it to farmers that the people's will to fight was rekindled. Wu Ji understood clearly. Unfortunately, this also became one of the reasons the bureaucracy and gentry wanted him dead. But I, Wu Ji, having come to the Great Song, must transform this great Xiao land so that future generations will never have to learn English again. In the village smithy, Tang Lung smiled and chatted. I did not expect the gunpowder you made to be so powerful. Where did you learn it? Teach me. Wu Ji forced a smile and explained. It was passed down from my ancestors and cannot be shared with outsiders. He thought, it is best to keep the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition strictly compartmentalized. She suddenly hugged him tightly. Will you tell me if I do this? He felt even more awkward. Truly I cannot say. It is a Wu family rule unless you become my woman and bear my children. Tang Lung laughed and lifted Wu Ji's chin. You little rascal. I won't sell myself just for a formula. She remembered something. Right, I heard you are going to hunt the tiger. These past few days I have been rushing to make you these 3-edged armor-piercing spikes. Her curves were evident before Wu Ji's eyes. Furthermore, they are cast from 100 refined steel. Consider it a return gift for the fragrant powder. After speaking, she dragged the spikes out before him. He was quite surprised. The shape of this weapon reminds me of something. A light flashed in his eyes. That is it. It is a triangular bayonet. Wu Ji immediately associated it with something. The greatest infantryman on earth, lunging with a rifle. He pointed at the spike. Can you help me create grooves on the sides? Tang Lung was surprised. Blood grooves. He shook his head. They will help the tiger bleed, but through internal hemorrhaging, making blood flood its chest and abdominal cavities to quickly drain its fighting strength. Wu Ji continued his analysis. If it stabs into the chest cavity, air will be sucked in through the grooves, causing the lungs to collapse under atmospheric pressure. The tiger will immediately feel suffocated and won't be able to pounce or bite fiercely within seconds. He knew this knowledge well. At that point, the tiger's movements would be sluggish, making it a sitting duck. He could shoot it with a triple-barreled gun or blow it up with a grenade. Even if he did nothing, it would eventually die. Tang Lung nodded. Although I do not quite understand some of what you said, I get the gist of it. I did not expect you to know so much. I am truly beginning to admire you more and more. He suddenly grabbed her hand. So, do you want to be my woman now? Tang Lung brushed his hand aside. Talk to me again after you return alive. She did not forget to wave her hand. I am going to process those grooves for you. Wu Ji could wait no longer. Preparations were complete. Time to hunt the tiger. He thought, those useless guards at the Yamen and those hunters would only be a burden. Besides, I need to kill the tiger alone to boost my reputation, activate the heart of brotherhood, and attract heroes to my service. At this time, at the Lion restaurant, the crowd was discussing fervently. Have you heard? It has been 4 or 5 days and that shorty Wu Ji is nowhere to be seen. Is there even a need to ask? He is obviously run away. Sun Kai raised his wine cup to drink. I did not expect that shorty to be nothing but a coward who is all bark and no bite. The crowd continued their gossip. Examenching, in the back, suddenly took notice of the conversation. He slammed his wine cup down angrily. What? Wu Ji ran away. He approached to strike up a conversation. Isn't this Lieutenant Sun? An honored guest. Sun Kai was also surprised. So it is Master Zeman. He smiled and called out. Shopkeeper, this table is on me. Put it on my tab. Sun Kai was very surprised. Then my thanks to Master Zeman. Examenching suddenly asked. I just heard you all say that newly appointed Wu Ji ran away. What is that about? The crowd quickly recounted. The prefectural office issued a death order for the Yamen to kill that great beast within 10 days or face punishment. Wu Ji probably knew he was no match for the beast and fled. Examenching showed a smug smile. Excellent, truly a case of finding it without effort after searching until your shoes wore out. He turned to leave excitedly. It seems I do not need to wait for news from Yun Lishu anymore. Tomorrow, I will send the betrothal gifts. I must marry Meng Yulu no matter what. On this side, Wu Ji noticed something unusual. The dog began to tremble, indicating they had entered the tiger's territory. He glanced at its behavior and understood perfectly. This was an ancient tiger hunting dog that needed desensitization training, mixing tiger urine into its food, using tiger skin for its nest, tiger bones for toys, and training it to remain silent. If its ancestors had jackal blood, it would have the instinctual gene for a silent approach. Discovering something, the hunting dog retreated in fear. Wu Ji looked at the spot before him. This was the tiger's den. He immediately pulled out the grenade he had prepared. Without hesitation, he threw it inside. A loud roar echoed, startling the hunting dog. It seemed the tiger had discovered the intruder in its territory. Seeing no explosion, Wu Ji became panicked. Damn it, did it misfire? Realizing the tiger was charging at him, he was shocked. So fast. Only then did his grenade explode, startling the tiger. At that moment, its only thought was to flee. Taking advantage of its distraction, Wu Ji immediately attacked. A great chance. He used the blade to stab straight into its chest. For safety, he did not forget to retreat several steps. He successfully maintained a certain safe distance. Wu Ji calculated silently. Was it a success? He had pierced through the chest cavity, but clearly, his move just now had not hindered the tiger at all. On the contrary, it was trying to approach Wu Ji again. A second later, the tiger's expression changed. The lack of air circulation caused it even more agony. Wu Ji showed a smug smile. The moment he stabbed it, the chest cavity and the outside were connected. The harder it tried to inhale, the more its lungs collapsed from atmospheric pressure. He pulled out another item he had prepared. So what if you are a fierce beast? With math, physics, and chemistry, one can travel the world without fear. Seeing the fuse was a bit slow, Wu Ji did not forget to blow on it. He brought the weapon right in front of the tiger's face. Immediately, he fired straight at it. Die. The attack hit the tiger directly in the eye. It collapsed onto the ground in pain. Seeing the tiger was defeated, the hunting dog immediately charged forward. Recognizing its intention, Wu Ji was speechless. This little guy is truly a dog. Just now you were hiding behind me trembling, and now you rush out to take the credit. He smiled and said to it, "Fine, your performance was not bad. I will reward you with an extra chicken leg when we get home." A noise from the woods made Wu Ji turn his head. Surely there are not any more tigers, right? Unexpectedly, Wu Song stumbled onto the scene. He was still holding a bottle of wine in his hand. The moment he saw Wu Ji, his expression changed instantly. Outside the hall, the sound of trumpets echoed. Izmen Qing led his subordinates to ask for Meng Yulu's hand in marriage. His face wore a smug smile. Yang Tongji's relatives approached to flatter him. "Master Zimen, do not forget the conditions we discussed. We split young Tongji's assets 50-50. He nodded. That goes without saying. In his heart, Zimen Qing sneered, "You old fogies, still want a 50-50 split? Once I manipulate the accounts, if I even give you 1,000 taels, I will consider it my loss." He called out loudly, "Meng Yulu, Madam Meng, Zimen Qing, have presented the betrothal gifts to the Yang family. I am here today to take you as my bride. Open the doors." Behind the main gate, the young maids tried their best to block it. A servant asked Yulu anxiously, "Lady, Zimen Qing brought so many people. What do we do?" Even she was flustered. "Don't panic, hold the main gate tight." Her expression grew increasingly grim. Yulu's eyes seemed to be longing for something. She suddenly ordered, "Xiao Yan, go find Wu Ji, the county lieutenant, quickly." She nodded. "Yes, my lady." Outside, Zimen Qing was still causing a ruckus. "Madam Meng, a jinxed widow like you, only someone as powerful as Zimen Qing would dare marry you. Don't be ungrateful. For today's marriage, you must agree whether you want to or not." An elder hurriedly stepped up and whispered, "Yulu, if you still consider yourself a member of the Yang family, then listen to the words of a clan elder like me. Master Zimen has immense wealth. If you follow him, you won't have to worry about food or clothing. We all want what is best for you." Yulu replied from inside, "What is best for me? My husband young Tongji's bones are not even cold yet, and you already want to kick me out to easily divide our family assets, right?" The Yang family crowd immediately began cursing. "Meng Yulu, you jinx, how dare you be disrespectful to a clan elder? You jinxed your husband and then jinxed the Yang family aunt. Leave your assets and get out of the Yang house." Ixamen Singh added, "Meng Yulu, I have another piece of news for you. Wu Ji has fled. The prefectural office ordered him to kill the tiger within 10 days, and he fled Yanggu County the moment he heard. Do you still expect a useless coward like that to come back and save you?" Her face changed instantly. "Wu Ji." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Who says I, Wu Ji, have fled?" He returned before the astonished eyes of everyone. This time, he even carried a massive tiger on his back. An elder realized in shock. That is, a tiger. Witnessing Wu Ji's safe return left Zimen Qing completely stunned. People screamed in fear. Heavens! They killed the tiger. He charged angrily toward Zimen Qing. "You son of a bitch. You dare try to steal my woman. You are looking for death." With just one kick, he sent Zimen Qing and his horse flying to the side. He thought to himself, "Killing the tiger only gave me 5 reputation points. What a waste. I am very unhappy. I must establish my authority to deter these villains, so they won't dare act recklessly again." Wu Ji understood clearly. In the past, Lu Jishan uprooted a willow tree. Today, I, Wu Ji, shall lift this stone lion. A system notification appeared. Overlord Xiang Yu's physique. 30 seconds start now. With one hand, he directly lifted the massive stone lion into the air. The expressions of everyone around changed. What is he planning to do? Everyone could see Wu Ji's terrifying strength. He turned so, everyone could clearly see the stone lion. Following that, he used even more strength to lift the stone lion higher. Wu Ji displayed the strength to uproot mountains before everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked. Is he even human? A commoner could not help but remark in awe. A monster. A system notification appeared. 10 seconds remaining. Witnessing Wu Ji's terrifying strength, Zimen Qing was trembling with fear. He roared angrily, "To anyone who dares eye my woman." In the back, Yulu was moved to tears. "My man is truly a hero of the age." He raised the stone lion into the air. "This will be the end for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ji threw the stone lion, and it shattered into pieces on the ground. Zimen Qing still had not recovered his wits after the scene. He even wet his pants. The Yang family crowd was completely terrified. Damn, is he even human? Wu Song looked at him and thought, "Brother, you have hidden this from me so well." He thought to himself, if I had not seen you kill the fierce tiger on Jingyang Ridge with my own eyes, I would still have no idea you knew martial arts. Recalling Wu Song's perspective at Jingyang Ridge, he asked, "Are you my brother Wu Ji?" His expression was one of complete surprise. "It really is brother Wu Ji." He smiled and nodded. "That is right, little brother. I am your brother Wu Ji, and your brother Wu Ji is me." The system was adjusting his memories. He said to Wu Song, "Your brother just killed a tiger. Let us carry this beast and head home together." He felt extremely surprised, so there really was a tiger, and furthermore, this fierce beast was killed by my brother. Wu Ji suddenly placed his hand on Wu Song's shoulder. "Little brother, today I have let you see me kill a tiger. There are some things I can no longer hide from you." His face turned serious. "Our father, Wu Ji, was originally a military officer in Mengzhou. He was framed, and our family fell into ruin. Before he passed away, he told me not to practice martial arts in front of others to prevent our family from facing extermination." Hearing this, he immediately believed it. "Who was it that harmed our father?" He replied, "I also want to find the culprit who harmed him." Wu Ji reached toward Wu Song, "But as a mere commoner, I can never uncover the truth. Therefore, I want to become an official." He pointed forward. "I want to go step by step." His voice was incredibly firm. "Step by step, I will climb to the highest position." Wu Ji was more determined than ever. "I want to be the highest ranking official in the Great Song." Wu Song was deeply moved. He had not realized his brother's ambition was so great. His memory ended. Back in reality, Wu Ji looked toward Yulo. He gently picked her up. "Let us go home and exercise." She nodded in agreement. Yes. Late at night at Wu Ji's house, she cried out in fear, "Lord Wu, Yulu can't take it anymore. Tomorrow I will have the maids from the manor move over here too." The next morning, Yulu knelt before Jinlian. "Elder sister, please have some tea." She gently raised the teacup. "Now our Dalang insists on doing this dangerous work." She finished the tea and continued, "I hope you younger sisters will work harder so that our Wu family may flourish with many children." All the concubines followed obediently. "Yes, elder sister." Jinlian thought secretly to herself, "That damn Dalang, that smelly Dalang. A huge matter like hunting a tiger, yet he did not even discuss it with his family. What if something had happened? My Dalang has a great destiny, so naturally, he would not die. But one can never be too careful. From tonight on I must keep the bellies of these vixens busy." A smug smile appeared on her face. After all, even if they gave birth to children, they would still have to call her legal mother. Jinlian stepped forward to help Yulu up. "There are more and more women in this house now, and this place is so small. It is time to purchase a new mansion." Hearing this, Pinger immediately suggested, "Sister, if you do not mind my current residence, my house has 5 storefronts and 7 layers of courtyards. It would save us the money of buying another house." She nodded in agreement without thinking much. "That works. We will stay at your place for now. Let us leave this old house to our second uncle, Wu Song. It will save him from having to stay at the Yamen without a proper place to live." Jinlian continued to wave her hand, signaling the others, "Sisters, please be seated. For now, I, along with Chun Mei and Xuanlam, will manage the family's milk tea business. Next, we will open a pastry shop called Wu's Peach Pastries." She shared her thoughts. Sister Sun'erniang has not officially entered the family yet, but it is only a matter of time. Dalang said she would be in charge of the wine and restaurant business. We did not touch the liquor business before because our Dalang did not have an official post. Now that Dalang is the number 2 figure in Yanggu County, he has the authority to purchase licensing. This liquor business can certainly be done. She then reminded them, Sister Yulu's family was originally in the textile business, so she should continue that. In a few days, Dalang will get some new weaving machines for Sister Yulu to try. If they work well, we will hire female workers to open a textile factory. Yulu obediently replied, "Understood." Jinlian continued to arrange things. As for Sister Pinger, Dalang has already given instructions. All the dowry you brought will be invested in maritime trade. He mentioned something about using our great song's porcelain and silk to exchange for spices, ivory, and sappanwood from the small southern kingdoms. With one transaction, the profit could be several-fold. Pinger immediately understood. Yes, everything will be decided by sister and Dalang. As if remembering something, Jinlian calculated again. That is right, there is also coconut oil from over there that we should bring back. It can be used to make fragrant soap. She recalled Wu Ji's words. Improving our great song's soap is truly difficult. Once I have a supply of coconut oil, I can make soap that creates a mountain of bubbles with just a bit of water and 2 rubs. The sulfur from Japan has high purity. Whether for making gunpowder or medicine, it is top grade. I might even consider making matches. Thinking of this, Jinlian sighed. Dalang has been muttering things lately that I do not understand. Regardless, I have relayed all the tasks Dalang entrusted to me to you sisters. She turned to everyone and said, all right, everyone is dismissed. Just wait for Dalang to call your names tonight. They felt a bit resentful. Can't we all be together? I am afraid I won't be able to handle him alone. Kaur suddenly ran inside. Is Dalang here? She explained helplessly. My sister. She is almost at her end. Jinlian stepped forward and replied, so it is Sister Li Chaoer. Dalang is in the laboratory. I will take you there. Kaur was a bit confused. Laboratory. Jinlian quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. Sister Chaoer, follow me and you will see. The scene shifted to the door of Wu Ji's laboratory. Jinlian reminded Chaoer, Sister Chaoer, you must take off all your clothes first. She calmly informed her. Dalang said that everyone entering the laboratory must remove their clothes and wear sterile garments. Her face suddenly turned red. Alright then. Kaur decided to do as Jinlian said. She quickly placed her garments into the basket. Jinlian continued to spray Chaoer to disinfect her. Her face suddenly flushed. The smell of wine is so strong. After tasting a drop, she was surprised. This wine is truly potent. With just a few drops, Chaoer seemed slightly tipsy. She thought to herself, I have never tasted anything this strong. Jinlian smiled and handed her the garment. Sister Chaoer, this is for sterilization. Put this on, then we can go see Dalang. Upon seeing the two of them, Wu Ji asked in surprise, you are here. Chaoer suddenly felt curious. Master Wu, what are you doing? He explained to them both. The penicillin extraction was completed 2 days ago. I am currently testing to see if it actually has medicinal efficacy. His face became serious. These 4 containers contain bacterial samples from your sister and 3 others. All have been treated with penicillin. After opening them, Wu Ji pointed forward. If the medicine is effective, a transparent circle will appear, called a zone of inhibition. Chaoer suddenly placed her hand on his. She asked, Master Wu, may I do it? He nodded without hesitation. Of course. She prayed silently in her heart. I pray the Bodhisattva protects my sister. Chaoer's hand trembled as she opened the vial. Jinlian also remarked in surprise. There is a circle, a transparent and clean circle. She suddenly became overcome with emotion. Tears quickly appeared in Chaoer's eyes. She held it in front of Wu Ji. This means it is effective, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, the zone of inhibition is very clear. His gaze became certain. The penicillin has destroyed the pathogens inside. Chaoer turned back to open the remaining vials. The second one has it too. And the third one. When looking at the vial labeled Leonor, Jinlian was slightly surprised. Without thinking much, she opened it directly. She seemed very curious to see what was inside. Chaoer's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Master Wu? She looked at Wu Ji anxiously. My sister is saved. He nodded in confirmation. That is right. She suddenly became choked with emotion. Chaoer's body could no longer even stand steadily. Her voice trembled. My sister is saved. Jinlian also felt moved. Dalang. A system notification appeared. Congratulations to the transmigrator for unlocking the penicillin achievement. Wu Ji asked himself, have I really created penicillin in the Great Song? Suddenly he felt proud. Will the Great Xia take a giant leap forward because of my actions today? In the era I lived in, coronary heart disease and cancer could all be fundamentally cured. Chaoer knelt before him. Please go save my sister quickly. He hurriedly helped her up. I will go to the ice cellar under the well to get the penicillin solution right away. The scene shifted inside Leonor's house. Wu Ji recalled, common sterilization takes about 15 to 20 minutes. To kill spores, it takes more than an hour. One can also add soda ash to boiling water to raise the boiling point to 105 degrees. Killing spores then takes 20 to 30 minutes. Hospitals in the 70s and 80s still used boiling water for sterilization. He carefully drew the solution into the syringe. He gently took Li Jinlian's hand. I will do a skin test first. The needle quickly pricked her skin. Wu Ji only injected a tiny amount to check for a reaction. Chaoer and Jinlian prayed on the side. Bodhisattva protect her. After 15 to 20 minutes, he smiled and announced, no redness, no swelling. We can proceed with the injection. He pushed the medicine into her body. Leonor, wake up quickly. The face of the ailing Li Jinlian had become even more haggard. Wu Ji recalled, self-made penicillin has low purity and many impurities. It is best absorbed through the intestines, but since the situation is urgent, I will switch to an intramuscular injection in the thigh. I hope I can save this 18-year-old girl who has tasted all the bitterness of the world, so she can start a new life. A while after the injection, Li Jinlian slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she saw Wu Ji, she called out in surprise. Is it Master Wu? Chow'er suddenly became choked with emotion. Sister Lianer, she replied weakly. Sister Chow'er, thank you for taking care of Lianer all this time. Lianer's life has been too painful. I hope I can be reborn into a better life next time. Tears flooded her face. To live a happy life with my parents and you, sister. Li Jinlian recalled her past. Everyone always bullied her. She won't take customers. Come here, someone teach her a lesson. The disgusting men quickly approached her. It seemed Li Jinlian had endured a great deal of suffering. Wu Ji gently comforted her. Lianer, do not say any more. You need to rest well. She hurriedly withdrew her hand. Dr. Wu, you are a good man. It is just that this body of Lianer is too filthy. I hope that when I meet you in the next life, I will still be a pure person. Her trembling hand touched Wu Ji's face. Dr. Wu, I really like you. Unable to hold on any longer, Li Jinlian's hand quickly fell. Wu Ji felt as if his heart had been stabbed by something. Perhaps she could not overcome her fate. He dared not accept this reality. No, he suddenly shouted, penicillin is effective. You all saw it. There was a zone of inhibition. The hope in Wu Ji's eyes gradually faded. It was so large. You all saw it. Penicillin was effective, but because Lianer had been ill for too long, her body was exhausted. Living in shame and gloom every day, she had lost the will to live. Still, Wu Ji did not give up. He tried to perform chest compressions on Li Jinlian. Wake up. It seemed he was trying to wake her at any cost. Wake up for me. Suddenly, Chow'er stepped forward to stop him, causing Wu Ji to freeze. She reminded him helplessly, don't press anymore. Let Sister Lianer go in peace. She felt extremely heartbroken. She was so tired. Speaking to this point, Chow'er blamed herself. Not being able to save Lianer is not your fault. It is because she was sick for too long. Her foundations were damaged. Moreover, she herself did not want to live anymore. She hated her own body too much. Wu Ji listened in silence as she continued. Lianer was not like me. She was a good, kind girl. She could not accept being trampled upon by others, let alone contracting a foul disease. Chow'er remembered Li Jinlian's words from before. Sister, Dr. Wu came to change my medicine again today. He is so gentle. Chow'er had nodded and replied, do you like Dr. Wu? Once you are better, the two of us sisters will serve one husband together to repay him. What do you say? Li Jinlian had been utterly helpless. Do I really have the right to that? I truly wish I were a pure and clean person. Suddenly, Wu Ji stood up and grabbed a torch. Jinlian turned to look at him. Dalang. What are you planning to do? He declared. Burn the brothel. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. You can't, Dalang, arson is a capital crime. He reminded her angrily, let me go. They struggled for a long time until Chow'er stepped forward. She reached out and slapped Wu Ji across the face. Her voice carried a sense of despair. Wu Ji, what use is burning the brothel? You burn one today, and they can build 10 more tomorrow. Do you think a single flame can incinerate this man-eating society? Faced with Li Jinlian's death, he still blamed himself deeply. His whole body trembled. I know burning one brothel is useless, but I cannot swallow this resentment. Chow'er gently handed him a comb. This is the memento my sister left for you. She continued. She hoped you could carry it with you, as if she were by your side. Wu Ji tremblingly received the two items in his hand. He shed tears of despair. I will bury Lianer with the status of the Wu family's sixth wife, so she may receive the incense of the Wu family. He also swore a silent oath. Those who bullied Lianer and you, I will not spare a single one. Wu Ji's eyes were now filled only with hatred. Furthermore, Wu Ji, swear that I will definitely change this man-eating world as soon as possible, so that the world will have fewer people with a tragic fate like Lianer and you. Chow'er knelt before him. Li Chow'er vows to follow Master Wu to the death. A notification appeared. Li Chow'er's favorability has increased by 30. He gently helped her up. Chow'er, stand up. By the way, what has the Minqing been doing these past 2 days? I ruined his plan to marry Meng Yulu. He surely won't let it go easily. She recounted. He was so frightened that his meridians were damaged. He has been bedridden for days. Chow'er informed him of something. He plans to go to Wang Po's place tomorrow to inquire about a few things. Wu Ji's expression suddenly changed. Wang Po. Sism Qing. Time passed until the next morning when Jinlian woke up. She looked outside anxiously. I wonder if Dalang will come home for lunch today. As soon as he appeared, everyone bowed. Greetings. County Defender Wu. He nodded and replied. Greetings. Everyone. She suddenly felt relieved. It is Dalang. While she was leaning against the door watching, a support stick suddenly fell. Unfortunately, the stick hit Zimen Qing directly on the head. She sighed and complained. It hit someone. He looked up angrily and cursed. Damn it, who is the blind one? Watching the eyes of the two meet, Wu Ji wondered, will the wheel of history still turn in its original orbit? Xmn Singh smiled and picked up the stick. Little lady, this humble scholar greets you. This pole. Did you drop it by mistake? He thought smugly to himself, with this face and my wealthy aura, is there any woman in this city I can't hook? This little lady, it will take 3 sentences at most to win her over. Jinlian stepped in front of him. The bamboo pole has no eyes and has disturbed you, sir. Consider this medical money as an apology. Please take it and leave quickly. He took the opportunity to step closer to her. Little lady, you are mistaken. This humble scholar did not come here for money. This strike from the pole seems like a match made in heaven. Examen Ching smiled excitedly. May I ask your name, little lady? Jinlian immediately backed away. Sir, please respect yourself. Do not disturb me. I shall take my leave. He hurriedly stopped her. Little lady, please wait a moment. Wu Ji appeared behind him at some point. Zimen Ching, what are you doing in front of my house? His face suddenly changed. Wu Ji, he remarked coldly, in broad daylight. He stepped forward and pulled Jinlian into his arms. What is the penalty for harassing a decent woman? Zimen Qing's entire body trembled with rage. Recalling the events of that day, he involuntarily wet his pants. Wu Ji was somewhat speechless, while Jinlian found him even more disgusting. One thing became certain to him. It seems the tracks of the wheel of history have changed. Zimen Qing knelt and explained. I apologize, Master Wu. I did not know she was your woman. Ignorance is innocence. I will leave right now. He forced a fake smile and departed. One who does not know is not guilty. But in his heart, he was extremely resentful. Damn it, now every time I see Wu Ji, I lose control of my bladder. I must kill him. Otherwise, I will never be able to hold my head high in Yanggu again. Jinlian suddenly spoke up. That fellow was Zimen Qing, but he is far inferior to my husband. He is like... Wu Ji turned his head to look at her, puzzled. Like what? She smiled and remarked, like a dog. On his way back, Zimen Qing kept stumbling. As soon as he entered Wang Po's tea shop, he called out, Godmother Wang, perhaps not paying attention. He accidentally tripped again. This time he grabbed Wang Po tightly, startling her. He started trembling. Godmother Wang, I am sorry. Her face looked very amused. So it is Master Zimen. Your strength is truly great. Suddenly, a foul smell appeared, causing Wang Po to freeze. She was startled and hurriedly backed away. Master Zimen. What is? He reminded her angrily. On the way here, I accidentally stepped in something filthy. Godmother Wang, do you have clean clothes here for me to change into? She turned and ran inside. Of course I do. Follow your godmother in here. Wang Po brought tea into the room. Please have some tea, Master Zimen. He nodded and replied, all right, Godmother Wang, just set it down. She asked curiously, Master Zimen has come to see your godmother. Which girl have you set your sights on? He sighed softly. Don't mention it, godmother. Examen Qing recounted angrily. A few days ago, you introduced me to a widow named Meng Yulu, but she was stolen away. On the way here, I happened to meet a beautiful girl, but the result, he did not forget to describe her. This girl possessed all 5 points. Pan, Lu, Deng, Xiao, Zhan. She laughed and replied, Pan means handsome as Panan. Wang Po seemed to understand. Lu means like what your godmother saw just now when Master Zimen changed his clothes. Examen Qing hurriedly backed away. Godmother Wang is joking. She continued to analyze. Deng means as wealthy as Deng Tong. Xiao means being careful and humble in attitude. Zhan refers to being a person of leisure with time, for only then can one be patient and persuasive. Master Zimen possesses all 5 of these qualities. Why then do you worry about not being able to court a girl? He sighed. This time is different from the others. It is that fellow Wu Ji throwing a wrench in the works. As long as he is there, no woman will even spare me a glance. Wang Po immediately decided, this man must be eliminated. Her gaze became cold. Wu Ji. I have wanted to deal with him for a long time. She recalled her previous situation. This Wu Ji fellow and his wives are hard at work until midnight every day. It makes me feel hot all over. My old man passed away, leaving me alone in an empty house to suffer this torment every night. Examen Qing asked in surprise. Godmother Wang also wants to deal with that 3-inch tall Wu Ji. Wang Po immediately replied, is it not so? Wu Ji could have gone into any business, but he chose to open a tea shop. Her face became furious. It is just a pity I have no money. Otherwise, I would have asked my distant relatives at Qingfeng Mountain to come and finish him off. He did not hesitate to pull out a 100-tael banknote. I have the money. He continued to instruct. This is just a deposit. If you can kill Wu Ji, I will pay you another 500 taels of silver. Wang Po found it hard to believe. Heavens! 600 taels. She quickly took the banknote from his hand. Leave it to me and rest easy. The next day inside the carriage house, Wang Po went to find the driver Wang Ergu. This is a 50-tael deposit. If you can get someone from Qingfeng Mountain to deal with Wu Ji, I will give you another 200 taels. He was extremely surprised. Heavens, 250 taels, leave it to me and rest easy. He quickly found another person. These 10 taels are a deposit. If you can get someone from Qingfeng Mountain to deal with Wu Ji, I can give you 90 more taels later. Alu joyfully accepted. Wow, 100 taels, leave it to me, and rest easy. Ergu thought smugly to himself, this silver is truly easy to earn. Just by opening my mouth, I have already made 150 taels. Elsewhere, Wu Ji was working and thinking. Song Dynasty craftsmen used white stone just to create glass mirrors with matte surfaces, like jade. The glass I am making from quartz sand, soda ash, and limestone is non-toxic, harder, more transparent, and more stable. Therefore, it is very suitable for mass production. While he was still focused on his work, Qing Long approached. She asked curiously, "Are you making glass?" Wu Ji smiled and stated his intention. "Our Song people like to use glass to imitate jade, and the common method is adding lead. Next, Wu Ji will teach them how to use transparent glass correctly." She stepped closer to him curiously. Correct usage. He held a glass pane in front of her. Glass is one of the indispensable materials in the process of modern industrialization. I will explain it roughly in two categories. King Long listened in silence. First, regarding military use. For example, hurricane lamps, which can maintain lighting on the march in harsh weather. Another example is signal mirrors. Using reflective mirrors combined with shields and agreed upon codes, messages can be transmitted across several miles. This is optical telegraphy, which existed even before the electric telegraph. Wu Ji turned his head to look at her. Then there are telescopes, for observing enemy camps and assessing formations. Where the enemy is camped can be seen clearly. King Long's eyes immediately lit up. Then would not we know the enemy's every move? He added. Next, I will tell you about civilian use. For example, glass windows. In winter, even if the windows are not opened, the house can still be brightly lit. It is cheaper and easier to use than those made of seashells. In the future, everyone will scramble to install them. There are also glass bowls, cups, beakers, graduated cylinders, and so on. Future development cannot do without them. If the wealthy want to eat vegetables in winter, building a glass greenhouse is not impossible. Feeling it was not enough, Wu Ji smiled. Additionally, there are magnifying glasses, microscopes, and yes, eyeglasses. Whether someone is nearsighted or elderly, they can see clearly while reading or sewing. King Long quickly stepped in front of him. Even the elderly can see clearly. What is that? He announced. Reading glasses. She became even more excited. Make that first. He nodded. All right, we will make reading glasses first. Remembering something, Qing Long burst into tears. There is hope for my father's eyes. He gave up blacksmithing precisely because he could not see clearly anymore. Wu Ji gently comforted her. As people age, the lenses in their eyes harden and can no longer adjust focus, so they cannot see near objects clearly. He explained a bit of the theory to her. Therefore, a convex lens must be used to converge light earlier. In our great song, making eyeglasses is not difficult. The glassware and stonemason workshops have the tools, but no one understands the principles of optics. Wu Ji took Qinglong's hand. However, we still need to bring our father over here for me to examine. Only then can I confirm if it is presbyopia. She immediately replied, "You rascal, you are taking advantage of me again by calling him our father." She blushed and announced, "If you truly cure our father's eyes, letting you have a kiss would not be impossible." A system notification appeared. Qinglong's favorability has increased by 30%. He did not say much and went straight into action. She looked at him in surprise. "You have not even cured him yet," he replied. "For such a minor ailment, is not it only a matter of time before it is cured?" Qinglong then suggested. "Well then have another kiss." And so, the two of them continued their intimacy with each other. The scene changed. For some reason, the two had begun a passionate encounter. A sound from outside startled them both. Wu Ji's signal mirror was not finished yet, so the guard did not have time to set up the warning landmine wires. He could only take a shortcut back to report to the village chief. Wu Ji immediately put on his clothes and warned, "The bell is ringing, two slow and one fast. It is bandits. Qinglong, Yulan, get down to the tunnel immediately." The two of them hurriedly crawled into the back of the stove entrance. He quickly ran outside to assess the situation. A group of bandits had appeared there at some unknown time. Among them, the second leader of Qingfeng Mountain, Wang Ying, stepped forward. "Brothers, last time a squad of our brothers lost their lives in this Delay village, and my cousin was also killed by that Wu Ji in Yanggu. According to the intelligence from Wang Aliu at the Yanggu carriage service, that Wu Ji is in this village. Bathe Dali village in blood for me, leave no one alive, and avenge our brothers." The bandits immediately charged. "Avenge the fallen, spare not even the dogs or chickens." Wu Ji held a bamboo communication tube. "All houses pay attention, the devils are here. There are about 100 bandits. Every household fight on your own. Do not confront them head on. Hit and run." He did not forget to remind everyone, "Ensure your own safety." Over, Yulan immediately relayed his words to everyone. "All houses pay attention, each house fight on your own. Hit and run after attacking." Inside the tunnel, all the villagers were ready. The bandits set the entire village on fire. They stormed inside. "Little lady, here I come." But as soon as he stepped in, Wu Ji's homemade grenade detonator was triggered. Continuous explosions rang out, taking the bandits by surprise. In the next second, they were all blown apart by the explosion. Wang Ying screamed in panic. "Mother! What kind of sorcery is this?" Their group did not know that the villagers had hidden on higher ground. The villagers decisively loosed their arrows. One by one, the bandits were quickly struck down. Another bandit was searching around. Before he could strike, his life was ended as well. His whole body trembled as he fell from the ground. Wang Ying, terrified, hurriedly spurred his horse. The wind is too strong, run for your lives. To save his own skin, he quickly fled the scene. But how could Wu Ji let him go? Trying to leave, it won't be that easy. He leapt directly from the heights and lunged straight at Wang Ying. Unable to dodge in time, the bandit had several teeth kicked out by Wu Ji. The remaining bandits shouted, "Second leader, we will escort your retreat." Having said that, a bearded man lunged forward to attack. Seeing the opportunity had come, Wu Ji immediately drew his sword. With just one strike, he finished off this bandit. In his left hand, he held 2 grenades and quickly pulled the pins. He threw them straight at the bandits who were still causing chaos. They clutched their bodies in agony. Celestial magic, immortal arts. To save their lives, they fled in a hurry. Run quickly, the true Lord of Fire Virtue has descended to the mortal realm. Even Wang Ying felt terrified. I cannot die here. I still have 5 little ladies on the mountain I have not claimed yet. But after running only a few meters, he was out of breath. I can't die. Wu Ji, from behind, utilized the Overlord Shangyu physical technique. He aimed precisely at his prey and attacked. This time, the arrow pierced through Wang Ying's lower region. He initially sighed in relief. Wu Ji, are you a human or a ghost? From 100 jang away. Luckily he missed. Realizing that 2 eggs had fallen to the ground, he was horrified. Wang Ying wailed in despair. My eggs are gone. A bald man charged in on horseback. Second leader, I am here to save you. He grabbed Wang Ying's hand and pulled him away from the scene. Wu Ji thought angrily. It seems hitting a target from over 300 meters away is still difficult. Next time I definitely won't let this lustful demon escape. He picked up the Qingfeng Mountain Jade identification token that had fallen on the ground. However, I have a good idea. One is to avenge Lianer, and the other is to help the villagers obtain crossbows. He revealed a smug smile. If the villagers can use the frequent bandit harassment as an excuse to form a local militia, equipped with crossbows and even firearms, ordinary people and even women could use the tunnels to kill intruders. The village's casualty rate will decrease, and it will also facilitate our plan for the Yanggu industrial zone in Dalang village. The scene shifted to a brothel in Yanggu. While watching a beauty dance, Wu Ji wondered to himself, should I just take care of Simen Qing tonight as well? His expression grew darker. No, I do not know where he is tonight. It is better to stick to the original plan. Send the madam and those thugs on their way first. At night, Wu Ji sneaked into the madam's bedroom. He made up his mind. Lianer, I will send them down there to atone for their sins to you. He carefully opened the door to the room. The madam was still fast asleep, completely unaware. Wu Ji coldly raised his knife high. He brought it down with absolute decisiveness. Everything happened so fast that she did not have time to react. When Wu Ji withdrew the knife, the madam's eyes rolled back. He still felt it was not enough compared to what Li Jinlian had endured. And so, she passed away in despair. Even the madame's posture in death was terrifying. Task completed, Wu Ji immediately left the place. He went to find the thugs at the brothel who had bullied Lianer. Unable to wait any longer, he quickly disposed of them one by one. The noise was too loud, causing the remaining 3 to bolt upright. Before they could react, Wu Ji finished them all off. Clearly, he still felt it was not enough compared to what they had done. He did not forget to throw an identification token onto the floor. Wu Ji used their blood to write characters on the wall, ensuring the words were clear. The killer is Wang Ying of Qingfeng Mountain. He then departed. The next day at the county hall, Sun Yuan said to Wu Ji, we just finished with the tiger, and now comes banditry. The rebels of Qingfeng camp wandered into our county to commit crimes. Last night, not only did they harass Dalang village, but even the brothel madam and her henchmen were brutally murdered. He nodded and replied, reporting to your honor, last night I gave chase. With the support of Dalang villagers, we eliminated 16 bandits from Qingfeng camp and shot and wounded the second leader, Wang Ying. Furthermore, I captured Wang Aliu of the carriage service, who was in league with the bandits. Wang Ergu is currently interrogating him. He was extremely satisfied. My worthy brother is truly a godsend. I heard that nearly 100 experts from Qingfeng Mountain came this time, yet they were repelled by you. This office will surely report this to the superiors to request a reward for you. Wu Ji replied wisely, your honor praises me too much. Eliminating evil is my duty. Any small merit I have is thanks to your honor's brilliant planning. The primary credit must belong to your honor. He coldly calculated something. It is just. He voiced his thoughts. Dalang village consists mostly of women and children. If the bandits return for revenge, I fear they will be harmed. I humbly request your honor to ask the imperial court for a militia quota, allowing them to be equipped with crossbows and arrows for self-defense. Hearing this, Sun Yuan was surprised. You young lad, still playing tricks with your elder brother. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. The matter of the Dalang village militia is feasible. I will get on it immediately. Furthermore, regarding your wish to be a fort commander, there might be a lead after this battle. Your elder brother here has some connections in the capital, but I lacked a reason to recommend you. But now it is different. I will write a letter and prepare a small gift. You shall deliver it personally. Wu Ji was surprised. May I ask your honor, who is the gift for? He smiled and announced, my mentor, the current vice minister of the secretariat, Lord Hu Meng. With his status to grant privileged appointments, recommending you for an official post will be no problem. He continued to calculate the privileged appointment system of the Great Song usually only applies to relatives within 5 generations. Only officials of the 3rd rank or higher can recommend people with different surnames, such as children of friends or protégés. Lord Hao Meng indeed has this qualification. It turns out Magistrate Sun's backer is Hao Meng. No wonder in the original story when Wu Song killed Sima Qing, he only dared to sentence him to exile. Wu Ji walked outside. This time there is hope for an official commission. Ask me to take the imperial exams in the Great Song. Don't joke. The Great Song is famous for its heavenly squad of exam candidates. It is better to obediently be a family member and use the back door. An idea suddenly struck him. Tiangong Kaiwu, the exploitation of the works of nature. This is a science and technology book compiled by Song Yingxing during the Ming Dynasty. Many things inside can be used directly in the Great Song. Truly good stuff. Next, I must study strategy carefully, and when I have time, I will go ask Gong Sun Wan. Suddenly, Dao Zongwang stepped in front of him. May I ask if this gentleman is Master Wu Ji? He nodded. That would be me. He introduced himself. I am Dao Zongwang, known in the underworld as the Nine-Tailed Turtle. I heard Master Wu could lift a stone lion with one hand. Working at construction sites, I know the weight of a stone lion. You are truly a hero of the age. I have come specifically to serve under you. He joyfully took his hand. So it is brother Dao Zongwang. I have missed you dearly, he thought to himself. He is indeed Dao Zongwang, the chief construction engineer of Liangshan. Building walls, digging rivers, constructing houses, all engineering works were managed by him. Wu Ji was even more delighted. Such a talent was ultimately turned into cannon fodder, becoming the first hero of Liangshan to die in battle. This time I can pull him over. Not only will it save him from being cannon fodder on the front lines, but my Yanggu development zone finally has someone to serve as the construction manager. Zongwang thought in confusion. Brother Wu Ji's expression does not seem like he is lying. He recalled the planning map for the Yanggu development zone, including multi-story buildings and workshops. Zongwang suddenly felt proud. It turns out I am that famous. Wu Ji pulled him forward. Come to my restaurant. Let us drink wine and eat meat. The two of them entered the tavern. Upon seeing him, Wu Song announced, Big brother, the 3 heroes who killed the most bandits at Dali village last time have been brought here. The 3 of them bowed and introduced themselves to Wu Ji. I am Du Zideng, Chang Weiyan, and Shi Yibiao. The 3 were very respectful to Wu Ji. Greetings, Master Wu. He stood up and waved his hand. We are all brothers here. No need for formalities. Everyone, please sit. He turned and ordered, Niang, bring out the beer and roasted mutton. I asked you to prepare last time. He held a bottle of beer in front of everyone. This is a brewing method I found in an ancient text. Wu Ji smiled and continued, let the barley sprout. Then dry it, grind it coarsely, and soak it in warm water for saccharification. After filtering, the wort is obtained. He explained the preparation process. Then add hops, continue to boil for half an hour, pour it into the fermentation vat to cool, then add yeast. Close the lid and insert a small bamboo tube as an air vent for fermentation. It seemed this process was very laborious. After completion, bottle it and add a bit of sugar for a second fermentation. And finally, wait for the second fermentation to end, then place it in the ice cellar to chill. Wu Ji held it out to everyone, and you will have beer. All the brewing equipment was sterilized with high-proof alcohol. The glass beer bottles were a batch Wu Ji had made earlier. He popped the cap, then he poured the beer into the cups in front of everyone. Everyone was very surprised. They assessed it seriously. It looks a lot like horse urine. Wu Ji did not know what to say. Wu Song decisively picked up the beer cup. Since it is a brew made by my big brother, how can I, as his brother, not drink it? He quickly drained the cup in his hand. Everyone around was watching him intently. He set the cup down on the table. Wu Song suggested excitedly, Big brother, another glass. This stuff is incredibly refreshing. The others quickly tasted it. Is it really that good? Though hesitant, Zongwang also decided to take a gulp. Feeling curious, Niang finished the bottle in her hand. Her expression suddenly changed. She felt as if she had traveled to another place, a golden sea. In this place, she could play freely. All the brothers also appeared excited and refreshed. They kept clinking glasses, eating and drinking their fill. A system notification appeared. Detected host has invented beer. Random quest triggered. Use a song to create resonance with the heroes of this era. Reward, 1,000 reputation points and 4 earthly fiend stars to join your service. Wu Ji picked up a beer cup and sang a melody. The great river flows to the east. Wow. The stars in the sky follow the Big Dipper. Wow. Wu Ji hummed the melody. Facing the Big Dipper, life and death friends share a bowl of wine. Wu Song immediately sang along with him. Life and death friends, share a bowl of wine. The atmosphere became even more lively. Go when it is time to go. You have me, I have you, we have it all. Wu Ji merged into the rhythm. Seeing injustice, let out a shout, strike, when it is time to strike, boldly venturing across the 9 provinces. A smug smile appeared on his face. Incredible, one song exchanged for 4 heroes. The Zengtu market outside is a horse market. But in reality, the Zheng family 5 tigers are all spies for the Jin kingdom. After I finish off Simin Qing, I will take a trip to Zhengtu market. Right at this moment, Shi Qian suddenly jumped down from the rooftop. Everyone turned their heads in surprise to look at him. Wu Song and the others got into a defensive stance. He suddenly knelt. I am Shi Qian, the flea on the drum. Just now on the rafters, I heard the song of heroes, and my blood boiled. I truly could not restrain myself. Speaking of this, he suddenly burst into tears. Master Wu is so heroic. I Shi Qian have wandered for half my life and have never met a brother with such true character. Please, big brother, accept me. Wu Ji helped him up. Brother Shi Qian, stand up quickly. He thought to himself, Shi Qian is the #1 light work expert of Liangshan. He was on the roof just now and I did not even notice. He is truly the perfect candidate for chief scout. He looked up at him. Master Wu, what did you just call me? He replied, Brother Shi Qian. He knelt again. I did not expect a noble person like Master Wu to call me brother. No one has ever respected me like you, big brother. I, your younger brother Shi Qian, am willing to go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Wu Ji replied politely. We are all one family. If you are still so formal, I will be angry. Quickly, take a seat. He thought to himself, in the water margin, Shi Qian was ranked last and looked down upon by others. But in the original work, in events like the attack on Daming Prefecture and the destruction of Zhengtu Market, he showed excellent scouting abilities. I must recruit him well. Thinking of this, he turned and instructed Erniang, have the waiter go report to Shi Chao. Tell her that her brother Shi Qian has arrived. He was quite surprised. My little sister is at your place, big brother. Wu Ji nodded in confirmation. Yes, she is now my inner courtyard guard. Her food and lodging are provided for, and she earns 20 strings of cash in monthly salary. He continued to look at Shi Qian. As for you, I also have a great task for you. Publicly, you will be a constable of Yanggu County. Secretly, you will help me gather intelligence. Every month, in addition to the 5 strings from the court, I will give you another 30 strings. He thought to himself, it would be a waste not to shear the 5 strings of wool from the Great Song Court. Plus I need to replace all of the former county defenders' confidants. Shi Qian calculated in bewilderment. Heavens, becoming a constable, and even having a 35-string monthly salary, guards of wealthy families only get 4 or 5 strings. Big brother, this is too much. Wu Ji revealed a radiant smile. It is not too much at all. You are worth it. In the future, it will only be more, never less. Suddenly, Shi Chao ran inside. Brother, seeing her, Shi Qian suddenly spoke up. Sister Chao, where have you been? I have searched so hard for you. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. She was suddenly moved. I also thought I would never see you again. Brother, Wu Ji turned and said to everyone, all right, now that the siblings are reunited, it is a happy occasion. Let us eat big pieces of meat and drink big bowls of wine. Wu Song immediately put his arm around his shoulder. Right, drink wine and eat meat. Everyone ate and drank their fill. Inside the dungeon, Wang Po was being held. Wu Ji stepped in front of her. Wang Ergu, at the carriage association. Are you familiar with him? She replied awkwardly. Who is Wang Ergu? He turned and called out. It seems Granny Wang's memory is not very good. Sun Erniang, help her, restore her memory a bit. Erniang slowly entered. I am the most skilled at separating meat from bone. He laughed and nodded. Right up your alley. She leaned close to Wang Po. I will peel your meat bit by bit so you can see the white bones in your chest. The knife grazing her body terrified her. Having no other choice, she spoke up in a hurry. I will talk. Wang Po cried pitifully. It was Zimen Qing who gave me silver and told me to find someone to deal with Master Wu. Wu Ji held out a paper in front of her. Press your thumbprint here. She sighed. Oh, Zimen Qing, you have ruined me. Erniang leaned close to him. Master Wu, what should we do next? He replied. Zimen Qing has a backer. Just with this testimony, it is still a bit lacking to kill him openly and fairly. He shared his thoughts. This is what we will do. We now have Wang Po's testimony, so we will immediately go to the Zimen residence to make the arrest. Zimen Qing has no official rank. Once he enters the great prison, there will be no way out for him. The scene shifted to the Zimen residence. Zimen Qing was pacing back and forth. He was in a complete panic. Wu Ji did not die, and Wang Po has been arrested. It is over. A wicked smile appeared on his face. I can't just sit and wait for death. I still have a chance to turn the tables. As long as the Chen family can ask Grand Preceptor Yang for a small official post for me, I can still be saved. Ximen Singh immediately ordered, men, escort me and the young lady to the Chen residence in Tokyo immediately. Daiji wailed helplessly. Father, I do not want to marry Chen Xingji. He seemed not to care. Tee the young lady up and put her in the carriage. Depart immediately. Daiji and Zimen Qing quickly left the place. On this side, Wu Ji instructed, Erniang, later you go block the back gate of the Zimen residence. Wu Song and I will attack from the main gate. She nodded and obeyed. By your command. Even Wu Song followed his orders implicitly. Xiao'er ran inside to report. This is bad. Zemen Dijie has been taken away by Zemen Qing. Wu Ji's expression changed upon hearing this. They said they want to take her to the Chen residence in Tokyo. He hurriedly asked, how many people are with them? How long has it been? She recounted. 2 servants went with them. It has been half an hour since they left. She burst into tears and continued, but Zemen Qing is a cunning man. He will surely hire bandits to block your way. Wu Ji did not seem to care at all. No matter. They are just a bunch of grassroots rebels. My second brother is invincible under heaven. Xiao'er sighed and complained. Sweet talker. I know that part of yours is powerful. Also, thank you for avenging me and Lianer. He thought to himself, I meant my second brother. Wu Song is invincible under heaven. She gently kissed him. After hearing that the madame and those 4 servants died, I guessed you were the one who did it. Remembering something, Xiao'er recounted, Zemen Daiji is also a pitiful person. After her birth mother died, not wanting to be married off like a pawn, she desperately learned bookkeeping. Despite her young age, she has managed the Zemen family business perfectly. If possible, bring her into the inner courtyard. She will surely be a great help to you later. Master, Wu Ji held her tightly. I certainly understand your good intentions. I will definitely save Zemen Daiji. And as for Zemen Qing, I will also kill him. Only then can I marry her. In his mind, he thought, there is a major quest that requires recruiting Zemen Daiji to complete. I absolutely cannot let Zemen Qing ruin her. Wu Song stood on one side observing silently. When did Big Brother get involved with the second lady of the Zemen household? A few days ago he married the widow Meng Yulu. Could it be? His expression suddenly changed. Big Brother likes other men's wives. Not wanting to waste time, Wu Ji quickly set off. I will go save her first. Wu Song, ride with me. Sun Erniang and Shi Qian, you two lead the bailiffs and follow closely behind. His speed became faster and faster. Seeing the danger ahead, Wu Ji spurred his horse even harder. He suddenly realized something was wrong. There were people up ahead. Wu Ji quickly slowed down to observe the situation. It was a carriage accompanied by a group of large burly men. This time, he had to face Zemen Qing's men. As soon as he saw Wu Ji, Zemen Qing burst into a mocking laugh. Wu Ji, I have been waiting here for you for a long time. Wu Ji slowed down and turned his head to look back. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Fiery-eyed Suani, the one who sees through the mortal world, is Deng Fei. The man before him was the second stronghold chief of Yinma Chuan, Deng Fei. Deng Fei looked coldly at Wu Ji. I heard your strength is peerless, but combat requires not just strength, but also strategy. I have sent 3 men to block everyone behind you. We will then surround and kill you together. Even if you had wings you could not escape. Why not surrender now and return to Yinma Chuan with me to be the 4th stronghold chief? Hearing this, Wu Ji laughed in surprise. Are you sure 3 men can block the earthly Taisui? Wu Ji spurred his horse forward, shouting, Second brother, if you have energy to spare, help me capture Deng Fei alive. Deng Fei roared in anger. Bastard, who do you think you are talking to? Kill him. From behind, Wu Song struck immediately. Wu Song obeys the command. With a single move, he completely took the lives of several horse bandits. The bandits screamed in terror. There is someone behind us. In front of Wu Ji, the bandits charged. Brothers, charge, kill this shorty, and then regroup with the big brother. Let this filthy dwarf taste the prowess of our Yinma Chuan cavalry. Wu Ji immediately pulled the pin of a grenade in his hand. His gaze gradually became extremely determined. Wu Ji even used his gun just to be safe. A loud explosion rang out, leaving the bandits completely stunned. The leader who had just been talking big was now sent to meet his ancestors. Another bandit hurriedly suggested, kill them, avenge our brothers. A scarred-faced man seemed to realize something and became terrified. Wu Ji had to admit, the brothers of Yinma Chuan still choose revenge even after seeing the power of firearms. They truly have a sense of righteousness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, Deng Fei was quite surprised. This guy actually dares to dismount and fight on foot. That was just a sneak attack earlier. Brothers, do not panic. Cavalry against infantry, the advantage is ours. His subordinates quickly charged upon hearing this. Big brother, watch the 2 of us attack from both sides to kill this guy. All of them charged simultaneously toward Wu Song. Wu Song showed no fear and quickly broke out of the encirclement. His eyes were filled with absolute resolve. He swiftly countered the attacks of those blocking his path. After a few strikes, he easily took them down. The remaining bandits were startled. So fast, Deng Fei could not believe his eyes. Li Si, Wang Lu. Wasting no time, Wu Song charged forward with his blade. He leaped into the air, seizing the opportunity to attack Deng Fei. Deng Fei's expression changed instantly, and he shouted in a panic, not good. He hurriedly used his iron chain to block. Use the spine of the blade. Knock him out for me. Wu Song's strength was so immense that the horse could no longer withstand it. The force sent Deng Fei flying off the horse's back. The scene left the surrounding subordinates completely dumbfounded. Deng Fei's body crashed miserably onto the ground. Wu Song grabbed Deng Fei and held him up. Your leader has been captured by me. Why do not you all kneel down immediately? All his other subordinates hurriedly knelt. Hero. Spare our lives. On the other side, Wu Ji had finished his business, truly deserving of the name, Lin Chong on horseback, Wu Song on foot. At the same time, Niang and Shi Qian also arrived at the scene. Wu Ji walked slowly toward Deng Fei, who was tied up on the ground. Deng Fei looked at him with admiration in his eyes. Wu Song sighed and placed his blade against Deng Fei's neck. Behave yourself for me. A system notification appeared. Host has captured the second stronghold chief of Yinma Chuan, Deng Fei, alive. Wu Ji stepped forward to help him up. Hero. Deng has suffered. Quick, untie him. He thought to himself, is this how Chancellor Zhao recruited captured generals? Deng Fei suddenly spat. You damn government dogs, if you want to kill me, just do it. If your grandpa even flinches, I am not a true hero. Wu Song's expression darkened. Brother, this guy is ungrateful. Why do not I just end him with one stroke? Wu Ji hurriedly stopped him. Lang. Stay your blade. Wu Ji's performance began. Brothers of Yinma Chuan are all unfortunate souls forced into this life by these times. He spoke with indignation. My brother Meng Kang was originally a master shipbuilder for the imperial shipyard. His skill is unmatched. He could even build a great sea-suppressing galleon. Yet, because of that nation-ruining flower and rock convoy, he was forced to become an outlaw. Now he hides in a mountain ravine building bamboo rafts and fishing boats just to survive. Wu Ji sighed over Deng Fei's fate. What a tragedy. He continued his analysis. My brother Pei Xuan was upright all his life as a scribe in Jingzhou Prefecture, seeking only justice. In the end, he was framed by corrupt officials and fell to this state. He looked directly into Deng Fei's eyes, and my brother Deng Fei is as loyal as the clouds are vast, valuing friendship as much as Prince Wuan Guanyu. Deng Fei was shocked. Who exactly are you people? Deng Fei was suddenly moved. Why do you know the affairs of our Yinma Chuan brothers like the back of your hand? Wu Ji thought triumphantly. I have read Water Margin over a dozen times. How could I not know? Niang stepped forward to explain. These two are the brothers who slew the tiger on Jingyang Ridge, Wu Ji and Wu Song. Deng Fei's expression changed instantly. The heroes who killed the fierce tiger on Jingyang Ridge. Although the main credit definitely goes to brother Wu Song. For brother Wu Ji to support him with a 5-foot frame is already very impressive. Deng Fei immediately knelt. So it is the tiger-slaying heroes of the Wu family. Little brother was blind not to recognize you and has offended the two elder brothers. I deserve to die. Wu Ji stepped forward to help him up. Currently, the Jin people in the north are rising, sweeping through Liaodong. Most of the Liao state's Dongjing circuit is lost. In less than a year, Liaoyang prefecture will surely fall. At that time, the gates to Liao's middle and upper capitals will be wide open. The Liao state will surely perish, and then the Jin army will march south. He calmly announced, our time is running out. Deng Fei looked up at him in surprise. The Liao state is about to fall. How can that be? One of the followers suddenly interjected. Second chief, Master Wu is right. I heard from merchants coming from the north that those people are very strong. 10 Liao men are no match for one Jin soldier. Wu Ji took Deng Fei's hand. The day the Jin march south is the day the central plains will suffer. At that time, our brothers' heads will become their trophies, and our women will be tormented day and night. His gaze became even more resolute. Brother Deng, the rise and fall of the world is every man's responsibility. We must have a plan early. Deng Fei replied decisively. Say no more, brother. Just tell me what needs to be done. Wu Ji placed a hand on his shoulder. I hope brother Deng returns to Yinma Chuan and convinces the brothers to come to my great lay village in Yanggu County. Together, we shall unite in righteousness to protect the realm. Deng Fei nodded in agreement. Very well. Wu Ji turned and reminded Niang, untie the Yinma Chuan brothers. Bring another 5,000 strings of cash to give to brother Deng. Deng Fei hurriedly refused. Brother, this is absolutely not allowed. He explained, I offended you first, how could I dare accept money? But Wu Ji insistently pressed it upon him. Wu Ji stated his thoughts, we are all brothers. This money is not just for you, but also as a resettlement fee for all the brothers. Those who died due to the misunderstanding just now will be given a proper burial, and I will personally provide for their families. Everyone immediately knelt. Brother, from now on, our lives belong to brother Wu Ji. Niang asked curiously, Lord Wu is truly generous. Aren't you afraid they will take the money and never return? Wu Ji's tone became more confident. Rest assured, Niang. Deng Fei values righteousness. Pei Xuan upholds the law, and Meng Kang has talent. I have moved them with both emotion and reason. There is no way they won't follow. It is just spending a bit of silver to buy their loyalty. He was very satisfied with his plan. Once the Manila Galleon is built, I can cross the Pacific to South America. Sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, here I come. Wu Ji mounted his horse and dashed forward. Go, pursue Ximenqing. Meanwhile, Ximenqing's carriage continued to move. He laughed smugly. Fortunately, I was prepared. This time Wu Ji is surrounded by the bandits of Yinma Chuan. Even if he does not die, he will lose a layer of skin. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight off an entire gang of bandits. Hearing this, the eldest sister felt even more heartbroken. Wu Ji, Zimenqing angrily slapped her. You wench. Still thinking about that 3-inch dwarf. To tell you the truth, by now he has probably reached the Yellow Springs. A subordinate saw Wu Ji behind them and reported in fear. This is bad. There are pursuers behind us. Zimenqing's expression changed instantly. Ernie Yang seemed to have spotted something. Zimenqing's carriage is right ahead. Left with no choice, Zimenqing used the eldest sister to threaten them. It seems that Wu Ji loves my daughter very much. Then let me see just how much he loves her. He immediately threatened him. Wu Ji, look who this is. The eldest sister burst into tears. Brother Wu Ji. Wu Song recognized the situation. Brother, why did you stop? There have been enough suicides at home. We can't let one woman ruin everything. If Zimenqing escapes, that bastard will have a chance to rise again. Wu Ji nodded and replied, I understand, but I still want to try one last time. Wu Song sighed wearily. Brother is good at everything now, except he is way too fond of women, and so, Wu Ji decided not to move any further. Zimenqing laughed triumphantly. It seems my daughter is quite charming. That Wu Ji is not chasing anymore. Let us keep going, he kept urging. A bit faster, we must reach the next county town. Once we are inside the city, we will be safe. On the hillside, Wu Song sighed and reminded him, Brother, do not hesitate anymore. Once they enter Yunzhou City, it will be hard for us to catch them. Wu Ji reminded everyone, it is fine, stay calm. He was not as impatient as Wu Song. Wait a little longer. Inside the carriage, Zimenqing warned. Behave for me. We are almost at the county town. Wu Ji won't catch up. Once we reach Dongjing, I will immediately arrange for you and Chen Jingji to have your wedding night. The eldest sister screamed angrily, let me down, I do not want to be Chen Jingji's concubine. As if noticing something, Wu Ji alerted everyone, the time has come. He immediately rode his horse and dashed forward. Seeing him act this way made Wu Song completely speechless. Even Erniang was terrified. That is a cliff. Wu Ji's horse quickly jumped down from the height. The horse was terrified by the steepness, and he could only try his best to control it. This was the first time Wu Ji regretted his impulsive action. Hearing him curse repeatedly, Wu Song was confused. Is that some kind of mountain descending mantra? But my horsemanship is not as good as brother's. After thinking for a moment, he decided brother has already charged. I must charge too. He gripped the reins tightly and cursed as well. His expression became increasingly determined. However, it seemed Wu Song was not as successful as Wu Ji had been. He had no choice but to carry the horse and run down the mountain. Brother, I am coming to help you. The noise outside confused Zimenqing. What is going on? His face changed instantly. Mother of God, Wu Ji is right behind the carriage. The eldest sister was suddenly moved. It is brother Wu Jie. He must have disregarded his life and jumped off the cliff to save me. System notification. The eldest sister Zimen's affection level has increased by 30.